Assalamu alaikum. We are live on Facebook. We are live on Your Immunities Facebook page. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Salam.
Praises be to Allah.
Blessing.
Praise be to Allah.
Praises be to Allah. And this is a continuation of this week's tribute to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Good afternoon. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on Facebook. Praises be to Allah. How are you this morning, Sister Antoinette? Good to see you, ma'am.
Oh, I'm well. This has been exciting. This has been the best Savior's Day week I have had in a very long time. This has been the best. Praise is due to Allah.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Facebook. Hope you're enjoying it.
Praises be to Allah. And this morning's title, if I'm not mistaken, is a continuation. It will be the deliberative dialogue. So everyone get ready to enjoy a really good, interesting conversation as we get started. Praises be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Mother Ali, how are you, ma'am? It's good to see you this morning.
Grand rising, Mother Ali.
Salam, Sister Cheryl, Sister Antoinette, family. I'm hearing something different on Facebook.
Grand rising, Mother Ali.
Am I on the right place? Because Facebook is sound different. They have different people on. I don't know.
Are you on Your Immunities Project page?
I don't know where I'm at. I just came in on the same link. So
okay, yes, ma'am.
Probably the wrong place. I'm like Dr. Lee. I don't know.
Praise be to Allah. We'll figure it out. We'll get together. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's good to see you this morning, though.
Thank you. Good to be seen. Thank you, Sister Cheryl.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Ramadan
Kareem. Yes, ma'am.
Ramadan Kareem. Blessed Savior.
Praise be to Allah. And Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Sister Margie? It's good to see you this morning.
Assalamu alaikum, Margie Latif.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Margie.
Did you make me host?
Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second.
Wa alaikum salam, Sister Cheryl and family. Pray all is well. Blessed Savior's Day, one and all. And Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem, ma'am. Salute to the chief.
Salute to the black woman.
Praise be to Allah. Thank you.
Praises be to Allah. Yes, ma'am. And assalamu alaikum. Oh, go ahead, Sister Latif.
Oh, no, I was just going to say assalamu alaikum, Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
You know the drill. I got nothing to say to you right now, so. But welcome.
Praises be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum, Grand Rising. Sister Sandra, how are you, ma'am?
Fine, Sister Cheryl. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. How's everybody this morning?
Doing well, ma'am.
Bless, ma'am. Praise be to Allah.
Sister Sandra, Sister Cheryl, you already got us live on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, good. We need to do that. That's right. Okay, good. Excellent.
Okay.
Praise be to Allah.
Praise be to Allah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Sister Confidence, how are you, ma'am?
Grand rising, Sister Confidence.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Confidence.
Great brand new day, family. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan
Kareem.
And greetings to Facebook family out there, and salute to the chief. All praises due to Allah on this beautiful day. I pray that everybody is in peace and just fighting that fight on this here Ramadan and just gaining strength, peace, and healing. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum, ma'am.
Praise be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum, Grand Rising. Sister Arlisha, you're speaking, man, but you connect your audio.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes, ma'am.
Allahu Akbar.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well by God's grace and mercy. Walaikum salam, Sister Cheryl. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, Facebook family.
Walaikum
Walaikum
salam,
salam,
sister.
Praise be to Allah. Another glorious, beautiful day. Praise be to Allah. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Kareem.
Praise be
And
to
happy
Allah.
Savior's Day.
Happy Savior's Day.
Happy Savior's Day.
Praise be to
How's your
Allah.
grandson, Sister Alicia?
He is doing well. I get to see him later on today. So praise be
praise
to
be to
Allah.
Allah.
Praise
Beautiful.
Yes,
Praise be
ma'am.
to Allah.
Praise
Yes,
be to
ma'am.
Allah.
That's beautiful news. Praise
Yes,
be
ma'am.
to Allah. Yes, ma'am. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Brother Sir Taylor, how are you?
Grand Rising, Brother Sir Taylor.
Brother Sir
Grand Rising,
Taylor.
Brother Sir
Grand
Taylor.
Rising, sir.
Praise
Blessings.
be to Allah.
Assalamu alaikum, family. Sir Taylor is training someone at the moment.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Greetings to you
Praise
just
be
the
to
same,
Allah.
sir.
Thank you for that.
We're on the big picture.
Praises be to Allah.
Volume down right quick so that I don't flash.
Mhm.
So I won't hear y'all, but I hear you over here. Let me see. Hey, y'all can go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Sister Isis, how are you, ma'am?
Assalamu
Right, Sister
Walaikum
Isis.
salam.
Praise be to
Blessings.
Allah.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing just fine, Sister Cheryl.
Y'all
How
can go ahead.
you doing this
Yes,
morning?
sir. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Sister Isis, how are you,
It's working. Whatever it's doing.
Assalamu alaikum. How's everyone doing this morning?
Doing
well,
well.
And
How are you
yourself?
this morning?
Praise be to Allah. How are you, beloved?
I'm ecstatic.
Hmm.
Ecstatic.
That's right.
Yes,
Ecstatic.
ma'am.
I know that's right.
With
Yeah.
sunrise and the glorious morning.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Praise
ma'am.
be to Allah.
Yes, ma'am.
Praise be to Allah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Good to see you this morning, Sister Isis.
Yes, ma'am.
You as well, beloved.
Yes, ma'am. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising. Sister Demita, how are you, ma'am?
Grand Rising,
Yes, ma'am.
Sister
Praise be to
Grand
Demita.
Rising, Sister
Grand
Demita.
Rising.
Praise
Grand
be to
Rising,
Allah.
everyone
Grand
on
rising.
Facebook and Prayer and Fasting Family. Grand Rising Chief, pray all is well this morning. Peace and blessings to everyone.
Peace and blessings to you, too, ma'am.
And blessings
Peace
to
and
you too,
blessings.
Sister Demita.
Praise be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising, Brother John. How are you, sir? One more again.
Grand Rising, Brother
Grand
John.
Rising, Brother John.
Praise be to Allah. Praise be to
Praying
Allah.
and fasting. Chief Malgana and the Facebook family. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Oh, sir.
Walaikum salam.
Be to Allah. Everyone, let's remember to fish as we do the greetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Praise be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum and grand rising, Brother Tony. How are you, sir?
Grand Rising, Brother Tony.
Rising, Brother Tony.
And the family.
Blessings.
Okay. We'll come back. Brother Tony, well, we want to extend the greetings to you, Brother Tony. Assalamu alaikum. To you and your family. Praises be to Allah. Oh, we can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Here now.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. This trip. So, Salam alaikum. How's everyone doing this morning?
Fine, sir. Yourself?
By God's grace and mercy.
Praises be to Allah. It's good to see you.
I can't hear y'all.
Can you hear us now?
We can hear you.
Okay, there it go. There it go.
Praise be to Allah.
I can hear y'all now. Praise be to Allah.
Praises be to Allah. Yes, sir. How's your family, Brother Tony?
Everyone's excellent. Thank you for asking, Sister Cheryl. And yours? How's our old man doing?
He's doing good. Praise be to Allah. Yes, sir.
Praise be to Allah.
Yes, sir. Praise be to Allah. That's really wonderful news. Praise be to Allah.
Yeah.
Will you be participating in the panel discussion this morning?
I don't know what if Chief throws me under the bus, but I don't know what the topic is today.
Yes, sir. Praise be to Allah.
You know?
Yep. I think it's a continuation of the deliberative dialogue, if I'm not mistaken. I guess.
It is.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, we done dialogue. It's time for them to debate, to deliberate, and for the public to do so too, because everybody has enough information to make the necessary decisions that they need to make for their life and for us as a people. We sound like the Democratic Party now when we constantly, every time reparations come up, they say, we need to study that. Well, you had 400 years to study this. There's enough information at your disposal to make a decision. And a prolonged or procrastinated decision is no decision at all. So if you like Mao Zedong said, when you have a ruler body who is not making decisions for your interests, then you know that they're not considering you. So you don't need any more information when you know that you're not part of the consideration. So then you have to take the helm and consider your own interests and consider your own affairs. That's why a lot of people don't want to pick up prayer and fasting, because it requires you to take on the helm. It requires you to be responsible for your own interests and your affairs. But if I can say, I'm praying in Jesus' name, and he carried the cross for me, then I don't have to pick up and carry my own cross. If I can say I got an intermediary who I can put everything on their shoulders and everything at their feet, then I don't have to take that responsibility. And that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing people who don't want the responsibility. And it is as the Quran said, it is an awesome responsibility. It is not a lightweight thing. And this is why I tip my hat to anybody who makes any effort to take on some of this responsibility. This is why the chief went through the process of empathizing with Ishmael this morning. If y'all seen it, some of y'all may not have, but he went through the process of showing his public transition or transformation as he tried to support the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in his work. And it's not an easy thing to do. Some people have a gift and a talent and they make it look easy, but that's a God-given talent. If God doesn't give you that talent and you have to go get it, it's real work. If some people are gifted healers, but if you're not a gifted healer, like I was talking to one brother who was he's in the medical field, and he was explaining to me what he had to go through to get the knowledge, because it wasn't an easy thing for him. He didn't come from a family of doctors. He didn't even come from a family of educated people. So it was doubly hard for him to not only acquire the knowledge, but understand how to apply it practically in his field. So it was a trying it was a trying experience for him, but he saw the need for doctors among the Black community who understood Black physiology and how, medicine or malpractice was affecting our community, So, but anyway, I'm definitely interested to see which direction the chief and Dr. Alim, wants to head this morning, because, again, there's enough information out there. I think that what people are looking for, as we heard the young brothers talking on the panel yesterday, is they're looking more so for direction. They don't need any more information.
Praises be to Allah, sir. Thank you, Brother Tony.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Is that Allah?
Is there any particular subject matter, Brother Tony, that you would like to see addressed, since you all were on the panel the other night?
Well, it is. I mean, I think that, and I always go back to this, because I deal with, things always from a theological framework. And I think that it's that our vast misunderstanding of spirituality and theology, that's our biggest hangup. It has a blinding effect when you don't look at it properly. For example, when the commandments were given during the time of the children of Israel, they were not 10 commandments. That's almost an aberration of the actual term that was given to them. Is actually in Hebrew called the 10 words. was actually what was given to the Jewish people. Later on, in order for the legalists to understand what the Ten Commandments actually meant, they begin to translate them according to the law. But you have to remember, you had during that time with the Pharisees and the Sadducees, you had the legalists and you had the spiritualists or the mentalists, and the mentalists dealt more with the framework of mind of the implementation of laws.
Sister Cheryl.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you the link to Facebook because I can't. Unless you can give me share my screen.
On YouTube.
Can I share my screen?
Sir. I'm live now with everybody.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Sister Cheryl.
Can you hear me?
Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I wanna be able to send you to where we are. Let's see. Since we're live.
Ready to play the video of about Rasul?
Tahida's gonna do that. She has that one.
Oh, she has it now. Oh, okay.
Do I have the video now?
That's where I got it from. I got it from you guys. You guys play that. All you do is fast forward to that point where where the messenger calls him up. You can drag it right there, and then that's exactly where it goes. And just let it play from there. And once he's finished, then you just end it.
So I think what I'll do while she's doing that,
okay,
let me go over for the audience that is now joining us live on how many different platforms. I'm not sure. But we're live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live on Zoom, live on the website. And of course, this is day 3 of the Savior's Day week celebration in honor of, first, of course, Master Fawad Muhammad, but also paying tribute to the life and work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful Savior's Day week. And this is the 3rd day of it. And today we're going to engage in something that's never been done before, to my knowledge, which is we're trying to put online a deliberative dialogue session. We called for a national lawful deliberative dialogue at the beginning of the year. There was a lot of murmuring among the people, and now we're bringing that murmuring from the masses of our people into articulate speech. And through these 3 days of celebrating the birth of our Savior and paying tribute to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we have heard from the young and the old, the far and the near, and it's just been a wonderful experience. And so now we want to culminate with an actual deliberative, lawful dialogue session. It won't be formal. If you want to get a description of how formal deliberative dialogue is conducted, then we wrote a book called The Short Manual on Deliberative Dialogue. It's available on Amazon. But this is not going to be a formal deliberative dialogue. It's available to make some legally binding decision. Amazon. What we're doing
but this is not going to be a formal session. We're not going to make some legally binding decision. What we're doing is, number one, we're having fun because we're going to enjoy one another, learning from one another. That's one of the greatest benefits of deliberative dialogue is that we learn from one another. And so everybody comes out, smarter at the end of dialogue than they were at the beginning. Now, dialogue begins with the understanding of given to us in the scriptures, in the Bible and the Quran. They agree. They say, wherever 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am also in the midst of them. So it means that when we gather together in the name of Allah, in the name of God, then God is there in the midst of us, and God speaks to us through us. And so that's the benefit of dialogue, that you have a closer relationship with God, not just the personal and private relationship that you might have with God in your personal prayer, which in one sense is dialogue, but now this is like, in a sense, a collective prayer, It's collective thinking. It's collective understanding. It's a collective relationship. It's how God guides us on the straight path. God doesn't guide me on the straight path. He guides us on the straight path. And so through dialogue, we receive the guidance from God through one another. And because we receive that through one another, we begin to see one another in a completely different way. We begin to respect and admire one another because wisdom just flowed out of that brother's mouth. Wisdom just flowed from that sister's mouth. And so our self-respect and respect for one another grows. Now, the final point, of course, is the purpose of dialogue is to solve a problem, is to gain a greater understanding of something that is important to all of us. And so we must carefully choose the topic, and then the structure of the dialogue makes sure that we stay on topic. So today, we're going to have a report. See, there's basically 3 presentations that are made in a dialogue session. The first presentation is made by a presenter. And today's presenter will be the former National Secretary, Abbas Russell. And his presentation is going to be the Savior's Day report that he gave in 1974. And that is the financial progress report of the Nation of Islam. And that's going to be our starting point. And then we're going to have 2 responders to that report. No, Sister Taria is going to be one, and the second responder is... So that there will be 2 responders to the report.
No, Dr. Williams, myself.
Those 3 have spoken. Rashad. Yes, the 2 responders will have 10 there will be 2 responders to the report. Then like once those 3 have spoken, there's a timekeeper. And the 2 responders will have 10 minutes each. And we have a timekeeper. And so this is like a time limit on it of about 90 minutes. There's a timekeeper. And once you don't have all day, 3 have given their presentations, and each responder and so we're going to put a time limit on it of about 90 minutes. And once the 3 have given their presentations, and each responder has 10 minutes, then the facilitator will facilitate the dialogue with all others. So if you are in the audience, on whatever platform, if you're on Zoom, Facebook, there's a way for you to enter the dialogue. In the chat or however you have to do it. And so if you can give your comment or question yourself, fine, or if you put it in the chat or however you have to do it, we want to hear from you. And I will serve as the facilitator to keep the dialogue on track so we don't digress and go off into the left field. And we will have a timekeeper. It's like in basketball, the whole point is to make a point, right? So in dialogue, it's the same thing. The whole point is for you to make a point. And in basketball, you got a 3-minute time clock. If you don't make your point in 3 minutes, you have to give up possession. So give up possession, meaning you have to give up the mic. So our timekeeper will give you a little buzzer sound. And those are pretty much the basic rules. So if you are going to participate from outside, give your name, let us know what city you're in. So that we know that you're not a robot, trying to interfere with lawful deliberative dialogue among human beings. So I think those are the preliminary remarks I wanted to make. So we're ready to go with...
Yes, sir. Dr. Ali, yes, thank you for facilitating. Thank you for being here. I've been asked by the doctor and attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz to come before this committee to give a sufficient apology for yesterday's technical difficulties at the Salatul Jumu'ah. I am the ambassador, Sheikh El Imam Akbar Abdullah Kareem Bilal. I do greet you, dear beloved brothers and sisters, with greeting words of peace, as has been written in Al Quran in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum. The peace be unto you. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will guide us in this hour for the best tribute we can possibly give to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and a man who changed my life dramatically in every way. But in the strength of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we all stand in the shadows of Elijah Muhammad, again, as a master teacher and a master in business, because we were doing the import and export. We weren't talking import, export. We were actually doing the work. And this is the thing that the Abbas Rasul could give a decent report and accountability to the many, many Muslims in what was called the lost found nation of Islam, or again, the nation of Islam.
And as a student of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, we stand in the legacy of great men as in Malcolm X, as in Clarence 13X. Again, we give our full and complete apology. We submit and humble ourselves to you to announce the fact that you are able to get those YouTube tapes are available of the Salatul Jumu'ah. There are two parts. There's part 1 and 2 to the Khutbah. The Adhan is being called by Brother Talib Kareem, brother of Omar. Omar Kareem is the builder here in Washington, D.C. His brother, Talib Kareem, is the attorney. But again, he is the attorney running for mayor. So we might put some footnotes on Talib Kareem for mayor. But he did call the Adhan for us, and he is a man who loves the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Omar Kareem, again, people who love the most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In the transitional transformation from the time of 1975, where the Supreme Minister, Wallace D. Muhammad, began his teaching. And
thank you, brother. We have to get on track now, please.
Okay. Now we have one presenter though that we must put on, because all of us had track time and we are civil. We got hands on time.
Let's get started now.
Yes, sir. We got hands on time. So we learn on the job sometime. On the job training will get you better and sharper. I became sharp with a lot of this because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me personally. It's not something I heard in the mail. Yes, sir. I am a student, a direct student of the most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So we give our sufficient apology. We have a man. Can you turn on the mic, Sister Tahida, for Brother Talib? Talib Abdul Samad. Yes, sir.
Have a limited time.
Yes, we do have limited time.
Apology. We thank you for apologizing, but let us get on with today's.
Yes, sir. We have Brother Talib Abdul Samad, who's a part of this presentation.
Let us begin our deliberative dialogue session with the report from the National Secretary, Abbas Rasul.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Brother Talib Abdul Samad, he was promised the time
let us begin our dialogue session with the report from
the doctor and attorney.
And Brother can join the dialogue at the proper time.
Okay, sir.
I am performing the function of the chairman.
Yes, sir. I
am hammering the gavel. Let us begin our session as we planned.
Okay, so that's not being fair to Talib Abdul Samad. And he's here. He's being civil too, because in respect to everyone.
Let us begin our report, if we can, please. Let us begin. Let us begin,
sir. Please. Because we have promises, but we do not break our promise and our word. Our word is promise. Before we break our word, we should give our life.
Let us begin, and let us maintain order.
Okay.
We have a program that we want to successfully conclude. Do we accept your apology?
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so if when I fast forward, it's not the beginning, right? We want to fast forward to.
If you can,
we should not override.
If you can begin with the.
We should not override, Brother Top.
Beginning. Okay, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am. We shouldn't override, Brother Top. That's our guest here, and he should be treated as a guy. I've been taught.
You will see the man who Daniel wanted to stay around and see. But Daniel was told to go his way because he would not see him until the end. My beloved brothers and sisters, are you ready to see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? Do you love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? You will see this great man in a few minutes. Ministers who have worked faithful, ministers who have worked hard, we welcome you to our annual Savior's Day Convention. We welcome you. We have on the speaker stand over here, Minister Louis Farrakhan, the national representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
First, we're going to advance it to the report.
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise, we only have so much time. Time is always the great enemy. You know, there's never enough time.
We have to give props to Brother Talib Abdul Samad. He's an invited guest, and he should be treated as a guest.
And he will be
invited.
Abruptly.
We cannot be abrupt.
He will be invited to everybody else.
That's not fair to do what he's attempting to do, and that's not fair to the.
Yeah, I just don't have it. I think this is right.
There he is.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is moving to establish trade routes across the narrow strip of ocean between South America and Africa. He is also moving toward China.
It's fucking. Why you bring the guy over and you're not gonna bring him on?
Oh, that's not the end, is it? There's more. Is there more that you can play, or are you having a problem? If you're having a problem, what I can do, I have some notes from his report that he was going to give, and he talked about that there was a mosque in every city, in over 100 cities. There were 46 universities of Islam. There were transportation, including a fleet of modern trucks, airplanes from an airport in Gary, Indiana, and 2 or 3 cargo ships on the seas. He talked about setting up warehouses to house the products that were coming in from Japan, the consumer products. He was setting up trade relations with China. Remember, this is 1974. He talked about setting up a warehouse for the importation of 2.2 million pounds of fish in Mobile, Alabama. He talked about the sales volume in that year from all of the Nation of Islam enterprises was $50 million. And so he was saying that with that money, we were setting up a hospital, a 500-bed hospital. I thought it was 200 beds. He said 500. An education center in Chicago, a college for our students who were graduating from the universities of Islam. He talked about an Islamic center being built in Phoenix, Arizona. He talked about engaging in international trade, setting up factories and buying farmland and housing. He talked about buying the South Shore Country Club, 59 acres, and on and on and on, yachts and boats, building an office building on the south side of Chicago, building up the south side of Chicago so that the black man's Chicago would be equal to the north side of Chicago. So those are some of the things that were featured in his report. I'm sorry if we can't play it. Let's try again if we can. If not, let me know if
Was it playing and then stopped?
Well, if you're having a technical problem, I think we have the gist of it. So
All right.
Go on.
Yes,
so now
yes,
here are our responders.
All right.
And now timekeeper. Who is our timekeeper?
Sister Mecca Shabazz.
Okay. So Sister Mecca Shabazz, you are the timekeeper, and you have to be vicious with your time.
Yes, sir. So, and again, it's 10 minutes for the response.
Yes, each responder will speak for 10 minutes, and then the second responder will speak for 10 minutes, and then we will open it up so everyone can speak. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Everyone gets a chance to speak.
This is what you will hear.
Yes, sir. So do you want me to start now?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
Oh.
You have a bell or what?
Mecca, we didn't hear it.
Okay, well then I'll use my voice. I'm an actress, so I can project my voice. Time.
Okay, yeah. Now the thing to do, give people a 30-second warning.
Yes, sir.
And then the final time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's get started. So I responded to number 1 to the report of the National Secretary of the Nation of Islam from 1974 is Sister Tawhida.
Yes.
Sister Tawhida, you have the floor.
I think I should spotlight myself. I can. There we are. Thank you.
Okay, start the time now. Start the time.
All right. I'll start with introducing myself. I'm Dr. Tawhida Sabri, and I am a longtime follower and believer in the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I was first introduced to the teachings by the Honorable Salis Muhammad. And it was because he stood up first after the messenger had built an $88 million nation, as we saw all of the wealth and the progress that was being made, it was actually destroyed. So we call that, in the beginning, we call that the first rise. And then after his son Wallace took over the nation, and he took it on to a different perspective towards Orthodox Islam. He literally, the nation fell, and nobody believed. And I've learned this through the Honorable Salis Muhammad and his wife, Attorney Harriet Abu Bakr, who's on the call now, is that, they were there in the first rise, and they saw all of that being taken away. And it was so painful to see that when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad stood up, which he did stand first in honor of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to build the nation back to where it was, he stood, and because he stood, I stood. I'm here now because he stood first. So so everything that we had, we're going to rise again, but we have to do it through unity, and that's what this deliberative dialogue is all about. They had unity, and that's why they were successful. We don't, because we're fragmented now. We've got all these different sects. We have people who follow the teachings of Minister Louis Farrakhan, or follow the messenger's teachings through him, and they have a different understanding now. We have all these other different sects where all we have to do is learn from the foundation that the messenger set. We don't have to change anything about what he taught us. He said, leave my teachings alone. And that's what we should do. We should leave his teachings alone and think about everything that was done, everything that was said in that video is what we should be doing now. He said that, the messenger said that he needed laborers, not just believers. We need laborers who are actually going to do the work to build that nation. It's more than just praying about it. We have to be doers. And so I find myself, I am the ambassador of the Afro-descendant nation, also led by the Honorable Salis Muhammad. And, what he's done is he's a doer. And so what he's done is he's taken a larger perspective, or a more global perspective on what unity is. So he built the Afro-descendant nation on the foundation of the lost foundation of Islam. over 25 years ago, he went to the United Nations and he fought and we are still fighting for our just basic human rights to self-determination and to reparations to help us in our battle to rise again in the second resurrection. So he's taken us back to the very beginning teachings of the messenger, where he taught us that we have to understand our history, first of all, that we were all subjected to chattel slavery, and we were taken from our homeland in Africa and trafficked here to the United States and throughout the slavery diaspora. And there's at least 250 million of us. So what he's teaching us now is that we not only have to unite as Muslims under the teachings of the messenger, but we have to unite as a global community. It's more than just us. There's 250 million of us that are in the slavery diaspora. And for us to unite as one, and we could build and have whatever we want. We could have like you said, our unity is stronger than a atomic bomb. So we could build that nation that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad built in the first rise. We could build it 10 times over. If we just come together as a people, not just as Muslims. We have to recognize that we're Christians, we're this, we're that. We need to all come together as one Black people. And we can do that through our identity. So when he went to the United Nations, he was fighting for our identity as a global people, as a Afro-descendant people who have all shared the same history, which we all do. We've been enslaved for hundreds of years. Our names were taken from us. Our identity was completely destroyed. Our babies were taken right out of our arms. No wonder we're disunified, because we've been divided for so long for generational trauma that we've been through has impacted our psyche so bad that there's just so many reasons why we're not unified. So I feel like I'm rambling now. Maybe I don't need 10 minutes, but I just want to make a point that I am the ambassador of the Afro-descendant nation. The Honorable Salis Muhammad has taken us and put us on the world stage as Afro-descendants to unite with all of our people, with everyone in the slavery diaspora, with the 250 million of us, not just Muslims here in America. All of us are descendants of chattel slavery here in America. And that should be the foundation of why and how we unite as a people, because we have the same shared history of trauma that we are still impacted by today. So I'll stop there. I don't know how many minutes that was, but I'd love to entertain questions. And excuse me, I get a little excited when I talk about it, but that is, I think, hopefully you understood the foundation of how we can build this second rise to the point that is, you know, 1,000 times greater than the second rise, 1,000 times greater than the first rise, if we just unite as a people, as 250 million of us globally in the slavery diaspora, under the identity of Afro-descendant. 19 nations in the slavery diaspora were hosted by the United Nations years ago in Honduras, in San Diego, somewhere in Honduras, where they were hosted by the United Nations and all agreed to our name, Afro-descendant. We didn't make that name up. That name is used globally already, and now we're recognized in the United Nations because of the work of the Honorable Salas Muhammad and his wife, Attorney Harriet Abubakar, who went for years back and forth to the United Nations to establish us as one people, unified based on our shared history.
Excuse me.
Okay.
We have
Submitted.
Well, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, I have 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
I'm cool. I'm good with this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And you see, what we find out is that we don't need as much time as we think. Here we can make our point and move on. So now, who is our second responder? I think Brother Doshan, he is our second responder. And remember, you are responding to the report of Al Rasul's the National Secretary's report from 1974. You're responding to what he said. So let's hear from our second responder, who also has 10 minutes.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, family. Dashan Farad, Special Assistant to Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, reporter for the GoPro Radio Network and MX Network TV. Also, published writer, scholar of Africana Studies, as some have called me. And I wanted to say, Dr. Tahida, I think she just said...
Can we spotlight? Why is he spotlighting?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can see you. We can hear you and see you now.
Okay, so I don't know what that was about, but thank you, Dr. Aline, for bringing me on. What I wanted to state, I think that Dr. Tahida, I'm kind of mad with Dr. Tahida because it was like she kind of saw into my head. I wanted to make some of those points, but she actually made it easier on me. So I'm just going to keep it very, very simple. As Dr. Khaled Abdul Muhammad used to always say, I'm not going to be long, but I must be strong. I've stated for quite some time. Now, keep in mind, I was born in 1977. So I wasn't in the first rise under the messenger. So by the time I came along, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Minister Silas Muhammad, and Imam Wadafuddin Muhammad were on the scene. And of course, I would speak to different elders from the various communities regarding what was accomplished during the time of the messenger. But of course, this Savior's Day 74 is always the Savior's Day that everyone points out, whether you be a follower of Silas, Farrakhan, Wadafuddin Muhammad, because this right here represents an evolution in the messenger's leadership and in his teachings. And when I say evolution, I don't mean he was abandoning what he had taught by Master Murad Muhammad, but he was, there was a time when, and we've all heard the story that one time the ministers were sitting at the table with Elijah and they were speaking with him about the lessons. And he said, stop bringing me those baby lessons. Okay, so that showed you right now that was almost full grown Elijah, if you would. So here's the thing. I've always stated that the two best examples of Black people organizing on a national and an international level are that of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But I feel that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's internationalism, if you would, people have to understand he was an internationalist, setting up international trade. I feel that his program had more of an impact because of what he was opening, what he was establishing, the fish markets, the airlines, of course, the warehouses across the country. And I think that the hospital, and I think that this needs to be studied closely. Now, keep in mind, as Dr. Tahida said, it was an $88 million empire. So we have to ask ourselves the question of what happened. When Imam W.D. Muhammad came to leadership, he had evaporated the businesses, he had evaporated the farmlands, and what his rationale was, he said that one, the Nation of Islam was in debt, but he said that there was so much corruption under his father that he wanted to start off with a clean slate. Now, there are people who have criticized him for that, because if you have, quote, the true message of Islam, the full message of al-Islam, you could have done the same thing. And so what I've said since I was a teenager to the all of the branches that came out of the tree of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we have all this high science, all this knowledge of Quran, sunnah, the lessons, whatever you want to call it. We have more of an understanding of what the messenger said, et cetera, et cetera. But yet we have not built anything collectively since that time. Now, we have one thing I will say, and I was explaining this to Attorney Oz 2 weeks. He said to me, "Brother, I need some Black Muslims that are carrying on in terms of Black economics." Elijah Muhammad said, for decades, there have been pockets of groups who follow Elijah Muhammad's teachings, and they still follow the economic program. However, it hasn't spread nationally. And I would say now, and I'm speaking now as a historical observer, closest to that, I believe, has been Minister Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam under Minister Farrakhan's leadership. However, even under his leadership, that has been limited. Because since Minister Farrakhan has the largest group of Muslims who would be considered Nation of Islam, notice what I said. I didn't say he's the only Nation of Islam. He would have the largest group of followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on a national level. We have to ask ourselves the question, where are the businesses under his leadership? And I'm not blaming Minister Farrakhan. Please understand this. I'm not blaming Minister Farrakhan, just like I'm not blaming the students of the Honorable Minister Salas Muhammad, because you can't place everything on the leader. So we have to ask ourselves the question, what changed from 1974 to now? And I asked the question that I oftentimes ask Muslim followers or former Muslim followers of the most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the same question that I asked to the Black conscious community. With all this high science, with all this Black man as God, with all this, we're the masters of the universe, et cetera, what are we building? What atoms are we splitting? And so my biggest frustration is we have, some would, from the perspective of Imam Wardi Muhammad, they would say, well, we have the full message of Islam. Those of us who still follow the messenger's teachings, we have supreme wisdom. What is being produced with all of this high science that we have up here? And it's like, it's like igniting a spark, but nothing really gets lit. And that is my biggest frustration. So I'm going to leave us with this. I'm going to ask the question again. What happened between 1974 and now, and what can be done? And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you, Dr. Aleem. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you. So we've heard from the National Secretary, at least in part. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties, so we didn't hear it as we wanted to present it. But we did hear from our two responders. Now, as a facilitator, I'm playing the role of the facilitator. So now at this point, as the facilitator, I noticed that Brother Darshan ended with a question. He began with a question and ended with the same question. What's the difference between now and 1974? What happened between 1974 and now? So as the facilitator, what I'm going to ask is, Sister, would you respond to Brother Darshan? What happened between 1974 and now? Can you answer his question? And you have 3 minutes. Well, you have an additional 3 minutes to answer. Yeah. I'm putting you on the spot. See, this is deliberative dialogue. See, so now you're on the spot. You have 3 additional minutes to answer his question. From your point of view, what do you think happened between 1974 and today?
Okay. What I think happened, I think I already expressed that from 1974 to like 1977, the Imam Wardi Muhammad, his son, went about changing the direction and the teachings and converting the Muslims into a different way of Islam. And everything was torn down, literally. And as I said before, the messenger had predicted it, but nobody believed it. How could a nation so strong and so big fall? And he said that it would, and it did. So it's not that he didn't know that these things were going to happen. I'm sure he knew that his son Wallace was going to, to do what he did. So I think that was the beginning of it. And once the Muslims who were following the teachings of the messenger, somebody had to stand up and say, we're not going for this. We're going to follow the teachings exactly the way he taught us. We're going to stand up and pray. We're gonna practice Ramadan in the month of December. We're gonna do everything that the messenger taught us to do. And we're not going to sit back and allow this to happen. So when the Honorable Salas Muhammad stood up to do that, when he went to Chicago on his own and he said that he was going there, whether he was they would kill him or whatever. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he went there to Chicago to stand the nation back up under the teachings. Now, it's taken all this time. That's why he realized that he had to look at unity from a global perspective, and that's where the Afro-descendant part comes in. But if I'm answering the question of what happened, I'd have to just say that's what happened. And no, we haven't risen back up to where we need to be yet, but we will. And when we stand this time, when the nation comes back in, thank you. When the nation rises again, it's never going to fall. We're building a whole new world, a whole new government, a whole new everything, just like the messenger taught us to do. He said we are to bring in a new Islam, a new government. We're to govern ourselves. We're to build our own nation on our own land when we're going to do for self. And as long as we believe that and understand that and know that and then take action, that we can do it. So what happened, that's what happened is what happened.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now we're going to open up for everybody. But before we do that, I'm going to shoot a question at Brother Darshan. And he's not expecting this. But here's the question. And then we're going to open up for everybody after this. And everybody will have 3 minutes. So, brother, as one of the responders, you took a very analytical view as to what happened. And you brought us up to the present time. So the question I'm going to ask you is this. It's a what if question. What if? What if the $50 million in 1974 had not been lost? Suppose the economic growth of the Nation of Islam had continued, as it was, where would we be today?
Dr. Lean, even some of the Nation of Islam's harshest critics have stated that the Nation of Islam has always been a leading force, very influential within the so-called African American community, but America in general. I believe that we would have had a quite versatile that not taking place had we had Muhammad universities of Islam, including a 4-year university, had we had who had supermarkets. I believe that the condition of the African American community would have been much better off. But we also have to keep in mind the role that COINTELPRO played, neutralizing our Black organizations, and the Nation of Islam was definitely a victim of that. But I do believe that the Black community definitely would have been much better off in terms of poverty, in terms of the Black genocide, our health. Because remember now, the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's How to Eat to Live, what most people don't understand, it pioneered the holistic health movement in America that so many people to this day are studying. So I believe that our health would have been much better. But I believe that overall the African American community would have been in a much better predicament had we in other words, had we been more stable economically. Because I've always told people that I believe that the main problem of the Black community in America, one of the main problems, that top 5 is economics. Yeah. Economics. And I'm going to say this again. Like, for example, whenever we run politicians, see, Black folk have it backwards. We think get political power first, then economics. I say, no, you get economics first, then you have political power, because we can control politicians, whether they be black, Asian, white, with our dollars, just like they control us with their money outside communities. Yes, sir. And thank you, Dr. Aline, for that question, brother. I appreciate it. I didn't expect it. Thank you.
Well, you gave a very brilliant answer. And of course, maybe others have thoughts about that as well. In other words, I did a little calculation, and we're going to open it up now to everybody, to give 3 minutes for everybody to have something to say, as many as we can get. But I did a little calculation myself that if you had $50 million just sitting in the bank, doing nothing, say earning 7% interest per year. Let me get my notebook here. That would have accumulated into, where is it? Where I have it written down. That would have been by now just sitting in the bank. Say if we had the guarantee bank and you just put the 50 million in the bank, by now it would have been $1,902,658,595.55. Almost $2 billion if the money had just sat in the bank, much less if it had been invested. So let's open up to our audience who have had a time to absorb what the National Secretary had to say. They absorbed what our two responders had to say. So now let's hear from the audience. So now I need help from the moderators that are on Facebook and YouTube and all the other platforms that we're on. You have to recognize people who raise their hands or however they want to communicate. And
yes,
we're asking the people to confine your remarks, make your point within 3 minutes, say who you are, give your name and where you're calling from.
Dr. Halim, their brother Kevin Ali, he's in the Zoom call. He has his hand raised. Kevin Ali, you have the floor.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
I declined to start up I'm not FOI ready, suited and booted, but I did want to answer the two previous questions. And Dr. Aline touched on it. If we had just a modest rate of growth and return, a modest same-store sales growth rate, it would be, as he said, in the billions. The second question I would answer is what has happened since 1974. The report from the National Secretary Rasul was not a report that stood on its own that popped up in 1974. It was the result of culmination of 44 years of work, of labor, of training, of discipline, of people buying in to a way of life and a goal. And it wasn't just Muslims. Believe it or not, in 1974, still many of our famous Negro Americans, African Americans, were still not able to go to a fine dining restaurant. Our stars still went to the Salam restaurants around the country because they would perform.
Do you know where I can find a extension cord? I can't reach the.
Please mute yourself.
Many of our stars and celebrities were still unable in 1974 to partake in fine dining, even though they were performing in the finest institutions. They couldn't stay in the finest of hotels. So we also had the backing of the community. What happened after 1974 were several things. After 75, discipline and training went away. So the buy-in for that particular goal and was lost amongst the registered followers. But also the devil worked very hard on our people. And he knew Muhammad was making a try at them. So he began to open up his society more. So less and less our people saw the need for Black-owned institutions because, well, we wanted to go and taste the white man's ice cubes because we thought they were colder. And he offered those ice cubes to us. And also later on in 74, as more leaders began to pop up to say that they were rebuilding the work, we saw lots of money being collected, lots of speeches being done, lots of stadiums, lots of tickets being sold. but they did not see the same level of production from those things. And so trust in the Muslims, as far as financial trust, that trust eroded, whereas Messenger Muhammad built that trust up over 40 public years and took those pennies, nickels, and dimes, and each time he would give back some little semblance of something, not just in Chicago, but in every city. And the people could see, hey, I gave $10 last
30
year.
seconds.
And Mr. Muhammad is in this city in Charlotte where I am, or this city where you are, they have actually produced something. So two things, the discipline and the training eroded, and the theology was the backing of that discipline and training, and the support from the community eroded because of the lack of trust and from the people of what was being done with their money and donations who were not registered members. And I thank you for your time.
Okay. And he mentioned the word trust. That's very important. So who's next? Do we have another hand up that wants to join in with a comment or a question? And remember, you can question.
I don't see any.
You can question the responders or the presenter if you want to.
Yes, this is again a nice shaking the box. I would like to comment on the progress that since 1974.
And where you're calling from?
I'm in Washington, D.C. at the New Black Panther Party movement, or the Black Panther movement. And in this nation, we stand still.
And what is your name?
I am the Ambassador Sheikh Imam Akbar Abdullah Kareem Bilal.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes to join the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing and having a dialogue such as on the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I might want to start with the electromagnetism of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which is greatly responsible for bringing the followers. We must put an accentuation mark on Abbas Rasul, who, again, if we say we collected 50 million in 74, moving forward, there has not been, to this date, I think, an accountability for the 50 million in 74. I came in 1970. I lived on the Muhammad Speaks newspaper and those sales. I baked the bean pie for the city of Chicago. The Eat Bread you saw in the Muhammad Speaks paper came from our bakery. We had our own bakery trucks. We delivered to the city of Chicago. We collected the money from Muhammad Speaks newspaper, from the bakery goods, and deposited in Guarantee Bank and Trust. We said our own bank. And Queen Sister Harriet just updated me 2 years ago that she was the queen that was influential in the bank. And we thank Allah for the Most Honorable Salis Muhammad and Sister Queen for doing the work, Sister Harriet and others, and Sister Tahida, who continued the mission, the works of the original teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm a dedicated follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Since then, I got the only credibility I will give to Wallace for giving me a decent Islamic education. That was the key to who and what I am today. All praise to Allah with our own organic farm. What do we want? What do we want? We want money, good home, and a friendship in all walks of life. In the reflection of my minister, the Honorable Minister Muhammad Ali, his teacher, the Honorable Sultan Muhammad, his teacher, again, the Honorable Herbert Muhammad, Jabbar Muhammad, the businessman that went for import-export in Japan, in Morocco, in Peru, and fighting H&G fish from the clear waters of Peru, one of the biggest business moves we made. It was very, very effective, and it gave the Black Muslim an opportunity to have a job, to make it. You're a Black man, you're the owner, make a cream of the plant, make you a job. So we made a job called Whiting H&G Fish, door to door. If you want to sell it, you couldn't sell it on the street, couldn't sell it in the high. We went up big business. He's going that high rise, brother. And we sold out of fish before you to the bottom floor, you were out of product. And ride the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. We run out of Muhammad Speaks, I would go and get the ebony and the jet. I have to go later, but I did want to pass to Mike. I have an honorable guest, and I didn't want to exclude. He had a very similar experience. I was in Chicago and watched all this happen. And I can give you details on it, but I want Brother Talib Abdul Samad, if he has something to say, and I did want to.
We lost, did we lose the connection? But I wanted to ask the brother some more questions.
He's muted.
And then it sounds like there's someone else that wants to join.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam. And would you give your name and where you're calling from? They muted again.
Does Imam Talib want to speak?
Inshallah, if you choose, I can speak. I'm not pressed for speaking. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, first and foremost. Is it all right, Dr. Ali?
Yes, please identify yourself and where you're calling from, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, alhamdulillah. My name is Imam Talib Abdul Samad. I am previously, I'm living in the DC area, outside of Washington right now. I came into the community after I left the military. Actually, I left the military in 1971, and I started looking around. I came back really revolutionary. I mean, I really came back the black as you can get. I was that. And it led me on a journey. And that journey ended in Muhammad's Temple number 4, just to be real brief. I was under the leadership of then and Brother Dr. Ali. I've had workers with you, but you just don't know I had workers with you, especially with the program over in Mayfair. There's infamous, mashallah. But to get to the point, in 1973, I received my X. I was Dwight 2X. Probably within about, I guess I say maybe 2 or 3 months after I entered the nation, I was invited to become a student minister. I became a student minister, and within a short time, I became an assistant minister to Dr. Lonnie Shabazz. Of course, you know, there was a transition after 1975, and Dr. Shabazz was, they sent a brother to us by the name of Khalil Abdel Alim. I became one of his assistants. Of course, after him, there was a major, I guess you would say, readjustment of the leadership because of certain matters, legislation matters. And we received the leadership of Sultan Muhammad, Rahimahullah, who is the father of the minister under Elijah Muhammad, the Nation of Islam, Abdul Rahman. His father, Sultan, was his father. He became our Imam.
30 seconds.
Well, I guess I'm not going to be able to even begin to express anything in 30 seconds, but I will say this. A lot of comments have been made about Imam W.D. Muhammad's work and the decisions that he made about certain things. And I know that this is not the format for it. It was definitely placed in the papers that we received that we would not be insulting, condemning, or accusing. But there's a lot of things to be said. But I will say this: those who followed Imam Muhammad, first and foremost, what they did was they aligned themselves with the teachings of the Holy Quran. Simple as that. And there were some things that we were practicing that was totally contrary to the teachings of the Holy Quran. And the main thing is seeing God in a human form, or anybody coming in the person of God. And the other thing is about the hereafter, whether this was reality or whether this was a figment of someone's imagination. However, the community, as far as business-wise, Imam Muhammad really encouraged more independent businesses. So now, when everything used to be owned by the nation, now we have hundreds and hundreds of personal businesses now, Muslim-run business, halal businesses. We have Clara Muhammad schools. And the other thing is we have just built, a 80-unit high-rise building of affordable homes called Clara. Well, I stop. I thank you very much for allowing me to participate, and may Allah bless this effort. I really came on to speak about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That is what
time check.
So long when they could do that break.
So let's go to our next participant in the dialogue. Everyone has 3 minutes. The timekeeper, you have to do your job now. You can't get carried away. You have to do your job. 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Do we have who wants to raise their hand next or have a comment next or a question?
Brother Deshaun Farad has his hand raised.
Yeah, so we have a
Yes,
hand on Zoom too.
To add on to my response to Dr. Alim's question, and I'm going to say two things. First, I've always stated that what I wanted to end with was this, is that I believe that had we kept the $50 million or the $88 million intact, I believe that once our people would have seen, I don't like using the term Black Muslims, because that was the term that was coined by Sierra Lincoln, but I would say once they would see the Nation of Islam membership continuing to open institutions, I believe that the rest of our people would have followed suit. And I believe that we would have been we would have been economically more powerful in terms of a private sector. But this is the response that I wanted to say to Brother Imam Talib, respectfully speaking, dear brother. And I've heard that before, from many students of Imam W.D. Muhammad. But my response is that what has frustrated me since I was a teenager, if that be the case, why hasn't the African American community reflected that? We're still number one when it comes to unemployment. We're still at the top when it comes to poverty. And we would think that since the African American Muslim community has had such an impact on the broader African American community, we would be in a much better status. And I end with that.
Okay.
Oh, can I just respond to what he
let me point out something. Now, I allowed Brother Deshaun to speak a second time. Now, normally in a dialogue session, that would not be allowed until everyone else had at least a chance to speak.
Oh, my apologies.
And then we would come back and allow people to speak a second time or a third time, but it would go around so that everyone would have a chance to speak.
Oh, my apologies.
Listen, no, it's not your fault. I'm giving the rules. People don't know the rules. You didn't know the rules. I'm explaining the rules. I'm trying to demonstrate the rules, that there are rules, and I'm trying to enforce those rules. So it's important for other people to participate. So we needed to have maybe 10 or 12 other hands up, anxious to have something to say before we got back around to Brother Deshaun, But since there weren't hands up at that time, then I allowed him to speak. But I'm just pointing out that really that's not the way it's supposed to go. So so as you're out there on Facebook, wherever you are on Zoom, whatever platform you're catching this broadcast on, formulate your comment, formulate your question, and make your point within 3 minutes. Now we have about 15 more minutes left in the session. So that means if everybody takes 3 minutes, we have time for about 5 more people to engage in the dialogue. And then we have to wrap it up. We don't go on all day long. So let's get to the point. And the point of this dialogue session is to respond to the National Secretary's report that we heard from 1974. There's 10 other subjects we could talk about, but we're not talking about all those other subjects today. We're talking about the National Secretary's report from Savior's Day, 1974. So let's stay on track, make your point in 3 minutes or less, so as many people can participate as possible. So whose hand is up now? I see somebody on the screen.
Yes, Brother Black Lion.
Where you are from, and you have a full 3 minutes.
Brother Black Lion, you have the floor.
All right, Black Lion, New Black Panther Party, self-defense, under Sheikh Imam Akbar, mentor, bringing up in the Panther way. And I would say I would like to hear more of what the brother was saying, that Imam Akbar had passed the mic to. I'd give my time to him, if I can.
Yes, you can. So the remaining time has been passed to Imam Samad. Is that correct?
Talib.
Talib. Okay. All right. So the remaining time of the brother has been passed to Imam Talib.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brothers and sisters, I'm a servant of Allah. I'm a servant of what is going to be best for humanity, and I do it under.
Please spotlight him so we can see him.
I said my focus right now is like going forward is cause that's what the whole purpose I think what we're trying to do. I think that to not come up with some type of solution would be a disservice to the time that we have taken from all of you who came out and got up this morning, inshallah. First and foremost, let's say Ramadan Mubarak. You know, we're in Ramadan, mashallah, and that is one of the goals that one of the things that we did achieve in the transition. Now that we know that the Nation of Islam, particularly I know for sure under the leadership of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, they are now fasting, of course, during this month, along with the worldwide global Muslims. That's for one thing. I think that what we can do is, I think we need to reset. We need to reset. We need to put a reset button, and we need to push back. Keep on talking about what is, what was, and all that, because I see nothing but a bunch of brothers and sisters who are very devoted to this cause, and as a people, we need to have that. I know a lot of people seem to think that those of us who have went along with the direction of Imam Muhammad, we like sold out. I have a lot of comments about why you wear kufi, why you wear though, why you do this, and I think that that's a very small aspect of it. I think that the clothing is an identity. That's simply this. You know, when you see the brothers, mashallah, as I see Brother Abdul Malik, mashallah, the chief, that became our identity when we were in the nation. That was our uniform, and Elijah Muhammad was very smart. And when I look at what he did there, I see similarities of what the Gavi movement had did. But Imam Muhammad took it to, Elijah Muhammad took it to a next level. Okay, so I want to see, and it has been coming, especially in the Washington, D.C. area. If I'm thinking about restaurants, we have a brand new, up-class restaurant. 2323 Martin Luther King Avenue, Washington, D.C. It's called the Clara. It's called Sweet Tooth, but it's in the Clara. So Muslims, we have continued to progress business-wise.
Thank you.
But the other thing I want to see us, this group here, we need to get together another time. I type my stuff in the chat box, inshallah.
You have to give up possession at the time. Now, one of the rules of dialogue is you can appeal for more time. You actually can appeal for more time if you're making a very important point. The idea is not to stop the flow of ideas. So even though we have a set period, 3 minutes,
can I appeal for 1 minute?
Important point. They can appeal for more time to the chair, and then the chair can grant 30 seconds more, 60 seconds more. So you can do that. But
I would appreciate for 1 more minute.
This is just a practice session. Let's move on. We have about 10 more minutes. So let's get as many other people involved in the dialogue as possible.
Yes, sir. We have 2 hands. The first hand up was Brother Carlton Holloway, and then the next hand was Abdul Malik. So, Brother Carlton, you have the floor.
Okay, spotlight him, please, and tell us your name and where you're from.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Brother Carlton Holloway. I come out of the Washington, D.C. Mosque number 4. I joined the Nation of Islam back in 1986 or 1987 when I graduated high school. I was under Dr. Aleem and Brother Captain, Brother William, but his name is now Sharif Muhammad. I was the top lieutenant eventually. And of the college squad, I came to DC to go to college at UDC. Just to give you a backdrop on who I am. When I was in the mosque, before I became a lieutenant, I worked in the secretary's department. I studied political science and economics when I was at UDC. Now, I wanted to get to my point for being on here. The sister I don't remember your name, sister, that was speaking. She talked about, or we were talking about how to unite, and the sister was speaking about how we needed to unite internationally. And I think that the best way that we can unite, period, with all the businesses that we have as Muslims, is we have to develop a supply chain and all that it entails. I would suggest, excuse me, that we go and study what a supply chain is, because there's a lot of details in just saying that word. Okay, there's a lot. It's pretty much the backbone of economics. It's the supply chain. Now, and also we talked about what happened. It says what changed from 1974 to now. Well, one of the things that changed is that we never stopped doing the economic program, but we have become fragmented. It became fragmented in the community where we do have these businesses. Brother Abdul Malik, the prayer and fasting spoke, or was it Brother Abdul Malik? Maybe it was Malik Shabazz, who spoke about a gentleman who does security. Well, I worked in security in NOI. We had NOI security and FOI security that developed out of the dope busters. So we had these kind of organizations, and they all, now I see a number of brothers that have fragmented, businesses such as, security. So, doing security. So that's what happened. Our business is fragmented, and we really don't have a clear supply
30
chain.
30 seconds.
How are we going to deal with each other? Okay. We also have to, what do you all think about using the blockchain to develop ourselves economically? That's a question that I had as well. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say. And I hope that I said something that was meaningful. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. So now who is next? Who was the next person up?
Brother Malik, Abdul Malik, Chief.
All right.
Abdul.
You have the floor for 3 minutes, sir.
Praise be to Allah. Brother Abdul Malik Muhammad, Chief Malgana out of Chicago, Illinois. The question was.
Yeah, okay. So Sister Sandra and the believers of the prayer and fasting brothers and sisters have their hands up, but they're not on the Zoom. They need to join the Zoom so that they can be recognized and ask their questions. So she wanted me to announce that. And I will put the Zoom link in a post on the website. Okay?
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me, before you begin, Chief, see, this is the problem with an online dialogue session. See, we need a technical director, someone who is in charge that can connect all of these different platforms so that everybody can be seen and heard. And that's a technical problem. And so we need a technical director who can put all that together. So anytime we want to convene, we won't have these technical issues that block people from participating. So, Chief, you have your 3 minutes right now.
Sorry. All right. Okay, cool. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes, so we have about 7 more minutes.
Okay, fine. Well, I've already told you where I'm coming from. But, from 74 till now, what happened? What I see, I wasn't there then, but what I see now is that my camera is off. My camera is off. My camera should not be off.
There you go.
Okay, my camera's on?
Yes.
What I see personally is that we have not love amongst one another. You don't love each other. It's not Warati Muhammad is not our problem. It's been 40-something years. We're going to use Warati Muhammad in 2026. I got out of prison doing 15 years and established a 7-figure business in 12 months. That had nothing to do with no Warati Muhammad. It has nothing to do with Silas or Minister Farrakhan. Booker T. Washington said, cast your bucket where you stand. And every man must find refuge under his own vine and fig tree. If I catch cancer, y'all don't catch it. If I catch diabetes, y'all don't catch it. Every man must find the divinity of God inside of himself, and each one of us will bring our portion of the temple of God to the next portion, and there will be a forest. And this is why we're praying and fasting. Me fasting 72 hours every week is not going to help you. It's going to help me. Every man must shoulder the responsibility to allow God to utilize him as an asset, or you just get old and have a story to tell and you just die. Have your janazah, have your funeral, and that's it. This is why praying and fasting is so significant in these days and times, because we're exploring something that we did not explore, and that is praying and fasting. I'm not talking about Ramadan. I'm talking about the true fast.
I'm all over the world right now. Well, that's why I'm going to know how I look, how I say.
Okay, mute, please. Someone mute yourself.
Brother Carlton, please man your mic. But what I'm saying is that we're here as praying and fasting to express that love. The scripture says, if I speak in the tongues of men or angels, but I have not love,
30 seconds.
I am nothing but a clinging sound, a symbol. So if we don't love each other like we should, then ultimately we'll just be another song and dance situation right now. But I don't think that's the case. I think that this is a beautiful atmosphere and that we're on the road to recovery. All praises be to Allah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. So I'm looking at the time. I think we have time for maybe one, maybe two more, and then we would have to conclude our session. We set a time limit of about 90 minutes. So we're nearing that time limit. So again, it's like a basketball game or any sporting events. You know, we get to the where the game comes to a close, and of course everybody wins because we've all learned a lot. So let's take maybe one or two more.
Tony, come on.
Yes, sir. Tony, Brother Tony Muhammad, you have the floor. And then Dr. Halim, we have a comment in the chat, in the Zoom chat. I'll read that after Brother Tony Muhammad completes his
Okay, and that will conclude our session then.
Submission. Yes, sir.
Except for the critique. Brother Tony, assalamu alaikum. You have 3 minutes.
Well, salam, family. Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir. I'd like to submit my time to the chief if he needs it.
All praises be to Allah. You know, as we are sitting here praying and fasting, we found a solution to a problem. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The scripture says, have you seen him who taketh not the uphill road? And what will make you know what the uphill road is? It is to free a slave. It's not a slave outside. It's a slave in the mirror who gives yourself cancer, diabetes, heart attacks, and strokes. Nobody did nothing to me, but I did that to myself. If I got diabetes and cancer, I did it to myself because I couldn't free a slave because I took not the uphill road. And what will make you know what the uphill road is? It's not an uphill road in the manner that you'll see it in the scripture, but the true uphill road is going 72 hours up a mountain. And that's fasting for 72 hours. And you can remove mountains. He says, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you can say to the mountain, be removed. What mountain you got that's impeding us? Some of us are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, and we're still not unified. The nation has been here 96 years, and we don't have 1% of black people, and there's 47 million of us. Are you serious? There is no individual problem. It's a plaguing that's going on with us as a people. And until we do what the Bible says, if my people will call by my name, would humble themselves, fast and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven. Then I will come down and I will wipe away their sins and heal their land, their cancer, their diabetes, etc. And this is what we're trying to do with praying and fasting. We're trying to give you a living example of the scripture being manifested. He said in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and made his dwelling amongst men. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to execute. And the only way I can see us doing it, all else has failed us, but praying and fasting seems to be what's rocking the boat. May Allah continue to bless you. I leave as I came to greet words of peace. We say in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. So I think there was a comment that was going to be read. Let's hear
Yes,
that.
sir. My name is Kamal Arshad Muhammad, a member of the Lost Foundation of Islam under the leadership of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I stand as an understander of the vision of Master Muhammad and a doer of the mission of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Vision and mission must move together. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad showed us that unity in a shared mission is the key to success. The progress achieved under his leadership was not accidental. It was built on discipline, identity, and collective purpose. If you read Message to the Black Man, you will understand that identity. The name of a people is the foundation of unity. People who know who they are can unite, and united people can build power. Unity is essential to achieving global freedom, justice, and equality for all descendants of chattel slavery. When we claim our identity, we claim our destiny. When we move together under one mission, we become unstoppable. Afro-descendant is the good name, better than gold. Submitted.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And so, in any way that you can, let's applaud one another. Let's applaud even our National Secretary, Abbas Rasul, may Allah be pleased with his soul, for his report from 1974. We want to applaud the presentations given by our two responders, and then the 5 or 6 or 7 people who had an opportunity to speak after that. Let's give them an applause, because it takes a lot of courage, to come forward in the public and state your view, out loud, in the presence of other people. So let's celebrate their courage and their intelligence, and let's acknowledge the fact that everyone that spoke added to our knowledge. Everyone that spoke added to our understanding. Everyone that spoke added to our love and respect for one another. And more importantly, added to our, it sounds kind of cheap, but our love for Allah and his messenger. However you conceive of that relationship. Now we all feel better about it. We all feel better about one another because we've heard from one another. We sometimes, forget about one another. We forget the work that this brother is doing over there, or that brother over there, or that sister back here, And so when we have these kinds of opportunities to come together, it's a joyous occasion because we are all the people of God. We can't reject one another because God hasn't rejected us. Which one has God rejected? You see, so if God has not rejected us, then why should we reject one another? We should find out what God sees in all of us, that he accepts us, so that we can find a way to accept one another. And the best way to do that, the best way to solve these problems and dilemmas, these confusions that plague us, is to convene what we just did. And this was kind of experimental for me. As I said earlier, I've never done an online deliberative dialogue. I didn't even know if it could be done. And I think that looking back on the last hour and a half, I think first time out, first try, I think we did an excellent job. I would rate the dialogue, I would give it an A+.
Absolutely.
Even though everything wasn't 100%, we had some technical difficulties. I'm looking at some of the comments on my YouTube channel, and the biggest upset or the biggest criticism that I'm seeing is people wanted to hear the full report. They said, how come we can't hear the full report from the National Secretary? Somebody said, Chief, they said maybe we could play that on prayer and fasting at some point, that we can play the whole report, because people just haven't heard it. We all take it for granted that people know what we know. I mean, I was there in 1974. I heard what the man said. I've been knowing that ever since then. But how many people in the generation since then, they didn't even know that. They never heard of it. And so they need the whole speech. They need to hear the whole report. And then they could join the dialogue and participate in it. See, I think they feel kind of left out. I think that's what it is, because they didn't hear the whole thing.
Just so everyone knows, the full report was played at the Film Fest on Friday. The whole thing was played for an hour. So you can go back to that live video.
What's the link? What is the link?
It's Afro Descendant Nation. And you can look at all the live videos and go back to Friday, and you can view the whole report along with 4 hours of video of the messenger and all his leaders.
So at the Afro Descendant
Nation.
.com.org, what?
On Facebook, it's Afro Descendant Nation Official. Just
on Facebook.
Yes, on Facebook.
And you can don't go on Facebook like me. I don't go on Facebook. They kicked me off Facebook. So how would I access that?
So we're going to rebroadcast everything on YouTube.
Oh.
Yes. So we'll do that, and you'll be able to find it there as well.
Beautiful. Okay. I would say that actually Savior's Day 74, along with just about every Savior's Day, is also on YouTube.
That's right.
So anybody that wants to see the whole thing, it's on YouTube. Do your homework. We live in the information age. There's no secrets anymore. So do your homework. So thank you, sister. So say again, the Afro Descendant Nation on Facebook, but also on YouTube soon to come.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Beautiful.
So I think that we had a wonderful preliminary introduction to deliberative dialogue online, and we ran into the usual problems. See, the two big issues that I saw today is no different than if we were doing it in person. The number one issue that makes people upset that they're not used to is having time limits imposed on them. They were used to just talking, as long as they want to.
Mm-hmm.
But in a deliberative dialogue, no, you got to make your point within a time limit. And some people find that when they really get down to it, they don't need 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. Sister found out she didn't need 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They get to the point, score your point. And then the game goes on. Like, you know, so again, that's the number one thing that people seem to have a problem with. They feel like, how come you're imposing time limits on me? Well, when you were engaged in sporting events, you didn't get mad at the referee because he blew the whistle. That's how it's played. So play within the rules. So that's what people have to get used to, that you just can't talk forever with no limit. And then the second thing, of course, and I didn't really strictly enforce this, some people did get off topic. You know, the topic was to respond to the report of the National Secretary. And there were people who wanted to talk about something else. And they did. I didn't interfere. But if this had been a formal dialogue session, I would have said, brother, stay on track. Get on the subject. We're not talking about that, as important as that might be.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what this session is for. Maybe we need to have another session at another time on what you want to talk about. And I would say that in the future, that's what all of us should think about. That's what all of us should think about. What should be on the agenda?
Right.
What are the list of problems?
Right.
That plague us as a people? And then let's tackle each one of those issues or problems one at a time.
Right.
We're not to take on mixed instructions, which means that we don't try to tackle everything all at the same time. How do you? So it seems like 1,000 problems to confront, and that's really an illusion. There really aren't that many. But however many there are, they need to be handled one at a time. So as we look forward, and I think our friend and attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, he's already laid the plans for a follow-up conference, or Congress, if you will, March the 21st. So between now and March the 21st, let us compose a list of problems, a problem list, issues. What are the things that are plaguing us, causing the disunity, causing the lack of success? You see, let's look on the positive and the negative side. Let's find out all of the good things that people have been doing and put all that together. And let's make a list of all of the negative things that shouldn't be going on so we can put a stop to it. And then when we have all of that together, you see, then we'll be in a position to move forward. Beautiful. Now, my final point would be, and I'm confessing in advance. I'm confessing in advance that I'm going to be pushing the 9 ministries. Mm-hmm. I think the solution to everything that we're talking about are the program initiatives found in the book of Acts, written by the Commission for the Restructuring and Reorganizing of the Nation of Islam, of which I was the chairman. I think the answer to all our problems are found in building the 9 ministries. If we had a ministry of defense, if we had a ministry of agriculture, if we had a ministry of education, if we had a ministry of health and human services, trade and commerce, on, you see, then all of our needs would be met. And we would have vehicles to invest in, to develop, and increase our economic impact on the world. So as we go forward, I'm just warning you in advance. I'm going to be pushing the 9 ministries because I devoted 7 years of my life to building that. Now, you may have a different point of view, and hey, you should push that with all your might too. Because if all of us push in the direction that we think is right, and then we find a way to synergistically unite all of the right that all of us see, hey, all of that energy and power and force is going to get the job done. And we can rebuild the nation. And if we use the modern equipment that is available to us nowadays, the internet and all the rest of it, all of the computer, artificial intelligence even, you see, the lining the cage can do in 1 year what was lost 50 years ago. See, what I'm saying is next year this time, I will consider it to have been a year. All of what we're talking about, all of what we're saying, next year this time, 12 months from now, I will consider it to have been a failure if we have not reaccumulated the $50 million that was lost. Now, in order to do that, we have to rebuild the trust. We have to get organized. We have to have programs, and we have to go to work. The Quran says work, so Allah and the messenger and the believers will see your work. Because they're tired of all this talk. They want to see some results. So I think we had a wonderful session today. It was an experiment to see whether we could actually conduct a lawful dialogue online. And I would say, even though it wasn't perfect, even though people aren't used to the rules, but I think we did a pretty good job. And so I think we have a few more minutes. Maybe we can hear your critique. See, maybe I did something that you didn't like. Maybe I said something. Maybe somebody else said something or did something. You see, so let's hear from you as we wind up. It's almost 12 o'clock. So if there's any last minute comments, let's get them in, and then we will conclude our session. And someone should close us out with prayer, because we opened up. Hopefully, maybe we didn't. Did we open up in the name of Allah? Did we? I don't know. Did we?
No, we did not.
Shame on us. Shame. So let's close in the name of Allah, so that He will be with us and grant us success out of His grace and mercy. So last minute comments, and then we'll close out our session.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I have one critique.
I would like to say this. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you speaking first? Well, I didn't know.
Go ahead.
I have one critique.
Thank you.
One critique, Doc, is that I think you did fantastic, as usual you do, but there is something called proper handling of the people, fundamental practice in dealing with people. I think that when the brother Imam was trying to get, and it goes for him too, when he was trying to get Brother Talib in, I think that it could have been handled a little bit more gentler, as if, For example, Brother Imam, we will bring Talib on in a minute, but please give us the time so we can get started on the program so that we'll catch you in the rinse if we don't catch you in the wash. But I think that handling him a little abrasive before the world, it could be done better. It's always a camera check. And when I saw it, I said that to myself that he should have been handled a little bit more.
Yeah, I can be pretty rough. I can be rough. And I was rough because I was trying to impose order. And I wasn't going to let anybody interfere with the imposition of order.
Right, I
so
agree.
I use as much force as possible. But again, you're right. It should not be like that. But people don't know the rules. These people didn't know the rules. So how would they know unless I tell them? And how could we start the session and complete the session on time unless somebody enforces the rules? So, but you're right. I need to improve my proper handling of people because I can be abrasive. I'm a hard man.
Yes, sir.
I have to keep that in mind that people are tender.
Yes.
They can be offended and hurt when they deal with somebody like me.
Yes. Praise be to God.
Anybody else? There was something.
I'd like to say this. There was no hurt or harm, I think, in your intention, and I think you were intending to obey the rules, and as we have taught by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, how to handle people, and I've heard some of that from the table of Elijah Muhammad, from the sessions that were held with him, and he is the one that we came to honor and to respect and to love and to cherish. I'll be eternally grateful to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad for all that he did to cause us to come into the concept of discipline. And as a master teacher, he left much with us that we can cherish and use to build in our futures. Class 13X, you take the two circles, the 0, 0, and press them together, you got 360, 360. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Khalaqu wa nafsin wa ma sawwaha," that yes, we are, everyone start their day and they are vendors for their own souls. Khalaqu wa nafsin, who Allah ta'ala created the souls of man. And you're a vendor to what? Build or destroy. So this destroys all forms of fence setting and compromise. And that's good that someone is willing to hold a line in the spirit of the Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, who helped everybody here. There's not a street I can go in America, and somewhere on that street, I'll find a story of the Honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, a story of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a story of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I go straight in Mayfair, and they tell a story of the Honorable Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad. He said he had to take those guns, and if had force, use those guns on them. He was there in position to do the work. He didn't come as a wayfarer. He didn't come as a carpetbagger, but he came as a doctor of science in the spirit. Honorable Dr. Lonnie Shabazz, Dr. Salam. Those great doctors were raised. Became recognized as a great doctor down in Miami, Florida. We got another Ahmed. That's Qasim Ahmed, Nasir Ahmed, the help of Allah Ahmed, the help of Allah Abdul Ali Muhammad, helping us all here watching. He didn't come as your neighbor. Oh, he said, I got to open a whole health facility because the people are in bad health. You come on the clubhouse and tell them, yeah, I had something that the interferer might have helped everybody there, but they didn't take what we gave them. He said that could have helped them from the AIDS, COVID 1 through 18 and COVID-19 through 25. But they didn't use it because it's not skillful. It's not a nation of Islam. If you don't use it skillfully and effectively against our opposition, against our opponent, and know how to stratagem the war, when they draw you in a circle, huh? Dr. Khalid teaches that grow a bigger circle, maybe it'll be in your circle. So, inshallah, we use these things because of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We would never, ever forget him. And that frontline staff he had is irreplaceable. I don't know. We'll see another one. But we have an Honorable Dr. Salis Muhammad and our beloved Queen Tahida and the Queen Mother right there in Atlanta and D.C. and Chicago and those great cities, New York, and move on to many others. they're growing and developing, and we're happy to be a part of the network and direction of our doctor and attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, who had to bring, he's like the good chef. You see what he did? He had brought all of it. We were in our separate camps, Warren, but now Allah said he brought us. He said he had been made many tribes and nations, not that you would hate and despise one another. Oh, but we would grow in love together. And that's what the umbrella, because the Aql al-Kitab, the book before Al-Quran, says that the love is the greatest, most precious gift that we could possibly give. And that's on which we all can live, on the love of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad himself. And I began there and reaching the greeting words of peace as we came. And all I think we'll leave here with the building blocks that we can all now build together. And we can build, Brother Chief, out of Chicago, a voice of collective solidarity, which you have brilliantly brought. The voice of adding medicine and health, what Dr. Aline brilliantly brings. No one brings the medicine like this. No one brings the unity like Chief. No one brings the law like Dr. Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. So we got the point. We got brilliance to reach. Now we can brilliantly reach out with this black beret and reach out for the red beret of Ibrahim Traore and Burkina Faso. We can do international relations. Damar's reaching his arm. Elijah Muhammad was brilliant enough to have an artist draw those hands reaching from here in the wilderness of North America, reaching out to our brother and sister on the Al-Kiba land or Africa, if you will. Yes. I tell you, brother, I do greet you with the sincere, heartfelt greetings and with love and peace in my heart, and only war as necessary. Most brilliant in peace and most brilliant in war, I greet you. Assalamu alaikum. Peace, black power, and a strong black military. Black all at this hour in the spirit of our Dr.
Dr. Habib, we have 2 more hands.
Well, I know we do, but I think we're out of time.
All right.
We have
our brilliant brother that just spoke. I think he has the last word.
That's it.
And
we have another program at 12 o'clock for the women.
Yes. See, so we have to move on. So now, now this is one of the characteristics of dialogue. You don't want to stop. Once it gets started, you don't want to stop. And so we can go on and on and on, but we had to put a time limit on it.
We did. Well, let us close it open with the Al-Fatiha. Use the Al-Fatiha. Use Al-Fatiha and close it.
Now, tomorrow, with prayer and fasting, the topic is going to be what's next? What's next? After all of this has been said and done, okay, what's next? So you don't want to miss that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on prayer and fasting on Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. So thank you very much for being a part of this experimental, online, lawful, deliberative, national dialogue designed to resurrect the dead nation. I'm your host, your facilitator, and I thank all of you for being a part of us, the timekeepers and everybody that helped us to make it possible. I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. May Allah bless and keep you. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين
آمين. Welcome.
Allah Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
The comments before you close out, Dr. Shabazz, Dr. Aline. So if we want to try to reach some of these brothers and sisters that we could, because I would like to make some opportunity to speak with them at a later date myself, inshallah.
Beautiful.
Okay, so they can put their numbers.
I'll put my information in there, Talib, but I have thousands of people. You can definitely speak with us. Love to have
inshallah, Sheikh. Inshallah. Thanks so much, brother.
Okay.
Appreciate you so much.
Appreciate you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa
Hey,
alaikum
Imam,
salam.
Sheikh,
Walaikum
I
salam.
love you, brother. I swear for God, I just love you, brother. I can't take it. Yes, sir.
We're going to transition now, if you will, to Black Muslim women and Islam dialogue, which will be led by President Dr. Akila Mukaram. She will be the facilitator along with others. So we're going to go ahead and transition now to that forum. Dr. Akila, I'm going to select you. Everyone else is welcome to stay on if you'd like. We're going to also be speaking with the Queen. We lovingly call her Queen Mashaki Muhammad of the Lost Foundation of Islam, who is the loving wife of the Honorable Salis Muhammad. And Assalamu alaikum. And I'm going to spotlight also the president. And we're expecting a couple more sisters to join the panel. And let's just get the spotlights going here. I didn't mean to replace it. Is Priscilla Williams Till on yet? Is Pastor Victoria going to be joining? Do you know? President Akila?
Is supposed to be joining.
All right. Well, you can start whenever you'd like. If you want to wait for her to come on, it's up to you.
Okay. Why don't you give me just one moment to see if I can reach her?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
While we're waiting, I just want to announce the rest of the program for today. So in this hour and a half, we will be talking about women in Islam. And then after that, we will have another panel come on. And that topic is human rights and self-determination and reparations. We'll be talking about international work at the United Nations. And we will, after that, at around 3:00, we will have our awards ceremony in which we will recognize all of the pioneers that have dedicated their lives to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his teachings. So we will have a full day today. And so you can watch us live online. You can stay here on the Zoom if you'd like to participate and invite others. So I'll turn it back over to President Dr. Akila Mukaram.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tahita. So let us get started. or Black women in Islam in America. So greetings, everyone. Today it's great to have you here with us, and also those viewing us live on Facebook. Today is, to me, a sacred occasion in honoring the life, the program, and the teachings, the legacy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We're not only reflecting today, but we're continuing the work. Today's segment on Black women in Islam, it's both personal and, I believe, prophetic. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that a woman is a nation's greatest asset. So that might sound like flattery, but it really isn't. It was about structure and developing some principles that we can work inside of. He recognized that if a nation desires strength, stability, moral clarity, and continuity, that it must value, educate, and protect its women. And I recall yesterday, my son, Calviny Mukaram, with the youth panel, mentioned that they must protect the women. And I thought that was good that our young people are seeing that as well and knowing that. So for generations, Black women in America have carried faith, they've carried family and freedom movements, often unseen, often unprotected, but yet they had an unwavering spirit. So through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings, many of us encountered something transformative and a reintroduction to ourselves of who we are. He taught us that. We were taught discipline, we were taught dignity. We were also taught that we are not secondary in nation building, but we are a central part of it, Black women. His vision, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's vision, it wasn't abstract. If you can recall, on the back of the Muhammad Speaks newspaper, the part on what the Muslims want, he made clear demands, including reparations, as a matter of justice for centuries of unpaid labor. So it's a debt owed, and the suffering that was inflicted upon our people. So today we're going to kind of move through this segment with about 3 dimensions. First, we'll hear testimonies of how the teachings have transformed us personally. Then second, there'll be a few questions around nation building, what it means for Black women to actively build institutions for us and just build us up as people, as an Afro-descendant people. And finally, about reparations, because we know that reparations is not charity for us. As I stated, it's a debt owed, and it's a recognition of the harm that we've suffered Our foreparents have suffered through chattel slavery, and it's a resource to accelerate what we're doing, our self-determination. So today is not just going to be a discussion, but it's a continuation of the work. It's our responsibility, and it's also a vision of nationhood and self-determination. So we'll start by first opening up with our dear Queen Mashaki Muhammad. And we'd like to hear from her briefly about how the teachings and the program have transformed her life. Queen Mashaki.
Thank you, and greetings to every one of our listening audience from no matter what source it is or whom you are. You can be Christian, you can be Muslim, although today we are honoring the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what being with him and around him and from the teachings that he received from Master Farad Muhammad, that is what we're going to be emphasizing. A lot of you in the audience may not know me, and I thought I would give a brief description of some of my background because ever since he came into my life, he's been there with me all the time. Now, when you say, when did that happen? You're looking pretty old to me. Yes, I am 85 and growing older, and want to share some personal moments that I had with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I keep saying I'm going to write a book about it, but there's always things to do, and it gets kind of pushed to the side. So with the few minutes that I have, I would like to share some of my personal moments with him so that you can know him as a man. He was not just a leader, he was a man. And it was enjoyable being in his presence and learning from his person. I actually was in his presence for the first time because he had heard that his youngest son, Akbar, had a new girlfriend. And he had Silas, the table, excuse me. He had a Muslim girlfriend for years, and then all of a sudden now he has this, what we call lost found girlfriend. So Elijah Muhammad was curious, well, what is she doing and who is she? And Clara also, his mother. And they invited me and my mother over for dinner. And my mother was typical Episcopalian Black woman. She didn't want to have anything to do with Muslims at that time, which didn't concern me. I went over as a guest. When I first came in the door, I was caught with the photo. It was more like a painting, really. It was huge. It was in the vestibule of Elijah Muhammad's home, and it had lights shining on it. So the first thing I asked him about after we got settled at the table and had our usual chit-chats, I asked him, who is that man that you are honoring in your vestibule? And his face lit up, and he told me who it was. And he began to tell me something about Master Farad Muhammad. And you might be surprised, but this was my first time hearing any details about Master Farad Muhammad. Akbar was the sort of man who didn't try to force anything on you, especially anything as personal as your religious belief. So he was waiting until I reached that point in time when I wanted to learn something about being Muslims. And that point did come at that dinner, and I got my ears full. And after that, Elijah Muhammad taught me many things. And I was very pleased to have gotten to know him when I was young like that, because I had lost both of my parents. By the time I was 16, I lost my mother, and I was totally involved in the nation. And I also wrote my letter of belief and had it accepted in 1957, which makes me one of the oldest of us still floating around. And I want to share these memories of him, the love of him, the pain I've felt in some instances before things go on. So he became like a stepfather to me at a young age. He was there helping me with things that I, as a youngster, as a teenager, I just looked at him like a stepfather. When you're a teenager, you do things teenagers do. You don't plan like you should. I had gone to New York to visit a girlfriend of mine that had lived in Chicago. We had a wonderful time, and when I came back, we had landed at O'Hara Airport. Those of you who live in the Chicago area know where that is. And for the first time, it dawned on me that, oh, I might not have enough money to get back to the south side of Chicago. And I was going, oh, what am I going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going over to Akbar's house and see if his daddy can help me out. So that's what I did with my stupid little 16-year-old self. I went over to his house by cab, went up to the front door, and asked to speak to him. And I told him the situation I had gotten myself in. And he reached in his pocket and he went over and talked to the cab driver and paid for my entire trip all the way back to where I was living in Chicago. He was there for me. He was there for me when I graduated from high school. I graduated at 17, not quite of age, but my grandmother trusted me. I had been living with close friends. And he found me an apartment. And it was with an older sister who was living with her granddaughter. And the three of us lived there together. That gave me my protection. We took the living room and put fresh doors on it with that non-see-through glass, but still glass. So I could have my own privacy, shut my doors, and still be there and be with an older adult. He did that. I didn't arrange it. I didn't even know he was thinking about it. There were other instances after I became his official daughter-in-law where he again stepped in. First, he had me working as one of his secretaries, and I learned a lot about him and the nation through being in that position. And then as that went on, I got to know him better and he got to know me better, and we could have talks. He had got to the point where he had named me Little Bit, and that's something that he didn't usually do. But we went on, and there was an incident involving Malcolm. Akbar and I had decided to move to New York at Malcolm's invitation. While we were there, Akbar was teaching Arabic to all the believers in the New York area, and I was going to the school there in Jamaica. And during that time, the Egyptians were having problems with unloading their cargo in the New York port. Malcolm was called upon, and those of you who knew Malcolm know the power he had in the neighborhood and in Harlem. Malcolm shut down those businesses and told them no more dealing with the Jews until they release Egypt's war docks so that they can continue on doing business. that happened. Harlem responded, and the Jews felt the pressure, and whatever the problem was went away. So then the Honorable Elijah Muhammad decided, and he talked with Gamal Abdel Nasser, who was president at that time of Egypt. We should start international bonding with each other. And what better thing to do, I think this was Nasser's suggestion, is to send some of your people over here to stay with us so that they can learn our ways and we can learn yours. So Malcolm and some of Gamal Abdel Nasser's ambassadors to the United States got together. Akbar and I were selected to be the cultural attachés to be sent to Egypt. At that time, it was known as the Gumhuriyat Al Arabiya Al Muttahida. Now, that union didn't last that many years, but it lasted long enough for Akbar and I to go over there and try to create this bond between the Egyptian people in North Africa and the Muslims in the United States. And that's what we did. We went over there and we were there for 2 years. I got to know Egyptians on a very good basis. And I told them that Islam in the United States was different from the Islam in Egypt. And they didn't seem surprised by that at all. They told me that everywhere Islam had gone, it went to different nations at different times in their history, and they handled the problems of the moment. So wherever it went, it was a difference in Islam. So for that to be a difference with us was not unusual for them, very understanding. So while we were there, we learned as much as we could. I picked up the Arabic language in about 2 years, kind of out of force, because if you live in a land and cannot speak the language, you're at a disadvantage. That's something that we have to keep in mind when we make our future plans also. The time period of learning the language, if you know where we're going to land, get in on the language at an early start so that you won't be in the position I was in. I would learn just enough Arabic to say, can you direct me to the nearest grocery store in Arabic? And they would give it to me in Arabic. And then I'd have this blank, dumb look on my face because I didn't know what the hell they were telling me. So they would take pity on me and take me out of their way to the grocery store. We're going to have to face situations like that in the future, wherever we land. And we're going to have to prepare for them in advance. I went through that. That doesn't mean we all have to go through that. You know that's a necessity of life, food. So let's do things like that. When we get together as a group, those of us who have the desire to leave the United States and have our own nation, which is a good 3/4 of us, I'm sure. We just haven't had the question or vote put to us. But it's coming. It's coming. We will be in a position to do that. And that's what we're getting together as the Afro-descendant nation now. After I left Cairo, I came back to the United States a little ahead of Akbar. Things are the way they are. And Malcolm asked me to come up and visit he and Betty. And they were planning a talk show, and they wanted me to be a part of that talk show. It just so happened after we were making the plans that other things were going on at the same time, and that's when Malcolm's famous rooster's chickens coming home to roost came out of his mouth. And I told him, oh, Malcolm, you're going to catch it for that. You were told not to say anything like that. And it did happen. And guess what? After it all, the wind blew over, I ended up deciding to go to Los Angeles. And that's where I met my present husband, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. He already knew Messenger. He was already a Muslim and had been working with Muhammad Speaks. But when we got married, I wanted to bring him back to meet the messenger face to face. So we came back for that special purpose. And the messenger looked at my husband and he smiled and he started beaming and he said, "Oh, you have met your match this time." And that started their relationship with each other. He put both of us to work. He had me as his national financial secretary. Now, John Ali was the national secretary, and he basically kept Muhammad Speaks functioning and running. And that's what he did, but I handled the nation's finances. And one day, the messenger called me down from work, and he gave me a box of little red books. They were actually safe deposit books that the banks give you. He gave me the big box, and he said, "Sister Harriet," he always overemphasized my name, "I want you to build me a bank." And I had to keep a straight face, but I'm thinking to myself, I don't know anything about banking. If I had known that before I started college, maybe I could have gone that direction. But this is not my forte. I don't know anything about banking. But those of us who loved him and were helping him build this nation, we didn't do that. If he said he wanted something, it was our duty to try our best to make it happen. And that's something that's missing now. That's what we have to get back, that desire, that love, as some of the brothers had mentioned earlier, for nation building. It takes that kind of love and determination to make things happen. I didn't know anything about banking, but I learned it. Now, I might have broken a lot of federal rules, but it didn't bother me because I didn't know them. So the first thing I did was develop a banking system so I could keep up with everybody's money. And then I contacted all the Muslims and we collected all of their money. I had them withdraw their money from every bank in the United States. And I collected it into 3 functioning banks in Chicago. At least I had enough sense to do that. I wasn't trying to stash the money in something we set up. No, it went from one legitimate bank to another legitimate bank. But in that process, we built up millions. And that was the foundation for ours later setting up our own bank, which is something we did. And we went on in other areas. You're familiar with it. We've discussed some of those things. There wasn't hardly any area that we didn't touch. We had medical doctors who came into the nation. And of course, the Muslims would go to them to give them business. Anything we did, we tried to help each other. And so did other Black people. We had a lot of respect in the Black community when we were together. We came up to a total of about 450,000 people interacting with each other. And we need to do that again. And we can do that again. You have to make it happen. We went through a period when we came apart. And I want to share this with you. It's personal to me and it's painful to me. But it's something that we need to know. The messenger gave me a bust. I'm going to try to show it to you. Can you see it? See this bust? This is a brass bust that Malcolm had made up for him. It's not showing up very well on the screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it partially. Yes.
Okay.
It's going in and out. There we go. We can see it now.
You see the messenger's face, don't you? There.
Hold still.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Doesn't have any eyes. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Malcolm meant well because he did love the messenger, and he had hired an artist to make that bust, and he presented it to the messenger, but the messenger looked at it long and hard, and he said, "I don't like looking at that bust. It reminds me of my death." And that kind of caught me off guard. It was a little painful. And I said, well, I can put some eyes in there for him if it would help. And he said, well, I don't know whether that's going to do it or not, but let's see. So I made little paper mache stuff and I put eyes in it. Then I painted over the paper mache. He still didn't like it. So he gave me the bust and I've had it ever since. But when I look about it, it just reminds me of those moments in conversation when he would tell me about his dying and what was going to happen to us. He told me that when he died, the nation was going to die too. He said he would only have enough followers to fill the front of a cab. And I was in shock. I was in pain. It was hard for me to take that conversation from him. And of course, I assured him that we are not going to let that happen. There are too many of us. There are 450,000 of us. We're not going to let all of your work come undone. But he said, no, Sister Harriet, you will see. You will see. So yes, the time came in 75 when he left us, as he said it would happen. And the day before the funeral, the family was allowed to come and view his body. And that's something that we did also. His body had been prepared by Ethel, his oldest daughter. That was a shock to her. She had never seen her father naked before, much less asked to bathe his entire body in preparation for the wrap. But she did that. And it was wrapped according to the way Orthodox Muslims do. And that was probably a suggestion from Wallace. But she did do that. And when I saw him at the funeral home, I stood over him for about 20 minutes. And I was about to bust because I was thinking of all the time we had had together, all these special messages he had given me, things like that, promises I had made him. And that's one of the things that keeps me going at this ripe old age of 85, is that I made a promise to him that we are not going to let this happen. We are not going to let this nation die. And I reach out to you so that you can do your part and not letting our nation die. Submitted.
Thank you, Queen Mashaki. Let's show her some love in the room today. Thank you so much. That was heartfelt.
Allahu Akbar, beautiful.
Allahu
Akbar. Oh,
as
Akbar.
well.
Beautiful.
Allahu
And
Akbar.
Allahu
I feel,
Akbar.
I feel you, and I'm
Heartfelt.
sure everyone in here feels you
Heartfelt.
as well. So
Yes,
thank you so
ma'am.
much for sharing that with us. I know with the way that you talked about how you grew up with him, how he looked out for you and cared for you, that was really special. You showed us here today the man.
Yes.
And I think sometimes people forget that the messenger was a man.
Yes.
So he had feelings as well as we do. So thank you again so much for sharing those personal moments and the information, and also the insights about nation building. My hat is off to you in starting a bank. That is so impressive.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. And you got all of the people to, leave the other banks that they were in and put their money into the bank. And that speaks for your integrity, and you going ahead and putting it away and not putting it in your personal, so people want to make sure that you're taking care of their money, right?
That's right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And as you stated, getting back to about 450,000 of us together, collectively doing this. We can do this, and we won't let our nation fall. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will call on Pastor Victoria. Here she comes. There she is. Asika.
Assalamu alaikum. Love,
Wa
peace,
alaikum
and
salam.
blessings to our beautiful, beautiful 85-year young Queen Mashaki.
Thank you.
The president of our nation, all of you, my brothers and my sisters. It is an esteemed honor and pleasure to be here today. What a powerful, powerful opportunity to build. Queen Mashaki, that's the first time I ever saw you get emotional, and it's beautiful. I can relate because I also came under the tutelage of a strong, powerful Black man. He didn't build a nation. He didn't have a worldwide name, known name, known to people. But he was truly, truly, truly instrumental in who I am becoming. I started out as a little girl. I started at this church through my grandmother and my uncle. But no one had to make me go to church. No one had to say, it's time to get out the bed, go to church. I wanted to go. And I found myself at this church named Tabor Lutheran Church on the south side of Chicago. And I was quite young, and I was able to sing. And so sing I would, and I would sing loud and just singing from my heart. And fast forward many, many years later, I've come to realize that Pastor Robert Lowe Sr., who is with God now, peace be upon him, and his lovely wife, Helen Lowe. Helen Lowe helped me train my singing voice, and Pastor Lowe helped me train my speaking voice. So I understand the impact of people that have their hands on you. And I would like to share, as we continue this journey as Black women, Black Afro-descendant women, that we are on a journey together. Whether we are Christian or Hebrew Israelite or whatever we may be, I am a Hebrew Christian. I do not consider myself of the flock of the emperor of Rome. I am a free Afro-descendant Christian pastor, which is a shepherd, a shepherd. And I join my hand with your hands, all of you, as women. And I am a singer, playwright, artist, and love and a few other great attributes that we have are some of the most powerful, I don't even want to say tools that we have, more of the powerful forces that we have. But there's also the power of art and creativity. So on my journey with Pastor Lowe, my father, to some degree, an inspiration and an encouragement and influence in my life, certainly through my music. But Pastor Lowe, by far, taught me more than I ever knew that he was teaching me. Pastor Lowe passed from this life a few years ago, and I saw him as my father. And God graciously gave me another father, and I didn't know it at the time, and another mother, because Pastor Lowe was my father, and Helen Lowe was my mother. And I love my mother, my biological parents, my mother, but these were added parents. And so now I have another mother, Queen Mashaki. I adopted her, and the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I adopted him. So whether they accept me or not, I am officially adopted. So with that being said, I believe that even though I did not meet the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him, I have the great honor and benefit of having met two of his children, Queen Mashaki and Honorable Silas Muhammad. And the impact in my life, and I know I only have a few minutes, but 10 minutes is really not even enough time, but I'm going to honor it. I have been so strongly impacted by meeting people that I would say are like me, and I am like them. Want to be free. Understand that we must build a nation. Understand that we deserve a nation of our own. Our ancestors haven't been taken from the land primarily of Africa, and their family members had to stand on the shores and watch those ships leave. Imagine standing on the shore and your daughter, your husband, your wife, your sister, your friend is on the ship and you're still on the shore. You're standing there watching it, never to return. We were brought to this nation, although some of us were here already. Yes, we were. We don't have to debate. We are a global people. We are everywhere. Our spirit is everywhere. And so the influence of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, for me, has come through the Nation of Islam. I'm here in Chicago. So I've been exposed and friends and have had friendliness with many of my brothers and sisters within the Nation of Islam. And now the Lost Found Nation of Islam and the Afro-Descendant Nation. So much so that I am developing a hip opera about my journey of learning about Afro-descendant, the term, what it means, and about not only imagining and dreaming about a nation, but actually now helping to build a nation. It's called Rise Up Afro Descendants. And I intend fully to complete that hip hopper, that story, that presentation of that great journey. And so I have been influenced by many, and certainly through the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his children. And I have this dollar. I have my red, black, and green on today. This was given to me by my sister, Jacqueline. Red, black, and green. I have on my red, black, and green necklace. And I have on my dollar, and I'm wrapping it up because I know my time is probably ending to speak. I have my dollar that
United
says
States of Africa, Inc.
United States of Africa, Inc. So if you don't know anything else about Christians, I want you to know that there are some Christians that believe in freedom. And there are Christians that have not been duped. And there are Christians that have not been bamboozled. There are Christians that understand that we have to stand up for freedom, real free, true freedom, liberation, justice, honor, fairness, integrity. We believe as you believe.
Yes.
I would like for everyone here to take note of this movie, and I want you to watch. I encourage you to watch it. And I'm going to end it at this. There's a movie called, a documentary. Excuse me, it's a documentary. It's called Pray the Devil Back to Hell. And it's the story of women from Christian women and Muslim women in Liberia joining forces to fight for the lives of their children that were being trained as child soldiers. And they were at war, killing up each other. And there was a Christian woman that started this particular project. And the Muslim women said, and we want to join you, and we're going to join you. That movement, it doesn't matter who started it first. It doesn't matter. They joined forces. They ended the violence in their country in Liberia, and they voted in their first female Black woman president of that nation. I am here as Senator Asika now, have joined the Afro-descendant nation and have now been voted in as a senator. And I want to say as I close, I want what you want. And there's no force that can stop us from getting it as long as we stand together, hand in hand, submitted. And I just submitted, but I have to thank Dr. Akila Mukaram, who has become my sister in heart, and many of you. There's so many projects and things that we've done together, and it is as a result of the work that all of you have laid the foundation for people like me to learn about you, and you learn about what I've been doing and who I am, and we join it together again as we stand up for our great everlasting nation, the Afro-descendant nation. Submitted.
Oh, thank you, Pastor Victoria. Let's show her some love in the space, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. My sister. I really appreciate you really framing and setting that stage of where you are and how you have pretty much arrived here in this space with us. And also being able to show and elevate that the Afro-descendant nation is inclusive of all of our people. So it's here for all of us, whether you believe in nothing at all or whatever your various beliefs are, it's fine. You are our people. And as Pastor Victoria said, we all believe in freedom for us. Thank you again so much. Really appreciate that. So we just heard our testimonies. And so we're going to move into our nation building part. But with this, I'm going to ask the two of you a question, maybe one or two questions in this segment. So the first question is, in what ways do you all think or believe Black women are uniquely positioned to shape economic and educational development within our Afro-descendant communities? So in what ways are we as Black women uniquely positioned to shape economic and educational development within our communities? Queen Mashaki, would you like to go first?
All right.
Your thoughts?
As having been a former educator, and I mostly worked with those students that were considered to be educable, mentally retarded youngsters, and some with autistic problems. I have more informational background in that area than your average normal student. But I think what we have to do at this point is on an educational level especially, which begins in the home. You have to start with your children. You have to start from maybe the age of 2. I say age of 2 because by the time I was 3, I had my own mind. And my mother reminded me, since I came along in World War II, she'd call me half a hell and half Hitler, which I didn't appreciate at 3, But our children from about that age have their own mind. So that we have to start at home, stressing what we believe. And President Akila, your sons yesterday were great examples of that. You started them as little boys and took it from there. I'm sorry, this is happening. It's not okay. And it shows now that they're men. It shows. We were very proud of them yesterday. But what we have to do is start off young enough with the concept of loving self and loving nation. It has been in our people and passed along for centuries. It has. Uh, how do you think we made it? I hate to say it like this, but how do you think we as a people made it out of slavery? Huh? It's because we were handling that white man. And we had to fight against that white woman. And those of them who are listening, I'm sure you will bear witness to me that went on. That's something that happened. So we, as Black women, have been fighting for the last 500 years on a daily basis because we had no control over our body whatsoever. So what part of our mind we could control to help save our people, that's what we did. We have to continue to do that, take it further, use the tools we have gathered in the process, and continue. We're not going to fall as a nation. I'm convinced of that. We're just fulfilling prophecy.
Thank you, Queen Mashaki. I agree. We're not going to fail as a nation. We're continuing prophecy. So again, everything is continuity. I love that you said start young, and then when you said at the age of 2, what your mom told you, that was something. I can see that.
What, the half a hell part?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see that part. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing that you brought. So yeah, I see that fire. So thank you, and thank you for gracing us with your presence here today and participating in the segment with us. We definitely appreciate that and hearing from you. Pastor Victoria, would you shed some light on the same question?
I missed the end of the question. You said
Yes.
economic and what
So
was the other?
educational development in our
Economic
communities,
education.
our
Okay.
Afro-descendant communities.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Black women are uniquely positioned to lead economic and educational development because we are the original woman. Even historically, we know that we were and are first. We are the first of everything. Our womb is sacred. We are sacred. We are Black women in the USA in particular, and I do not use the term people of color. I do not subscribe to it at all. Black women, Afro-descendant women, there is not a woman on the planet that is like us. The world that we envision and the world that we see and the world of prophecy is rooted in the Black woman. And I'm not just giving lofty concepts. We specifically the Black race in the USA, Black men and women, we are a nation, a new nation. We're a new nation and a new people.
Yes.
And we have managed to build only and mainly from what was it within us. Everything that we already had poured in us. And there's no race of people on the planet that had to navigate and strategize around how to not only survive but then to thrive. So Black women, we are highly uniquely positioned to educate and build the economics of our community. Black women are the apple of God's eye, and the apple don't fall too far from the tree. So as we are, so shall our children be, so shall our nation be. And that's one reason that Black women in particular are so despised and demonized because of our great power. Our great power hasn't even been realized yet. It hasn't even been seen yet. The world has only seen a tiny, tiny bit. So I believe because of who we are, our experience, our creativity, our ability, our resilience, our stick-to-itiveness, our perseverance, our refusal to give up, everything that's in us, even our love is what will help us bring forward the economics and the education. And I'll close by saying I also work with young people, and I work with them a lot older than 2 and 3 years old. And I agree with Queen Mashaki. I agree. And somewhere between that age of 2 and maybe 13, 10, 11, 12, 13, our children are made to believe they're less than and they're crushed down. And a lot of them feel like there's no hope and the light is dim in their eyes. Well, I have seen myself, I have seen the light come in our young people's eyes by the work of people like me, not just me, but people that are genuine and serious and really care about our young people. I've seen the light come back in their eyes. So Black women, we have that power to bring forth and birth anything that we choose to bring forth and birth. Submitted.
Thank you, Pastor Victoria. You're elevating what the messenger said.
Yes.
A woman is a nation's greatest asset. So thank you for elevating that and lifting us up as Black women. When you spoke of resilience, that totally resonated with me because we don't give up, we don't quit. And those of us who do that, we shared that to everyone else. You know, with the young people that we touch, the lives that we touch. And so we keep giving of ourselves. And I think that's just the beauty of us and our gift to our world. So we're continuing on, and our nation will never fall. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Next question for both of you in terms of self-determination. What must be in place, and you can speak either on all three or just one, what must be in place spiritually, economically, and structurally? So what must be in place spiritually, economically, and structurally for self-determination to be real and not just rhetoric, but for us to have real self-determination and it's just not talk? Okay.
Do you want me to begin?
Queen Mish, I was going to ask if you wanted to start, Queen Mashaki.
In terms of
Thank you.
spiritually, spirituality is a personal thing. It's something that you have to acquire just you yourself. No parent can really give it to you or force it on you. They try, but it's an individual choice. And that's something that my mother did try to force Christianity on me. But after I had been exposed to Islam, Islam won out. And that was all right for me. And before she died, she did realize that she wasn't in a position to do anything else but acknowledge and respect my choice of spirituality, which was Islam. And she did that. And I'm glad that happened while we were still together. Economically, I look at what we do as Muslims, and I know that the training part you cannot leave out, or the change in the person that the Muslims tried to make when we first got started in the United States. At the time when Master Fard Muhammad saw the condition we were in, he knew that we had to be more or less changed and made to be more human. Because for 400 years, we had been treated just like some animals. And this all is verified with history. Any of you out there listening can know and learn that a lot of the slaves ate in the troughs with the pigs. They weren't treated any different. What do you think that does to a person? We were just torn down. But when it came time for us to get our freedom, and no one gave us a doggone thing, a lot of us had to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. My grandmother on my father's side, she and her 3 sisters were born slaves somewhere in Tennessee. And all they had was whatever the slave master gave them. I assume I'm sure they weren't in a position to just take it. So evidently the slave master they were with gave them some things to get started with. And they took that and came to Illinois. while in the process of trying to adjust to being free, they decided to get as much education as they could. And my grandmother went to the Tuskegee Institute and got two degrees or program completions in the area of business and the making of clothing. And I have those put away amongst my saving things. But economically, we have that ability as Black women to pick up where we are, whatever we're given, and go forward. And a lot of our women did that the best they could. When they went up north, they settled down. They had ironing ability, so they would go and iron for a white family or clean a house for a white family because that's what they had been doing. They turned it into a job. All of our men weren't given those opportunities because they were afraid of them, you know, and it's natural to see why they would be. You've been keeping me a slave for 400 years. You tell me I'm free to do what? With what? So they didn't give the Black man the opportunities after slavery that they gave the Black woman. But we as Black women took it, did the best we could with it. If we saw Black men on the street, no place to go, nothing to eat, sometimes we'd bring them home and ask them to do work we needed at home and get paid with dinner. We did whatever we had to do to help our people stay alive. Submit.
Thank you for sharing that, Queen Mashaki. Oh, wow. I hope this is being recorded because you're giving us a lot of history. And it's okay, which is good for us to, have going forward. So thank you so much. We definitely appreciate that. Pastor Victoria?
Yes, ma'am. So I believe that some of my thoughts in terms of your question is to put our hand to the plow. There's a holy scripture that says, commit the work of thy hand to the Lord, and your thought will be established. And I bring that in because in terms of spirituality, we continue to say that it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, it doesn't matter if you're a Hebrew, it doesn't matter if you're a non-believer, it doesn't matter whatever you think and believe. We continue to say that, but it continues to come up. And the reason that it continues to come up, in my opinion, is because everything that we're talking about and doing, it is prophetic, it is of God. And so I don't think that we really can separate ourselves from that spiritual truth and that spiritual connection. I believe firmly believe that there's one God, and we have many understandings of that God and many expressions of that one God. And it does become a matter of your own individual beliefs. What do you believe about yourself? What do you believe about God? What do we believe about ourselves? What do we believe about God? So, in terms of self determination, for me, it's just a matter of time because I totally see it as prophetic. I totally see it as prophecy. And those prophecies that have been given through whichever messenger it may have been, it points to the same thing. It points to freedom. It points to not being owned by anyone. It points to understanding that we are God. We are his image, we are his likeness, and we are here. So in saying all of that, I believe that the foundation of everything we talk about, and I do believe is more than just rhetoric. Even if we continue to say the same thing and it appears we're not doing anything, we're still without even realizing it, we're still speaking those things that be not as though they already were, because it already is, because it's been given through prophecy. So it's going to be. It's going to be, no matter what we do, it's going to be, because it's bigger than us. It supersedes us. So we have to continue to lean into all of our spiritual jewels, all of our spiritual gifts, because the spiritual gifts are given to edify the body. And the body that I'm speaking of is our body of oneness, our oneness in thought of true freedom. So we continue to build on the commonalities of our spirituality, and we can push aside those differences, because they really don't matter too much in terms of what we are doing and what is being done by God. Those other little things don't play a major role, except if we allow it to divide us. So continue to build and embrace our spirituality. Economically, we've been given the Nguzo Saba, and I believe that the Nguzo Saba, which is the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, I believe those are solid, strong principles that have already been created. It's already there for us, and we can put those principles into practice. And we can start it, as Queen Mashaki said on another question, we can start practicing those Nguzo Sabas right at home, within our own home. At one point, I was practicing cooperative economics, and there's a brother in Chicago, brother Cyron Smith, that developed the 7 habits of the Black community, and I might not say the name exactly right. However, Wednesday is Economic Day. So at one point, I was specifically going to Black-owned businesses to make a purchase on Wednesday, to make a purchase. So there's so many practical things that we can do to build those economics from a micro space and then grow it out. Look at the Nguzo Saba as a blueprint, along with other blueprints that exist, and put them into practice in our home, in our community, throughout the city, then throughout the state, and throughout the country, and then throughout the world. Continue to build on that thought that we must control our own economics, and that's something practical that we can do. And then structurally, thanks be to God, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, Queen Mashaki, Ida, and I don't remember how to say her last name, but I think Lawrence, Ida.
Yeah. Ida Hakeem Lawrence.
Ida Hakeem Lawrence, thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Queen. And I believe Brother Johnny, and there's many others than Honorable Silas Muhammad. The structure has already been laid. The case has already been made. It is up to us to take the work that's already been done, the foundation that has already been laid, look at that work and continue the work. But also something I mentioned about it several months back in another meeting, I mentioned again, is that I do believe that it would be beneficial for us to have a strategic plan, because we already have the governmental structure is in place, and many other pieces are already in place, and the work has already been done in terms of our identity and getting it recognized. So I believe that it would benefit us to have maybe a 3 to 5 year plan mapped out with our goals, our objectives, and the milestones, who's responsible for what, making sure that those things are getting done, reporting back on it, assessing that work, and then tweaking it and amending it as needed, if needed, and continuing the cycle and continue to build. And the last thing I'll say is only believe, because it is rhetoric to some degree, because it's still prophecy, but in our own minds, only believe believe these things are possible because they are. So we have practical things that we can do to build out our nation from these different areas, but it's rooted in our belief. Submitted.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Victoria. Appreciate that. You gave us a lot, dropped a lot of good tips. I'm trying to think of what do they call nuggets? Those good nuggets. That's the word I'm looking
Yes,
for.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I know we're going to be running out of time in just a little bit. I wanted to get to one of the reparations questions since this would be the third part. And that question is, how should Black women shape and safeguard? How should Black women shape and safeguard the reparations conversation so that it strengthens our communities?
Well, I didn't get the question.
Okay, how should Black women shape and safeguard? How should they shape it and provide safety for it? The reparations conversation to strengthen our communities. And what I want you to do is think about that one for a little bit, and I'm going to give the audience an assignment while you're thinking about that. We want to make sure our communities are not fragmented. We want our communities strengthened. Okay. All right. So as Queen Mashaki and Pastor Victoria are prepared to answer that question, I would like for you in the audience, and thank you so much for being here with us today on our segment of Black women and Islam in America. I would like for you to place one word in the chat that describes Black womanhood. What does that mean to you? Describe what Black womanhood means to you. Just one word in the chat. So the chat should blow up in a few minutes. So those of you in our viewing audience as well, if you could place that as well on Facebook. All right. You ready, Queen Mashaki?
As ready as I can be with these situations.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
All right. In regards to reparations, it's something I started kicking off at my husband's behest back in 1992. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and their time together was their time together. He would go up at night because he was running all the bakeries, and I know he's not with us anymore, but the messenger used to sleep in nightgowns, and he had a little cap on his little bald head, and they sit in his bedroom and have these lengthy conversations at night. What all they discussed, I have no idea, but I have been told that they did have many discussions. And I believe that out of these discussions came the thought that my husband had carried in his soul to send me to the United Nations in the first place. It certainly wasn't on my mind. I had just started up a law practice, and that's very absorbing in time and detail, and you have to go out there and get your own clients. They don't just get on the phone and walking. And I was wrapped up into that. And he asked me And he told me, he said, Harriet, it's time that we move toward the United Nations. We have to get active in the international world. And I said, oh, yeah, sounds good to me. Well, I want you to be the one to go over there. Oh, you got to be kidding. I don't know anything about the UN. Yes, I'm an attorney, but I didn't study that in law school. None of us did. So I was kind of surprised, and then I got to thinking, oh, this is just the way the message you used to do. Just throw me out there and tell me to go learn something. But I did. I decided to give it a month, and I packed up 3 dead body suitcases. By that, I mean they were I just overpacked, and they were very heavy. And I'm thinking, like we do in the States, oh, somebody's going to help me. I have all these big heavy bags, but some man's going to grab them. I'm not worried about that. Well, guess what? I get over to Europe, and they never heard of that concept. If you had 3 50-pound bags, that's on you. If you were stupid enough to pack like that, then that was on you. So I did it. I think I went from one city to the other by train to get to Geneva. And I had anchored my suitcases all on this escalator, and I was holding on for dear life. And a white guy tapped me on the shoulder. He said, you don't have to do that. I said, do what? What are you talking about? And he said, you can let go of your suitcases. And I'm thinking, now, what is he setting me up for something? You know, if I let go, they're going to fall. That's the way I was thinking. So I kind of eased my pressure off of one at a time, and they were locked into the escalator, and they rolled up to the top with ease. And I'm thinking, oh, we're from the States, and we don't have things like that. You put your suitcase on an escalator in the States, it's going to fall. So that was my start in getting into the international arena. I picked out a hotel. After one day working with people in the UN, they gave me a ride home, and they said, oh, Harriet, you can't stay here. I said, and why not? He said, because it's a red light district. Only whores stay at this hotel. So that was another light that came on. So they took me to another location that was more internationally known for students. And I got set up there. And then I started mixing with the people that had come from all over the world, different people from different NGOs. ONG, they call it there in French, but it's just a non-governmental organization, which means it's an organization that is challenging something going wrong in the country they represent. And that's how we got started learning the international scene. And that's how I got into it. And we would learn at so-called social settings, and we brought our question or our cause to the floor during the social settings. So I had a white woman come up to me one evening. Oh, Mrs. Everbarker, what brings you to the United Nations? And I said, well, if you really want to know, it's time for our people to have their reparations. And we want the world to know it, because that's what we're coming here to get, our reparations. And the woman, she was so in shock at me saying that until she lost her cool. And she said, ooh, wait till the State Department hears about this. And I was there for that purpose, so I really didn't care when they heard about it. I was there to let them know that was our objective. And I got under the wing of a Dutch attorney over there, male, and he taught me the ropes of the UN and how to do things and how to lobby. And I got the swing of it. But every time the man would introduce me to another white man, they'd start out with a smiling, friendly face, and then they turn to a scowl. And he's telling them everything in French. I said, now you know doggone well I don't know anything about French. I could say a tutelle, chérie, and that was about the end of my French. So he was purposefully going around telling them something negative about why we were there in the first place. But that's something that we learned because it was time for us to go to the international arena. And then we realized after talking to the people there that they did not cater to anyone's religion. They didn't want to hear religion. What is the common problem that you have in common with other people in the world? And that's when we decided to form the Cure NGO first. And Ida Hakeem came into that arena and helped set up Cure. Cure was Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. That's how we started out in the UN. And we had a few, it was a small group, but they dedicated a lot of time, money, and effort to helping us get started so that we would have a platform in the United Nations. And that's the way the United Nations works. They listen to NGOs, but they want to hear about the problems of the country they represent. So we started off that way. And when we got into it, we changed the name to AFREE, all for reparations and emancipation. And that's what we've been using for years now. But we're at this point in time in our history where we need the help of white people to make some of these things happen. Let's be realistic. We talk black, black, black. But the people with the power, the people who stole the money from us, are white people. So there's a lot of them out there that know the injustice of this. They do. And they really don't want to be a part of it. Some of them will help. There are probably a few out there that have inherited all the money, which is what we told them. You inherited our wealth because it was passed on to you from father to son, or father to daughter. But it's our money that was passed on. If you understand that, then you can see our position, and we're not going to ever change that. You help us with that knowledge, that you are helping us get back what already belongs to us, plus interest. Now, that's one of the things that I shared with them when I went over to Burkina Faso recently. I told them in Burkina Faso, I told their government, you are entitled to your reparations through your colonizers. But we in America are entitled to our reparations for the last 500 years, and we're going to get our reparations. And if we don't get them, if we get them, we will come back with substance to help Africa. But if we don't get them, we're not coming back. And that's one thing that I just left hanging out there in the air. You can interpret it any way you want, but we are serious about that. And that's one of the things that we as Black women are going to do and push, because if we get serious about it, our men are already serious about it and know that we have their back. And we mean this. You're going to give us reparations. Submitted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a great note. We're going to get our reparations.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing the information as well of how you started out and how we've got to this point and are still going. Thank you so much, Queen Mashaki. Also in the chat, thank you so much for sharing what womanhood, Black womanhood means to you. I see civilizer, respect, resilience, Strength is definitely there. The Queen is showing a lot of that with being out there in the international arena by herself when she first started. Show her some love in the chat, in the space, please. I see superpower, passion, wisdom, divine. So thank you all so much. That is wonderful. Thank you. Pastor Victoria, on the question, and we will be wrapping up shortly. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best to keep it very, very short. I know that we had a couple of reparation conventions, and the goal of those reparation conventions are and were to organize the organizations and to organize the women. No, I'm sorry, the individuals, not the women. I apologize. Organize the organizations and the individuals. And I believe that some great work was done in those conventions. And my understanding is that there is a reparations plan being developed in terms of us coming together. Um, I believe that there are committees being developed or have already been developed, and a lot of those committees are populated by women, and in this case, we're all Black, Afro descendant. So, just making sure that those committees are up and
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We are still live. We are still live on Facebook, but it looks like they are having technical difficulties, so just stand by 1 second. Assalamu alaikum.
So I would like to, I see Dr. Tahita has come back on as my cue to end. So I would like to thank you all so much for being on this panel with me today, Queen Mashaki and Pastor Victoria Isika. We really appreciate you all and have really enjoyed the messages that you all have delivered here today. Thank you so much. And as we close out, I would like for you to give us a one sentence charge to Black women today. A one sentence charge. Think of that, and then I'm going to thank everyone that is here with us today. After they give their one sentence charge to Black women today, we are going to say peace out. Okay, thank you. All right, Queen Mashaki. One sentence charge for Black women today. What would you tell Black women today to do?
We need to keep on keeping on.
I love it. Thank you. Pastor Victoria?
Look at the movie Pray the Devil Back to Hell. There was a scene where the women threatened the men to strip naked because that's a form of protest in Liberia. They threatened to strip themselves naked if they didn't give them what they wanted. So what I say is that we do a strip down. But in our case, we're stripping off anything that would stop us, deter us, divide us, hinder us. We're doing a full strip down. They think we strippers anyway. They think we all strippers anyway. So we're going to strip. But we're going to strip for progress and strip for strength and strip for good and strip for self-determination.
All right. Thank you, Pastor Victoria. And we're going to strip down the lies. That's what she meant. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Have a great rest of the day, everyone.
Alaikum salam. I just wanted to say to Pastor Victoria that amazingly, when I did my African ancestry, I found that I'm from Liberia and I'm from the Kru people who are the indigenous people there. And so I'm definitely going to watch that film. Thank you for sharing that. And yes, we are a resilient people. And we evaded capture because we were able to navigate the waters so well. And that's just in our DNA. And I love the water. So I connected with that really quickly as well. So anyway, thank you for sharing all of your valuable insights, your stories, Queen Mashaki, your personal stories of your time with the messenger is just so valuable. We have to write a book, like you said. We've got to document all of this. Yes, ma'am. So thank you. We're going to turn this over now to our minister, Senator Chief Minister of the Lost Foundation of Islam, and I'm going to ask him to start his video. Senator Ahmed, if you would, I'm going to ping you to the screen. There you are. Okay. And I would like to also add on Brother Ramzu, who's on with us now. Let's go ahead and add him in. Can you turn your video on, Brother Ramzu? There you are. And we also have one other participant on this panel, which is Brother Safiwe, but I don't see him. So I'm going to go ahead and ask that you start. This panel is going to discuss the topic of self-determination, human rights, and reparations, as the messenger laid the foundation for us to be where we are today in that movement. So let me just hand it over to you. You can introduce yourselves, and thank you for being on. And you're going to go until 3:00, and then at 3:00, we will start the Pioneer Awards with Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
Peace and blessings. My name is Ahmed Sadiq. I am a minister in the Lost Foundation of Islam under the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I am also a senator in the Afro-descendant government. Okay, the next panelist, can you introduce yourself?
Oh, yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. My name is Ramzu Yunus. Hope y'all can hear me. I'm in Egypt right now. I'm in the area where the internet connection is not that good. So I hope I am clear and won't go off. But I'm a Muslim. Started following the teachings of Islam as taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or through Honorable Elijah Muhammad by Fard Muhammad for over 30 years now. I did join the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Silas Muhammad, I think around 1999 in Atlanta. And I'm also a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Thank you.
Our other panelist, is he on?
I
I
don't
don't
think
see
so.
him yet. I'm gonna text him and I'll let you know whether he's coming on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, we will proceed with the hopes that brother would join us shortly. The Lost Found Nation of Islam was born out of the desire for us to be free. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad would introduce us reparations, but not with the term reparations. He would introduce it to us with what the Muslims want. And he would explain, not just to Black people in America, but to Black people all over the earth and European people all over the earth, that the time has come for us to receive justice, freedom, justice, and equality. So as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad began his mission, his march towards freedom, justice, and equality, he was teaching us along the way with the understanding that eventually and or ultimately we would get it, we would understand, and that we would pursue this course ourselves until, as the Queen stated, that we receive full and complete reparations. So my first question and or the thing I would like for our panelists to elaborate on is when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad stated to us that we want our people in America whose parents or grandparents were descendants of slaves to be allowed to establish a separate state of territory of their own. What does that mean to you?
Okay, since this panel is about human rights, self-determination, and reparations, a land of our own is that in its entirety, all three of those. First of all of us have human rights. Are, to those who don't know what human rights are just basically God-given natural rights that we have, that nations decided to come together and codify and write them down. And number one collective right is the founding right of the and principle of the United Nations is the right to self-determination. Everyone has a right to determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Everyone has a right to a nation, basically. And that nation requires territory. That human right for Black people was violated when we were captured, conquered, enslaved, and so-called let free, but we were let free without being able to freely choose our political status and having a land of our own. So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad made that statement or request, said we should have that, that's self-determination. We should be independent, and also that's reparations. That's repairing us, because we started before they violated us, before the Europeans or white folks violated us. We had our own land. We were governing ourselves. So repair us by us having our own territory once again. So but again, self-determination is we'll go into that later, but that's what it meant to me when he said we should have a land of our own. That's what self-determination is. We must have a land of our own in our own nation and governing ourselves. And of course, the Nation of Islam is a start in that direction.
Yes, sir. Now, what I would like for you to do is elaborate on the importance of having a land of our own, because there's some of our people here in the United States of America that strongly believe that America is ours. We were here before Caucasians got here, and that we helped to build the country. So why should we have to leave if we have not only an invested stake and or interest in as much as our sweat, blood, and tears were put here, but we were here first? So can you kind of sort of elaborate on what the importance is of having our own in a separate state of territory?
Yeah, what Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, here or, well, I'm not here, I'm in Egypt, but he said here or elsewhere, meaning in the United States or elsewhere, but we have to have our own. I'm sure 100% of the people listening wouldn't mind them governing themselves, wherever it may be. But wherever it may be, we can't have those who are over us governing us. We already see the results of that. So I already know everybody that's listening and those who are not listening wouldn't mind governing themselves with their own rules and laws that benefit them. So that's my response to that.
Yes, yes, and I would also like to go on and add something to that about the importance of having our own. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had mentioned it to us about either on this continent or elsewhere, I think in some of our minds we were kind of sort of leaning towards this continent. But based on the behavior, the heinous behavior of the government of the United States of America ever since they've been here, is one of the reasons that we are in full support of the Honorable Silas Muhammad's demand for us to separate and leave the United States of America. Because we look at what they did with the Indians. They killed all the buffalo, and they knew that they depended on the buffalo for their food, clothing, shelter. Then they act as if it was an act of kindness and gave the Indians blankets filled with smallpox. That was chemical warfare because they still had direct access to the Indians. And then if we fast forward until today, we can look and see what they're doing with the food, the GMO food, how they're poisoning the water, the lead paint predominantly in the Black household. So I don't think it's wise for us to allow our nemesis to prepare our food, clothing, shelter, and or our homes. And
indeed. if we're going to be in the United States, it would be a land of our own. We wouldn't even depend on them. But if we were in the United States and in a land of our own, which is a must if we're going to be there, because destruction is coming. That's inevitable. We don't have to believe in prophecies to see that. If you are any kind of some kind of socially aware, and you know the trends of what happens to nations that do what the United States government is doing. And but those of us who are part of the followers of the teachings of Fard Muhammad, we know that America will be destroyed and we should leave anyway. And if you follow what the Bible says, come out of her, my people. You know, Babylon the Great is falling, so it will fall. So we must leave. But if you're there, it's best to be in an area that you're determining and self-determining on, and what I would call a safe zone, because destruction is coming to America. But being the gods and the original people of the earth, I choose the best part. That's why I'm in Africa now. We choose the best part for ourselves, and I applaud the initiative of the Honorable Silas Muhammad for actually following those teachings to the T, because others can claim followership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's message or the teachings of Fard Muhammad, of Islam via Fard Muhammad, but they are bought and sold in America. They want a part of America. They want to be America. But those who really understand and can see, whether you're in the Nation of Islam or not, this thing called United States of America is coming to an end.
Yes.
A violent end.
Yes, and I would definitely touch on that and elaborate on that, because I have a friend or two, and one of the things that they mentioned to me is they say that, you know, that they're not Black, they're melanated people. Other ones tell me that they're not Black, that they're Indian, and that when Christopher Columbus came, you know, he saw the man wearing the red fez and the tassel. And I have to explain to them and to try to bring them to the reality that the United States of America currently belongs to the Caucasian white man. There's military here. He has his government here. He has his Navy here. He has his flag here that he's flying in the UN. It's his. He logistically controls everything that comes in and out of the United States of America. So realistically, America belongs to the Caucasian white man. And it's not safe for us to sit in a place where they have historically demonstrated violence, malice, and or unwarranted hatred. The other thing that I wanted to touch on as it relates to standard, there's a projection that the average Black family in the United States of America will be worth zero by 2053 if the current trend continues. So it's just not plausible for us to put all of our eggs in this basket when they have historically been destroyed. So just the thought in and of itself of for America, stronghold in America, it's ours. That's just a good feeling that some of our brothers and or sisters have, but realistically, it's just not going to happen, not in our opinion. So the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad has led the charge in full and complete reparations. And that's what we're seeking to do now. We're seeking to galvanize our people where they can unite under the Afro-descendant government, regardless of your religious preferences. Because when they get ready to systematically discriminate, they don't say those Black Muslims, they don't say those Black Christians, they don't say those Black Hebrews. If you're Black, then you fit the description and or the method that they're planning on executing with us. So to stay here, and in my professional and personal opinion, it'll be ridiculous. There's an autism epidemic in the Black community like you've never seen before. The infant mortality rate for Black women and Black children in the United States of America is at an all-time high. Now, this is specifically for Black people. You got Caucasians here. You have people from Latin America here. You have people from India and or China here, but it only affects you and I. So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said a separate state of territory of our own, and then they would ask him, well, what do you have in mind? And the messenger would say to them, well, I won't tell you what room I want in your house before you even offer me up a room. So I believe that was the way of the messenger, just letting us know that not only do they have sincere intentions, but that we have to leave. If we are to fulfill that prophecy of a people that did 400 years in plantation slavery and then ultimately return to their own. So I thank you for your thoughts on it. Now let's get to reparations.
So before we go on, Senator, I just want to acknowledge that our other panelist has joined us, Safiwe Baleka. Thank you for taking the time to join us. He's also joining us from Africa. So can we just allow him to introduce himself and then I'll go on with the conversation?
Definitely.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, brother.
Nsumba, Sawubona, Tinastalin. Greetings to all of you, some of whom are my good friends and colleagues. It's good to see, and some of you I don't know. My name is Safiwe Baleka. I'm involved in many Pan-African reparations, repatriation, self-determination networks, many different organizations and committees. I am currently living in my ancestral homeland of Guinea-Bissau. I am a descendant of the Balanta people. I am the first, after 250 years, to return here, the first to receive citizenship here. And I've been successful in getting 30 members of my Balanta Society organization and other Afro-descendants of Guinea-Bissau origin their citizenship here. My relationship with the Afro-descendant nation goes back several years now, and we continue to, wherever there is synergy, work together. And finally, I would just like to take this time to, I know the past few days has been about honoring the legacy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I wasn't part of the Nation of Islam, even though I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. But it has influenced me, I would say, directly, indirectly, insofar as the Nation of Islam produced both Malcolm X and Silas Muhammad, whose work has been had a major impact on my life, and that I hopefully have carried it forward a little bit. And I see that Queen Mushaki Abu Bakr is on the call, and I know Honorable Silas Muhammad is present with us, and the work that he has done at the United Nations. I recently read something that in one of his interventions where he's talking about the mother tongue. And he said at the United Nations that we can't exercise human rights until we possess human rights. And since human rights is being able to communicate in your mother tongue, since we don't have our mother tongues, we don't possess our human rights. That blew my mind. Been working in this for 3 decades, and I only really seriously began to understand that the other day. I was called by the African Union to speak at an African Languages Week, and I presented them with Honorable Silas Muhammad's work, specifically talking about the consequences of taking our mother tongue. So I would just like to, put on record my gratitude, my appreciation for his work, and how that has impacted my life. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is excellent. You grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. I'm in Chicago, so we have some familiar stomping grounds, and yes. With myself, along with Brother Rams, who had begun to elaborate on before you had joined the call, was when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad stated that we want some of this earth that we can call our own, whether in the United States of America or elsewhere. So we wanted to kind of sort of get your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. So I am a nationalist, a Black nationalist, an Afro-descendant nationalist, a new African nationalist. And part of my mentors were the founders of the Republic of New Africa, which is the same concept of Nation of Islam, right? That our ancestors always escaped from the plantation to find territory that was free, that they could liberate and govern themselves, whether it was the Great Dismal Swamp or other places. So we have always had as a strategy to leave the places where we are under foreign alien domination and find territory where we can govern ourselves. And so ever since our first ancestor was brought to the Americas as a prisoner of war, prisoner of the war that was declared by Pope Nicholas V in his Dum Diversus Apostolic Edict, June 18, 1452, that has never been rescinded. Mm-hmm. We've always had 4 options. We can either return to the place we came from. We can either seek territory, liberate it, and control it ourselves. That's the nationalist option. We could integrate into the foreign territory domination, or we could emigrate somewhere else. Maybe not back to our ancestral homeland, but somewhere else. Those have always been the 4 natural political destinies that we could choose from. And within the nation that, the people that simultaneously suffered ethnocide, the loss of their maternal and paternal lineages. At the same time they suffered ethnocide, we went through the process of ethnogenesis, where our new reality that you were speaking of, our new reality for over 300 years, we lived in a common territory, primarily in the South, but then eventually we moved to certain cities. But all these different African peoples started to live in this territory and have common experiences. We developed a common culture, a common language. And so that process of ethnogenesis created, right, a new people that, thanks to the work of Honorable Silas Muhammad, we now can name as Afro-descendants. Okay, so for me, right, I'm not interested in living amongst the people that enslaved me and pretending that I equally share in the power that governs in that territory. I'm not interested in that integration. For me, right, I want to be free. I want to be autonomous, sovereign. That can only happen by establishing liberated, independent, self-governing territories of our own where we live, or returning to our ancestral homeland where we came from. Okay? Yes. And in doing that, we can either integrate into the cultures that we were taken from, or maybe it's possible to develop an Afro-descendant territory within the African continent. All right. So for me, I've made that a reality in my life. At one point, I served as Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa, taking responsibility for, okay, all those people who aren't going to leave, right, from the land of our captivity, let's struggle and liberate this territory. And that is a heritage, just like Nation of Islam. You have Republic of New Africa that was has that history. I served as its Minister of Foreign Affairs fairly recently. But I have chosen personally, I took an African ancestry DNA test. I found out who I come from, and I have returned. Not only have I returned, I have restored my bloodline. I recently got married. I went to my village where I came from, and I recently married the Balanta princess of Guinea-Bissau, whose father was the first and only Balanta president of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. And so our union is trying to establish a dynasty and a bloodline that comes from these two Balanta lineages, that lineage that stayed in the ancestral homeland and the one that was taken away but has returned. Yes. So self-determination, it comes down to this. What we want, this is the work that I started with Afro-Descendant Nation was coming with this idea that we may never unite according to identity. You have people that they believe they're Hebrew Israelites. You have others, they believe they're Moors. You have others that are Rastas that believe they're Ethiopians. You have others that believe that they're Washita and that they were here, they didn't even come here via slavery, they were here before. So we got all of that, and I did surveys, I did research, and I found out that that was the thing that we had the most diversity on. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that we could unite on, over 87% of the survey respondents, was this idea of self-determination, a plebiscite, where everyone could choose which one of those four options was best for them. Mm-hmm. Whether they wanted to go to their ancestral homeland, whether they wanted to develop an independent nation of their own where they are at, whether they wanted to integrate into America, or whether they wanted to emigrate somewhere else. So instead of arguing, fighting, as if only one solution is right, no, what we want is for each person, right, to be able to choose for themselves what destiny they believe is best, and then have the resources to do that. Yes. Me, I'm a nationalist, so anybody who wants to liberate territory where we are, right, I support that, you know, I get involved in that, and also the repatriation, our right of return, getting citizenship. And I agree with my brother Ramzu. You don't have to believe in religious, spiritual prophecies to understand that the United States is now a pariah empire that is violating all international laws and morality. Yes. And there is a cause and effect mechanism, which means that at some point, justice is going to be manifested. The United States and Israel will not be able to continue to project its might makes right power with impunity forever. Yes.
Eventually, somebody will stand up to the bully. And the only way to stand up to the might of the United States military power is with greater power. And there's no conventional army that can do that, which means one of these nations that has nuclear weapons is going to use them in this with the same kind of thinking that the United States said when it dropped those bombs on Hiroshima in order to what? End World War II. We need to drop these bombs, right? Eventually, one of these nations with nuclear weapons is going to say, we need to send them to the United States.
That's great. Now,
we need to stop the bullying.
If
that happens, where do you want to be?
We would definitely get to that particular segment of our discussion. But I was going to ask you, like I had asked Brother Ramsey, but you did already touch on it, the fact that those of our people who believe that they have an inherent right to the United States of America, that they were here, like you said, Moors or Rastafaris and so on and so forth. And I was just pointing out the thing that makes that a dangerous decision is the fact that you really don't have control over any of the resources. Even the farmers here that wants to grow organic seeds has to get that sanctioned by the government. If they find out that they're using seeds, certain seeds, then they will come against them and shut their farm down and or fine them. When it comes down to the water, the messenger said he's learned how to poison us through the water. Then if you look at colon cancer, prostate cancer, heart disease, it's prevalent in the Afro-descendant community. One of the things that I found more interesting than anything that I had ever came across is that the incidence of diabetes is high in the Afro-descendant community, but globally, it is the lowest in Africa where we came from. That to me is amazing, that where we came from, diabetes is almost non-existent, but here in the United States of America, it's something that wreaks havoc in the Black community. So for those reasons that it's not safe for us, our women and or our children, the infant mortality rate, for those reasons, I'm saying that we should not remain in the United States of America. The man has demonstrated himself to be a murderer and or a killer of Black people today, yesterday, and tomorrow, and for loud. So when the Honorable Silas Muhammad, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, that 2/3 of the book is left for the other fellow, we're inside of his time. So when the Honorable Silas Muhammad came forth and says that we want free passage from America, no less than 144,000, I believe our people should galvanize to that thinking, as opposed to having the thinking of, we call it the Stockholm Syndrome, where you're having sympathy for the person that victimized you. So I believe that all of us have our part to play. All of us are a Clark in the wheel of Master Farad Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the Honorable Silas Muhammad. And I believe if and when we unite and or coalesce, then it's done. Almost like the movie The Wizard of Oz, when they told Dorothy at the end, you had the power to go home all the time. Mm-hmm. So
I agree with you fully. And most of my work has been preparing the environment over here on this side of the Atlantic, on the African continent, trying to get these governments to recognize our right of return so that those who choose to return are received, right, and given their full citizenship and have no difficulties in moving forward with their lives here in Africa. So the right of return is part of that legacy. So that's the work that I'm involved in, that is in alignment with all that you're saying.
Yes, sir. Now we want to go to our next topic of discussion. We're going to start off with Brother Ramsey. We know that the Jews are the archetype for reparations, restitution, and indemnification. I want you to touch on all three of those points and elaborate on them for us, if you will.
Yes, sir. I would like everyone that's listening to actually get an understanding. If we can't give it to you now on here, you can research after this conference of what reparations is, because most of our people have a misunderstanding of what reparations is. They think it's just a check being cut and that's it. They don't understand the repair or the return to our original condition before the violation. So everyone should read something called the Basic Principles and Guidelines on the Right to a Remedy and Reparation for Victims of Gross Violations of International Human Rights Law, and I can't remember the rest of it, and serious violations of humanitarian law. We should read that so we can understand, first of all, what reparations is, so we won't fall or get tricked by them giving us some scholarships or whatever they are proposing on these commissions that are throughout the United States talking about reparations. Reparations means, number one, restoring us back to our original condition. It's not a check. You know, a check can come along with it, but restore us. We don't even want their money. Money is falling as we speak, is inflating as we speak. Restore us back to our condition. So number one, that's the meaning of reparations. The Jews, so-called Jews, we already know, those of us who study history, they are not really Jews, but they got a form of reparations, and they're still being paid and so-called repaired for the Holocaust. And even the nation that did the Holocaust on them, are standing behind the wickedness that they are doing throughout the world, namely in Palestine. But the Jews have something we don't have. Number one, they have unity. They have less numbers than we do, but they have unity and they have power. Both reparations and self-determination requires power. The violator, the biggest human rights violator being the United States government, they're not going to respect anything unless it has power to overcome them. As Brother Sipiwe just said, of course, we don't have the military weaponry to overpower them. But we have something greater than their military weapon. We have the unity and the power of God, which means ourselves. There was a man that came to North America, and on July the 4th, 1930, he declared independence for Black people in Detroit. Declaring independence, by the way, is the number one act of self-determination. Just to declare independence, because we have a right to be independent. And then he started building the Nation of Islam, which included, of course, the FOI, the Fruit of Islam, the military training given to the men that belong to Islam in North America. And those men were trained actually without weapons. And if you can just Google it and research for yourself. For some years, scientists have been studying the power of a united people. The power, the mind power, the brain power of the brain and the heart being in coherence, or the brain itself being in coherence. We could produce enough electromagnetic power or electromagnetic field to change weather conditions, etc. That's why the Quran even says that a certain amount of believers can overcome an overwhelming amount of unbelievers or the enemy. The Bible says one can put many to flight or something like that, because there's power in those people. There's power in God, because we are God. But immediately, of course, we began worshiping other gods and not looking at ourselves as being God, though we were taught that. That's the most powerful teaching ever, that you are gods. It says it even in the Bible. He didn't even say, Muhammad didn't come and say, I'm God of you all. He said, I'm your nephew. You are gods, black man, black woman, black nation. You the gods. In the Quran, even oftentimes says we. When Allah is taking action, it says we. Because we as a people, we are their gods, and we are the power that overcome America, no matter what weapons they have. That's why I like the fact that the brother, I think he was on one of the panels, Brother Chief Malik, has prayer and fasting. That's part of us cultivating ourselves into becoming that God. We were told we were gods 96 years ago, so it's time for us to be that gods, those gods, so now that we can demand reparations and receive reparations, or else God takes action. So the Jews have a godlike power, not because of internal brain and heart power, because they don't even have the heart. They have a control of money, the monetary system, and they can force nations to bend at their will, which is happening right now. So that's the difference between us and the Jews. They have some power. We have to get some power in order to receive reparations. We have to get power in order to assert our right of self-determination. No nation on the earth is exercising self-determination, because if the United States government intervenes, destroys their economy, or does anything, or even wants to change their government, it's a done deal. Mm-hmm. They're folding as we speak. So it requires power. It's the main thing that we need in this day, and that's what so-called Jews have, but they don't have the greater God power that we have if we exercise it. And we have to unite to manifest that power. That's why I love this, a call for unity, the name of this whole event series throughout these few or several days. But that's my response. Sorry for taking so long.
Right, all right, brother. Okay, brother. Like, so that same, I put the same topic to you. We know that the Jews are the archetype for reparations, and that they requested reparations, restitution, and indemnification. Can you give us your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, we use this term Jews. It can also refer to what we call Hebrews or Hapiru or Israel. But when you do the study, it all goes back to some non-Black, Semitic, nomad foreigners who knew not God, who came into our civilization in Africa and saw a great civilization with mathematics, astronomy, pyramids, medicine, agriculture, all those things, right? And these people invaded our territories, right? And that is the beginning of this conflict, okay? So I just want to put that on record. Because when you talk about Jews and their reparations that they got, yeah, that can be looked at as a model, the Nuremberg and all of that. But I like what my brother Ramzu was saying, right? And I happen to be, for example, a member of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBRA, okay? I serve on its International Affairs Commission and its Health Commission. So I've been involved in this work, what we call external reparations. That is what is owed to us by the guilty criminals that violated natural law, all moral international law, right, through their war against us and the enslavement and the resulting damage. So there is what we call external reparations, but there's also what we call internal reparations. And that is related to what my brother Ramzu was saying, which comes from these various scriptures. Know ye not that ye are gods? Right? So the real internal reparations is understanding that we are created in the image and likeness of our Creator. We have two natures. We have our animal man nature, and we have our divine nature. And what has happened to us, and this is, I think, in alignment with Brother Ramsey was saying, what has happened to us is what we have suffered over the last 500, 600 years, right? Being reduced to not only a lower man, but property, not even human, chattel slavery. Not only were we dehumanized, where we didn't realize who we were as man and woman, we didn't know who we were as divine emanations of the divine spirit that lives inside this temple we call a body. When we reconnect with that divine consciousness, then we partake in the attributes of our Creator, which is what? Omnipresence. It's everywhere at all times. Because it is everywhere at all times, it is omniscient, meaning nothing can be hidden from it. How can you hide something from something that is everywhere at all times? You can't. So it knows everything, which means it is the source of truth. And because it is everywhere at all times, it can affect everything in the universe as we know it with truth. And by virtue of that, it is what? Omnipotent, all powerful. So Brother Ramsey is correct. When we do the internal reparations to repair us so that we are not controlled by our animal natures, our subconscious desires, our emotions, but we can bring the divine consciousness to govern and rule in our lives, then we have that very power Brother Ramsey was speaking of that is greater than the United States military. Now, it's a potential in all of us, but I would argue the reality is the vast majority of our people are not in an environment where the majority of every day they are receiving messages, and we have institutions which train people to realize their divinity. I think even though I was never part of Nation of Islam and I don't know much about it, I do understand that that was part of Elijah Muhammad's program. Exercising discipline in your lifestyle so that you are not partaking of these lower nature things, so that you make space for the higher spiritual natural things. And this is what was able to transform so many people's lives. When we do that, when we enter into the divine consciousness, by virtue of its omnipresence, that means I'm connected to my brother. I'm connected to my sister. And although we have the freedom to have different opinions or whatever, we never lose sight of the fact that we are one. So just Senator Ahmed, just like you were saying, there are those people who talk about, yeah, America, we were here first, it's our country and all that, but you're pointing out the reality. Guess what? It's owned by the Anglo-Saxon white Caucasian. That's the truth. The truth amongst us is we have the potential for unity through divine consciousness, but we're not exercising it because we're too engaged in activities governed by our emotions, our miseducation in the system of white supremacy that we live in, that is at its worst in the United States. So we can, when we unite, we will then have the sufficient counter force needed against our oppressors when we unite. That is more important than any material weapon. Brother Ramsey was correct with that. But then the question is how do we consciously connect with that divine consciousness and train ourselves to be obedient only to that? I'll give one quick analogy and then I'll land. If I ask anyone on this call, name the parts of your physical anatomy, you can do it. You say, I have a neurological system, I have a respiratory system, I have a cardiovascular system, I have a digestive system. These systems have the various organs. I have a stomach, a pancreas, a trachea, right? I have all these things. And here's their function and how they work together. And so we can have an intelligent conversation about our physical anatomy. And if you want to improve it, you can go to a physical trainer, you can go to a gym, and he says, do this exercise, it'll work that muscle, right? It'll do this. If you want to do, right? We can have an intelligent cause and effect, systematic conversation. But if I ask the vast majority of people listening to this, name the parts of your spiritual anatomy, can't do it, let alone name the specific parts, the organs, how they relate to each other, and how to what? Train them to become stronger and more powerful. Prayer and fasting is kindergarten teachings in the Kemetic Pawet Neteru system that we used to have. So in order to get to that unity that Brother Ramsey is speaking, we got to have the divine consciousness, which means we need institutions that show us how to get from where we are at our current level of spirituality to an objective and effective divine consciousness. Let me land it.
Yes, sir. Thank both of you all for elaborating on that point. And I'm in 1,000% agreement with everything that was said. Again, together we're unstoppable. I quite often say that to my colleagues in the Lost Foundation of Islam, is together we are unstoppable. And I am witnessing that right now, because the things that you are expressing, though they did not come out of my mouth, they are part of me, which is a great indication that, that we are all a part of the whole. And I just wanted to elaborate and or give our listening audience some additional information when we say reparations, restitution, and indemnification. And as Brother Ramsey had pointed out, the restoration part is to return something to the state that it was in had it not been damaged and or disturbed initially, which for us, we know, and the Honorable Salis Muhammad told us that the scholars in the UN said that our human rights was our ancestral culture, our ancestral religion, and our mother tongue has been totally deracinated. You cannot restore that back to what it was. As it relates to the indemnification part, the monies, and that's what a lot of our people are focused on. Give me the money, give me my $20,000 check. Like they're playing games here in the state of Illinois, where the Schaumburg or one of these suburbs out here are giving reparations to people in Chicago, and they're giving them the revenue off of the cannabis. So Black people are buying the marijuana and or the cannabis. That's
my God.
And we know that they are not informed. Even for them to remotely associate that with reparations is showing that they know our people are far behind and that they don't understand. So the reparations part, as it relates to the Jews, what they did, how it happened for them, because we know they gave reparations to the Japanese, we know they gave reparations to the Indians, and eventually, since the Indians stayed here, they pretty much got their money back. It's something called a $5 Indian.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? Where they turn around, gave them reparations, identified, Donald Trump is one of them, identified himself as an Indian based on the criteria, and that's how he was able to build on the casino. So they got the money right back. Now, so when I say that the Jews are the original example, is because it has been more effective for them than anyone else. So that's a great thing, because you've already done it for them. You don't got to go and reinvent the wheel for us. Just we're demanding the exact same thing that you gave the Jews. And we know that the Jews...
Senator Ahmed, can I push back just a little bit here?
Definitely.
Because one of my mentors said, right, that a demand comes with an or else. Again, my brother Ramsey talked about having power.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see where in the reparations movement we have clearly articulated what the or else is going to be.
Teach.
So we're not demanding, we're begging. We're begging because we don't have an or else to negotiate with. The only other thing I would push back on is this. I like to hold myself up as an example of what is possible with internal reparations. Mm-hmm. Meaning, my 5th generation great-grandfather, Brasa Inchaber, was taken from the village of Nunche. Okay. I have returned to that village. My 5th generation great-grandfather, Brasa Inchaber, spoke Rasa. In the beginning, I greeted you. I said Nsumba. I can say, Abala Neyowule. I can speak my mother tongue. Mm-hmm. And I am now living on the land. So when you say that reparations means repair to the condition before the damage was done, mm-hmm. I'm a living example. You can do that. You can, if the ma'af of the crime had not happened, I would have been born in this land. I would have married probably a Balanta woman, which I have, mm-hmm. and I would be speaking my Balanta language. Mm-hmm. So since 2003, so at the same time that the Honorable Silas Muhammad was going to the United Nations and articulating these things about our human rights, what it repairs. At that same time came this miracle of African ancestry DNA testing. So I want people to understand it is possible to reclaim your language, your land, your culture, and restore your bloodlines.
Yes.
You
Okay.
can go back to that place, marry people from that place, and have children, and in that way. So I just wanted to push back a little bit on that.
Yes, and okay, and I would definitely touch on that. But I wanted to get to what constitutes full and complete reparations, and that the United States of America called themselves. It was Maryland, Virginia, and Florida, along with Congress, that said that they apologized. So we're told that a true apology is going to encompasses the 3 R's. That's regret. I'm truly sorry that I did that. Resolution. What are we going to do going forward? And restitution. What do I owe you? Okay. Now, realistically, we can never rise above the condition of our people. So that means that if I go out and I get a PhD and I go back before the United States of America and or the Society of America, and I say, well, I got a PhD and I speak the King's English plain and well, and they're going to say, oh, you an educated nigga. And or if I just so happen to have enough wit, I'm wise, I'm smart, I can put things together, I provide X amount of services to where I generate billions of dollars. They're going to say, oh, you a rich nigga. And or if I just so happen to be a person that's a victim of the inner city trainings in the city of Chicago, and then I end up in the court system, they're going to say that's one of those violent niggas. So Jay-Z said it himself. It's nigga, house nigga, poor nigga, field nigga, still nigga. You can never rise above the condition of your people. You will always be grouped as one of us. That's where identity comes in. That's the reason why it's so important that we self-determine. Not you as an individual, not me, but we self-determine as a people and say to the rest of the world, this is who we are. Now, when the Jews did what they did, they didn't go to each and every Jew and knock on their door. They put together a think tank. The think tank came from Great Britain. The think tank came from the United States of America and also a king of Saudi Arabia, who determined that this is what you will need when you are to go and not be repatriated, but occupies somebody else's land. So this is what it looked like for them. It says, what the Luxembourg Agreement meant for Israel is for the historians of the young state to determine that the goods Israel received from Germany were a decisive economic factor in its development is beyond a doubt. It says, I don't know what economic dangers might have threatened Israel at critical moments if it had not been for German supplies. They had railways, telephones, dock installations, irrigation plants, whole areas of industry and agriculture. So that's what I'm pushing towards for us out of America, to understand the day-to-day life that it takes to run a society. So the other thing that the Jews were able to do, they were able to look at those who were best among them, who were professionals in those areas, and they pushed them. Like if we look at Queen Mashaki, who is an erudite in her field, or the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who's an erudite in this field in international work, and get behind them and push them, of course, making them aware of what we desire, right? But at the same time, understanding that this is a global picture of who we are and how we want the world to see us. Now, the pushback as it relates to where if they don't give reparations, okay, you demand it. Now that you demand it, and I'm not going to do it, now what are you going to do? It's the question that you asked. Okay, well, you spoke eloquently, you and Brother Ramsey, about the spirit, about the connection, about the fasting, about the praying. Those are ours. Those are our instructions. We overcame Pharaoh and his well-armed army with nothing but the truth. So that's it. That is not only a power, but that is the greatest power in the heavens, the earth, and the universe. All we're trying to do now is get our people to realize that once we make this push and or this move, And once judgment starts, there is no reverse button. You will not be able to come and join in like it is in Noah's Ark when that door is closed. So this is out of grace and or mercy that we're saying to our people. We're pleading to their sense of emotion. We're pleading to their sense of intelligence. We're pleading to your sense of logic to say, is this not logically the best move for us as a people? That's why I was elaborating on state of America means you're deaf. They will kill. They're killing us right now. They're killing us through the water. They're killing us through the food. They got to the point now that where Trump said they got a new weapon called the discombobulator, where they can shoot radioactive waves through your body and shut down your entire immune system. We don't need to be here. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he set the foundation because he said to us, what? A separate state of territory that they can call in on. Then he said the first rights that you need is human rights, not civil rights. And guess what they've just admitted recently? The civil rights movement is dead. Well, hell, it was never alive. It was something that we rallied around, our people rallied around, and lost something that we can't get back, which is time. So I are very necessary, and you are a great component to show us what can be done, and together we're unstoppable.
Yeah, brother, Ahmed, Senator.
Yes, sir.
I have to say something. Because those people had a unity of mind and spirit of the past. We don't as a people. That's why I don't call it bias, it's just the truth. This requires the Nation of Islam. This requires the Nation of Islam and the activation of those teachings. I'm sorry that others that may want to unite, that mindset of others who don't have that God mindset can't do it. You know, that's why I call for unity to the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. For me, I don't know what this call of unity is for really means, but I'm thinking of that. The followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, those who know that they are God. When you walk with that confidence, your brain synchronizes in a certain way than those who are worshiping a mystery God who won't have that power. So those of us who believe in those teachings, we have to unite. You know, it's a verse in the Quran, I think Surah 30:30 says, set your face to religion, being upright, the nature of Allah in which he created man. There's no change in Allah's creation. That is the right religion. Then a couple of verses down, it says, be not, or the next verse, be not like the polytheists. They split up their religion, each sect enjoying something within itself. That's what we have to go back to. We don't split. And if you know, study science, metaphysics, that unity of mind, that's the power. That unity of thinking of that power, of having that power together, that's the power. But when you break it up, and that's why the devil loves disunity, because that disunity breaks our power. Now, those of us who have that mindset, who have these teachings, we must come together. We must activate that God, and we must bring it to the enemy. Other nations can't bring it, no matter if they're in America or they're outside of America. All of them, right before our eyes, they're folding. The ones that's talking tough at the UN, a couple months later, they're sitting down with Trump, bending over. None of them have the power. None of them have self-determination. But it was a special people in America that was visited in 1930 and told that they were gods. We got to get back to that teaching in unity and act like gods, or bring destruction like God brings. And there are ways to synchronize to bring that destruction. They're studying it right now. You can Google it. Mind power, the biomagnetic field, the energies you can create, but you have to have the intentions to do certain tasks. And only us in the Nation of Islam, we can unite behind those intentions. Others must join and become Muslim. Everybody should join. The men should join the FOI. This is a requirement. The Quran says God won't change the condition of a people until they change themselves, change their souls, change their, they call it nafs in Arabic. In the nation, that's what the nation is for. And one of the translations of self is ego, that I part that we, from the verse we just read. I'm a follower of Farrakhan. I'm Silas. I'm Son of Man. I'm Clarence this. I'm that. No, go back to the root. You are gods. We are gods. Let's unite behind this objective and just make it happen with some power.
Yes,
that's
sir.
our power.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. And again, like I said, I'm everything that's being expounded upon and or elaborated, I'm in total agreement with, right? What I want our people to see and to call the unity is the fact that we have come together, and I keep using the Jews because it was more effective for them than anybody else. They allowed the American Christian government and or think tank to put something together for them. They allowed a king from Saudi Arabia, who's a Muslim, to put something together for them. So we got Christians, Jews, and Muslims who historically do not supposed to get along, coalesce to come together to make certain that the Jews, and we're using deep, let this be a working definition for us. I know historically that they're not the Jews, but you know who I'm talking about, right? That they came together for the Jews, and they had the British military occupying Palestine in 1917. They didn't move in until 1947. You see the forethought in that? You see the strategy in that? That's what
who financed the British military, and who was one of the main persons behind that declaration to create so-called Israel? Rothschild.
So when we understand that once we let the world know, just like America, when America made certain that they were at the point of no return, then that's when other people helped them. That's when I just found out this past Friday at Savior's Day that initially I knew it was France, but they also said that Morocco had helped them initially, had recognized them and started calling them an independent government. So, but it was America that had to come together first, despite all of their differences. Patrick Henry, he's one of the most famous Europeans that made the speech when he said that, give me liberty or give me death.
Give me death, yes, sir.
So when they were able to come together, in spite of all of some of them still wanted to be Catholic, some of them wanted to be Christian, some of them were still loyal to the crown, Mother England. You know, we had all that going on. They had people infiltrating, sabotaging, trying to cause it not to go forward. But the white man said this out of his mouth, and this is what I'm saying to you and I. They had something that they call the manifest destiny. That this is our destiny to rule, and it was. That this is our destiny to take this land, and it was. That this is our destiny to make these people slaves, and it was. All of that was written. Well, you and I also too have a manifest destiny, and that's to return home with full and complete reparations, to be repatriated back with our people. Our current status in the UN, we're still a people that is kidnapped because it has not been addressed. They hadn't remedied that. We haven't had our day in court yet, and their hopes is that we spend so much time destroying one another to where we never bring them to the table to where they have to answer. We're supposed to judge them out of their own books. In their books, they state that it is an international crime to take someone's ancestral culture. That's what they said. That it is a crime against humanity to take someone's ancestral religion. That's what they said. Kidnap, rape, and murder has no statute of limitations. That they can be brought to justice upon these charges. That's what we're here to do.
And also, go ahead. We have a right to just execute our self-determination. We have a right to, as the Republic of New Africa proposed, and as Fard Muhammad did in 1930, July the 4th, declare independence and take over where we live. That would be a power that can threaten them, or else move that Brother Sapiwe was saying, and that's also what was proposed by the Republic of New Africa. And they wrote an intelligence report just some years ago, I can share with you all later, that they feared that kind of move of us having a vote and taking over territory because it can destabilize America. Well, we can approach them with that kind of threat and say, we'll destabilize this country if you don't do this. But we have to have some power or some threat to their stability in order for them to answer. The Jews had some threat. They had the biggest financer behind those nations on their side, Rothschild. Mm-hmm. What do we have on our side? And but there are tangible things that we can do besides having the divine power. And we pulled a couple of self-determined nation moves, had some votes in Detroit and Highland Park. And after one of them, they came to us when we met with some officials, and they said, hey, we'll give you some properties if you just stop. But we didn't want property, we want full independence. But we came with something threatening. Thousands of people voting saying we're going to take over the city anyway. So we have to have something of power against these people. Moses had to have something of power before he stood before Pharaoh.
Yes, yes. And I agree with that. My mindset is, I mean, just like what we're discussing now, if we are aware that we're behind enemy lines, and I tell you everything I got planned on doing, my whole strategy, it's over with before it started. You can always pay one half of the poor to kill off the other half of the poor.
Mm-hmm.
So that wouldn't be wild.
Indeed.
Sit here and say, by the whole world is this, no, this network. We're going to do this, and that. Because he'll pay somebody that look just like you and now to stop it. But the thing that we're seeking to do now is to put our people in a position to where mentally they can see the power of the strategy that we're launching now. Our strategy now is for us to come together with one voice, approach the United Nations as the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki has done, and say to the United Nations, we charge civil death. In the United Nations, when they saw that Black people from America, this little small poor group that we had underestimated, had actually reached the king, the Honorable Silas Muhammad says that they told him it took the little boy to tell the king that he didn't have any clothes on. That's power. Now, that Commission for Human Rights, once we went into that door, they tore it down, they closed it. That's power. Do you hear me? The other nations of the earth want to find a way to help to bring America to their knees. And us, we, ladies and gentlemen, we're that key. But we got to speak with one voice, though. We can't fire off all over the place, because they're like, well, who do you want us to get behind? Thus, the Afro-descendant nation was born. It's not just us in America, but it's a coalesce between us and those in the slavery diaspora that has the name Afro-descendants, when Honorable Silas Muhammad gave definition to that name. That is power. Whether we understand it or not, that power, the pen being mightier than the sword, it really is, as opposed to us giving them a reason, provoking them to do what they want to do anyway. They want to line us up in the street and mow us down anyway. They're killing us. The police are killing us on a daily basis anyway. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us to pick up guns and talk about overthrowing America. That's suicide. Logistically, we do not have control over the roads. We don't have control of the water, the gas, and or the food. And then when you are hurt, whose hospital are you gonna go to? So we got to be those guys that we say we are, with the superior thinking, right? Now, what I want to touch on, and I want the feedback from both of you all, is on the human rights aspect of it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us in the first rise, he said the first rights that we need is human rights as opposed to civil rights. And the Honorable Silas Muhammad, being his best student, went before the United States, the United Nations, with that particular argument and or that charge. So can you elaborate on the human rights piece of it?
I mean, everything we've been talking about is human rights. Reparations is actually a human right that we have. Self-determination, number one, human right. Of course, the United States doesn't respect human rights, but we have those human rights. United States say they was one of the modern, assertors of the human right of self-determination. Dr. King, who was considered the number one civil rights leader, but actually months before he was murdered, he said we've moved from the era of civil rights to the era of human rights. Civil rights is controlled by the government. The government can contract those rights. They can expand those rights. They can just disrespect, like they are doing now, for civil, because they create civil rights. Human rights, of course, are naturally God-given, that have been codified by the nations of the world. And everything we are talking about is a human right. We have a human right to reparations. It's lawful. That's the law. You have to be repaired if you were violated. It's the law. You have a right of self-determination. We can declare our independence, right? Even right there in America, wherever, we have a right to have our own nation. So all of this is human rights, and salute to the Honorable Silas Muhammad for putting that on the forefront and making sure that he's speaking on behalf of Black people, making sure that to the world at the United Nations that we want to enjoy our human rights. I would say that since human rights are rights that we naturally have, no one can grant them to us. The United Nations can't grant them to us. They can't make us enjoy it. Human rights are something that we must assert ourselves. And I forgot to mention, I know my fellow human rights policy officers are probably upset that I am a human rights. I didn't mention I'm a human rights policy officer. That's my organization, Human Rights Policy Officers. And we advocate for human rights as the solution to get away from civil rights. As you said earlier, Senator Ahmed, basically civil rights was stillborn. And that's why even Martin Luther King Jr. said that I made a mistake. For 12 years, we were seeking to reform America. We must go now into revolution. He was talking about a nonviolent revolution, but he was talking about a revolution based on human rights. And everyone listening, you can look that up in 1967 in Frogmore, South Carolina. He made that announcement to change tactics. They killed them, and then those who were with them continued the civil rights struggle because they were afraid of the consequences. But yes, that's my response on human rights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First, before I forget, Isaiah 18, 1 through 7, if you want to understand prophetic repatriation, Isaiah 18, 1 through 7. All right. So, Senator Ahmed, you said some really important and highly legal things. You used the term civil death, which is what the Honorable Silas Muhammad raised in these various UN subcommittee meetings. Most of our people, they don't understand the legal concept of civil death, but the fact that you used it, I know that you do, and I do as well, right? All right, so this is part of the problem. On the one hand, like Brother Ramzu, I'm all about exercising self-determined power. Use what power we have to do what we want when we want to the extent that we can without asking anybody's permission or begging anybody for anything. We use what we control, our own human resources and natural resources for the benefit of our people, regardless of what anybody outside of us says or thinks or wants to do. I'm all about taking that action. But Senator Ahmed, you also said something very powerful and true when you said that, and I forget exactly how you said it, but you said about bringing the case before the world court or before justice, meaning you were making the point that legal truth is on our side, right? And even though we understand the international legal order is a product of the colonial system, right now the highest court on planet Earth is the International Court of Justice, okay? And so you were talking about how Silas Muhammad and others, going back to Malcolm X and others, were talking about, for the first time, bringing our claim before the World Court. This is what the Honorable Silas Muhammad was attempting to do, all those efforts at the United Nations. Now, the Human Rights Commission is not a court. It's a commission. It has policies, it has declarations, but they're not the same as treaties or law that is binding. So going forward, the practical move is, how do we get our claims before the International Court of Justice? For them to either substantiate, like they did in the case of the Jews, as you mentioned, or more recently, in the case of the Palestinians, right? South Africa used its standing to bring the human rights violations of the Palestinians living in Gaza, right, before the International Court of Justice. First, to get an advisory opinion, and then secondly, to institute a case. Now, the Palestinians couldn't bring that themselves because they don't have standing before the court, just like us, the Afro-descendants. This was the problem that we've always had. This was the problem that Malcolm had when he tried to do it. We had, under the rules, you have to have a member state or one of the designated organs at the United Nations bring it to the International Court of Justice. Okay? Now, points of some history. Silas Muhammad was the first to file a petition under the United Nations 1503 procedure. I was the second, right after him, about a year or two later. Silas Muhammad was the one who called for a United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. He did that, I think it was 1993, 1995, and only 20 years later, in 2023, 30 years later, did we get it. Most people don't know the Honorable Silas Muhammad is the father of the United Nations Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. It was his idea. He was the one that called for it. Now, when you look at the mandate for the Permanent Forum, okay, it's a United Nations Resolution 75-314. That mandate says that the United Nations Permanent Forum of People of African Descent, and now I'm quoting, can request the preparation and dissemination of information from any organs in the United Nations system. Request the preparation and dissemination. Now, the International Court of Justice is one of the organs in the United Nations system. So by a common sense interpretation of the mandate that establishes the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent that was first called for by the Honorable Silas Muhammad, we are supposed to be using the Permanent Forum to request the preparation of information, in this case, an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on our status as Afro-descendants under international law, specifically the law that governs what? The warfare, the very law that the Jews used, which is the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention, right, identifies us as Afro-descendants as prisoners of war. Why? Because we were taken from our ancestral homelands under a declared war. This is why Pope Nicholas V, his Dum Diversas apostolic edict declaring war on our ancestors is so important. We can show that it was a declared war. Yes. According to the Geneva Convention, you retain the status as prisoners of war until your final release and repatriation. Yes. If you're still living in the land of your captivity, I'm not, but if you are still living in the land of your captivity, you haven't been repatriated. Therefore, if your ancestors were captured during this war, you can claim as an Afro-descendant the status as prisoner of war. Yes. Okay? And with that status, under the law, your right to return to be repatriated is binding law. We, as Afro-descendants people, have never been able to present this in a court. Yes. Our best opportunity right now to do that is to get the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent to request the advisory opinion on the fundamental legal questions of our status. Now, I have been leading this effort, this campaign to do that ever since the first session of the Permanent Forum. We have drafted the request for the advisory opinion. We studied the request that was submitted by the South African government on behalf of the Palestinians against Israel. We studied that request. We literally copied it word for word and then just substituted Afro-descendants where applicable. And then we added 3 more legal questions to be answered. Okay? We submitted that to the Permanent Forum. All of this falls under the legacy of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. There is no Permanent Forum of People of African Descent without Honorable Silas Muhammad. So all this work that I'm doing fits into his legacy. All right.
Yes, yes.
I understand civil debt. So we drafted the legal questions to be answered based on these concepts.
Yes.
The UN Permanent Forum's response was the first president, F.C. Campbell Barr, eventually agreed that she would sign the request and submit it to the International Court of Justice. She said it, but she never did it. She was replaced by the second PFAD president, June Soomer. When it was presented to June Soomer at the third session, I did it from the floor, received a standing ovation. June Soomer said, we can't submit the request. We need to jointly analyze it. Okay? So it was officially supposed to have been put on the agenda for joint analysis at the third session, but it wasn't done. And then I didn't attend the fourth session, and it was never raised. So now, tactically and strategically, in this particular arena of legal diplomacy and combat at the United Nations, the next step is for our own lawyers, our own Afro-descendant lawyers, and our own African lawyers everywhere on the planet to give their own input on the 5 legal questions. We have an input form for them to do it. We made it easy. You click on this link. Here are the 5 questions. There's a space for lawyers to give their opinions on each of the legal questions.
Trying to close out, Brother Tapiwe.
Yeah, I'm closing. Right? We need to collect at least 20 to 25 of these legal opinions from our own lawyers to present at the next session of the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent in Geneva on April. This is something that we can do right now to further the legacy of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and his work for the Afro-descendant nations. The title of that request literally is, right, an advisory opinion on the status of Afro-descendant peoples as prisoners of war under the Geneva Convention and their right to conduct plebiscites and self-determinations. So, you know a lawyer, we need 20 of these inputs.
Thank you for that, brother. Thank you for that. It is a wonderful action plan. I wanted to just get some final comments from Brother Ramsey to see what's on your mind and what are your thoughts as it relates to an action plan, something that we can institute and implement immediately.
Like I said, we should discuss that behind closed doors, but I know one thing, and I'm sorry for those who I may have offended saying it just can be done by the members of the Nation of Islam. I think I saw a comment saying we all have some truth and that we all should unite. But what I meant by that is that we, even if you are of something else, we still have to have the same mind frame to work together, to move with power. We can't move with power if somebody's believing in a mystery God somewhere millions of miles away in the sky. I'm just sorry. We have to have the right mindset and know where God is to work together and to move with power. So I'm sorry for offending anybody. I don't know. I'm coming in the name of unity, but I thought this was concerning Elijah Muhammad, and those teachings let us know the power that we have and that we are God's. So the action would be that unity that we're talking about. Those who believe in those teachers, who know that they are God's, even if it's just 144,000 of us, we have enough power within ourselves if we synchronize to move mountains, so to speak. So I don't mean to offend anybody, but I'm just here for unity. But definitely I'm with the call for unity of those who follow the teachings of Fard Muhammad through Elijah Muhammad or whoever, for it be Clarence 13X, etc. Let's unite. Let's come up with a game plan. Let's move with power. Let's cultivate that God. As Elijah Muhammad said, after me comes God himself. Not no God from the sky or anywhere else, but that God from us, from within us. We become that God, and we're going to execute. So let's unite and let's execute. Let's say, as the Quran says, be and it is. Let's be that God. Let's say be, and it will be. Love you all.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Senator Ahmad, Queen Mashaki has her hand raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. What I want to do is reconnect with Safiwe Balika. So get in touch with those who are running this program and make it possible, Safiwe, so that we can reach you personally. We have some unanswered questions for you.
You got my WhatsApp number. We're connected, Queen Mother. We're connected.
You never respond when I
That's
call.
not true. That's not true. I don't know what's going on because, look, I got the book you gave me sitting right here, right?
All right.
I got the book you gave me right here. I'm constantly sending messages. So if for some reason there has been a disconnect, it's some kind of honest interference. It's not anything on my part or on your part, because as far as I was concerned, we're connected. I get messages and I respond to them. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but right after this or tomorrow, right, I will call you. No problem.
All right. Make it happen.
Okay. So my final comments, I want to say that reparations is about repairs. It's about making self-repairs on ourselves, mental repairs, psychological repairs, cultural repairs, organizational repairs, institutional repairs, technological repairs, economic repairs, political repairs, educational repairs, repairs of all kinds. And always remember, you can never heal in the place that you were hurt. Assalamu alaikum. Together we are unstoppable.
Yes, sir. That was very educational and very informative, and we appreciate all of the insight that you've given us, and we want to move forward with power on everything that we've learned from you today. I want to go ahead and move on to the next segment, which will be our Pioneers Awards, which will be hosted by Attorney Malik. However, he's asked that we play the recording of the National Secretary that was, since it didn't play before and people wanted to see it again, and he'll start at 3:15. So we're going to have 10 minutes intermission and break to watch that video again, and then come back on for the awards ceremony, in which the Honorable Salis Muhammad and Queen Mashaki will be awarded. They should have seen, most of our awardees have probably received their awards in the mail already. We'll show you what they look like. They're beautiful, and we will honor everyone. So thank you so much for your time and your knowledge and wisdom and understanding of the teachings of the messenger, as well as our plight for reparations, self-determination. And
Safiwe, he sent me a message.
Okay, I'm gonna, Queen Mashaki, your mic is on.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just move on to the video. I'm going to share my screen. We have 10 minutes. So let's go ahead and play that video. If I can. Can everyone see the video?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In order to be totally independent in this venture, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has ordered the purchase of warehouse and cold storage facilities there in Mobile, Alabama. Negotiations are already underway, and we expect to spend at least $1 million to prepare this facility for our imports. Now, we must remember that it hurts our enemy to see us in these broad fields. The messenger has taught us that the dragon will go behind the messenger to try to disrupt what has already been set up. That's right. And to try to turn the people of these countries away from Muhammad. But I tell you, they will not be successful. We who love and follow this great man, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, will fight to the death to hold on to what he has gained for us. What he has gained for us, we cannot and will not give up. That's right. Now, I personally can bear witness to the love, to the honor, and respect that the people of the world have for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. I have traveled completely around the world as a the Nation of Islam. And everywhere that I have gone, the response to the messages that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has sent me with were tremendous. In Japan, in Africa, in the Middle East, in South America, they always respond positively to his program. The messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is moving to establish trade routes across the narrow strip of ocean between South America and Africa. He is also moving toward China. In fact, I will be traveling to China very soon. The trip has already been set. Brothers and sisters, this is why we need the help of every black man, woman, and child in the hells of North America. The world of the black man has extended their arms to Muhammad, and we must be ready to grasp their hands. Here in Chicago, brothers and sisters, again under the divine leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we have deposited $1 million to prove our intent in the purchase of the South Shore Country Club. Brothers and sisters, this is some 59.4 acres of land, which the Honorable Elijah Muhammad will use for uplifting projects, like universities and hospitals. You know, Christians have hospitals all around us, but we must build our own. By summertime, we expect to have a fleet of pleasure boats on the lake. We also soon purchase a large yacht for movement along the Atlantic coast. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is going to build the south side of Chicago and make it beautiful for the black man, like the white man has made the north side of Chicago. That's right. Already he has had constructed $1.5 million sales and office building, which the black contractor, Mr. Ernest Bush, has almost completed. Now we have opened the building for the information center and for tours. But as soon as Mr. Bush turns the keys to this building over to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he will be told to break ground on the next one. Brothers and sisters, in our business enterprises during the past year, we moved toward $50 million in income. Which, of course, is only a beginning. We have only scratched the surface, because what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has in his head for us, we cannot imagine. This is only the beginning, brothers and sisters, and if we obey him and follow him and join with him, the black people in the hells of North America will soon have, in truth, that totally independent nation that our leader and teacher has been teaching us for. To move right along, brothers and sisters, I would like to just read to you a list of some of the enterprises of the Nation of Islam. You know, this nation that they talk about that operates mom and pop shops. We'll show you exactly what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is truly doing. Salam Restaurant, the Muslim import stores, the Muslim fish house, the Shabazz grocery store, the Shabazz bakery and coffee shop, Temple No. 2 clothing store and office building, the new sales and office building on 78th Street, the Guarantee Bank and Trust Company, Progressive Land Developer, Good Foods Incorporated, which is meats, produce, and eggs, Chicago Land Packers, a national trucking system, an aviation department at Gary, Indiana, Muhammad Speaks newspaper plant, which is a cold storage and warehouse, over 200 apartment units, not to speak of the single-family dwellings that he has put his followers in. Farms in Michigan, farms in Georgia, farms in Alabama, over 150 temples in North America, Bermuda, Jamaica, and Honduras, over 46 Muhammad universities of Islam. In the planning stage, a 500-bed hospital, a new Islamic university, the Temple Number 2 renovations, and the new university at the Temple Temple Number 2 on Stony Island Avenue. The Cottage Grove redevelopment plan, which runs from 78th Street to 87th Street on the east side of Chicago, east side of Cottage Grove, in the design stage. The Phoenix, Arizona development proposal, which is also in the design stage. Salam Snack Shop, Your Supermarket, Shabazz Bakery, Shabazz Barbershop, Shabazz Restaurant, Capital Cleaners, National Clothing Factory, National Fairs Factory, and again residential homes. This is what our leader and teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is leading us to. Brothers and sisters, I know what we are all awaiting, and that is the message from our leader and teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So in closing, I would like to say just this, that the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have distributed in the hells of North America during this past year over 34 million Muhammad Speaks newspapers. Brothers and sisters, I thank you very much for your time and your attention. Thank you. And at this time, I would like to turn you back to
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm looking for Attorney Malik to see if he is ready to start. I hope that you enjoyed the film that we had tried to play a little earlier. We did start our conversation on Friday with a film fest, and we were able to show these films in its entirety. And they will be available later as one full video of this entire conference later on YouTube. Is Attorney Malik on? Not here yet. Can you raise your hand so I can see you if you're here?
Ambassador Tawhida, he isn't in the participants list. I don't see him as well.
All right. Well, I can continue playing that video until he comes on. It's just that I can't see both screens to know when he comes on with the video playing. So if you could, we'll ask him, or if you could text me and let me know when he comes on, I'll continue to play the video if everyone doesn't mind. We'll play a little bit more. The messenger is getting ready to come on now. Is that okay? All right, let's see.
Yes.
I think I actually stopped it.
I hand over everything to you.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes, Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes,
Allah
so,
Akbar.
Ya Allah, by the grace, you can do the festival will grow big, inshallah, in your effort.
Oh, yes. All praises be to Allah. Alhamdulillah.
Inshallah, inshallah. So, Chief, I'm always proud of you.
Thank you. And I'm proud of you too, Musa.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm very proud of you. And I'm very happy that you're putting it together like this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So we will make it work.
Right now here the fasting
The conductor has arrived.
Okay, thank you, because I'm just now getting it.
The fasting. Hello.
Hold on 1 second. Let me fix my.
Right.
Hold on 1 second. I got my people on the other thing. Hold on. They can't hear you. Can you? Okay. Can you hear me, Musa?
Yes, sir, Chief.
Oh, yes, sir. So, yes, have Adam call me tomorrow and we will work it out.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I said that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in a meeting over it. They can't hear you though. But
Okay, so you can make it tomorrow, eh?
yes, we'll talk tomorrow. All of us.
What time?
It's tomorrow. Let's say 6 o'clock your time. Or better yet, yeah, your time, 6 o'clock.
12 o'clock?
My time.
Yes, no problem. I'm waiting. I will be waiting.
Okay.
So tomorrow, fasting.
Yes, okay. We can do that too. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
You guys there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That was that's Musa Bakari that I was just talking to.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to find where yeah. Yeah. Sister Cheryl. Sister Cheryl. Sister Cheryl.
Of the truths that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us and that we should never forget. Because the more we would try to think that America has changed, the we are brought back to the core reality of the truth of the honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the more we try to believe that America will be an inclusive society or try to embrace American or Americanism, the truth remains the same. This is the devil that we're dealing with. This is what they call Shaitan al-Akbar. The great Satan is who we live amongst. It is true in the West that we are the people of prophecy and the choice of God. And it is also true that we live in a modern Babylon, as we have been taught. We live in a modern Sodom and Gomorrah, as we have been taught. We live in what they call in the midst, the belly of the beast, the hells of America, and sadly and unfortunately, what they chant over there is true. This is Shaitan al-Akbar, the great Satan, the big devil, the great Shaitan. That's where we live, and that's the reality we face. So I want to say that even if the supreme leader of the government of Iran, the leader of the Shia nation of Muslims all over the planet, even if he is marked in this attack on him and his nation, that will not stop Islam. That will not stop the revolution. That will not stop the undeniable march towards the destruction of the United States imperialism, colonialism, and subjugation of the peoples of the earth. No matter what the enemy does, his time shall not last. And I'm happy to say that even if the supreme leader of the state of Iran is martyred in this operation, may Allah guide his legacy. He's 82 years old. He lived a long and a strong life and set a strong example at 82 years old. That's one thing I like about them people. They're not afraid to give their lives. And what would Islam be without someone to be martyred for the cause, as Hussein was martyred for the cause at Karbala. So I won't go too much further into that, but I wanted to recognize that, and I want to recognize the supreme leader of Iran, Honorable Ayatollah Khamenei, the successor Ayatollah Khomeini. Both of them men. I was taught by my mentor, Minister Khaled Abdul Muhammad. He told me that these were only white men he respected. One of the only white men he respected. That's how he said it. Of these Persian men, Muslims, that have set a great example and have brought the wrath of the most wicked enemy on the planet Earth to their doorstep, only because they're strong. And so we say, Wakatilu. Wakatilu fi sabilillahi ladina. Yukatilunakum. We as Muslims are going to have to fight. Fight in the name of Allah with those who fight with us. We will not be the aggressors or doers of injustice, but we will not be punks or cowards either. And if we have, and obviously we in a fight. And in this great conference, as we are determined to carry on the great works of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Black Muslim movement, we must understand that it will not come without a fight. And the reason why we are even trying to, and to a great sense, put back some of the pieces that have been lost is a testament to how hard the enemy works to fight to destroy the Nation of Islam, and he fight to destroy the message, the hard line message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's the reason why we're here. So I want to say thank you to all of the participants. Fight on, y'all. Keep your heads high. Fight on against this enemy. It's better to give your life and be remembered as for being strong and principled, and to keep trying to live, to hold on, to be a slave to this enemy. Khalid Muhammad said that the white man is not a devil, but the devil. And he took that from teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who got it from Master Fard Muhammad. And I'm here to tell you that none of these men lied to us. I wish it was different, but reality dictates that it is the truth. I want to thank the participants in this conference, as I won't be long. I'm going to pass the mic, but I had to say that. And I want to give gratitude and give thanks for being a part of this great conference, which has brought many of the members of what Minister Malcolm X called the Black Muslim movement together. Can we put the flyer next to me, if we don't mind, of this, the main flyer here?
Yes, sir. Brother Mintu was going to try and bring that up on his screen. I was having difficulty doing that. So that you're side by side. He'll show it on his screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
And you put
You're
me center.
welcome.
Until he does it, can I be on the center?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I just need to know when he's back to do it. All right.
Just want to say gratitude and divine thanks for every person and every role that they have ever played in the history of the Black Muslim movement, as Minister Malcolm called it. I loved when he called it that. He used to say the black, yeah, let's just put me side by side with that so we can speak on that and move on. Thank you. I don't know if that's how y'all do it, but it's okay. You get together. The Black Muslim movement, Minister Malcolm said. Black Muslim movement. And when I think about that, that's a good term. Black Muslim movement to me is broader than Nation of Islam. Black Muslim movement means that brothers and sisters, some of who have presented here who are not Muslims, will want to link in and be a part of a Black Muslim movement, will feel comfortable. And so I want to thank this convention. I want to thank our chief of protocol, the ambassador to the Afro-descendant nation, who is a testimony to her teaching and her training. I'm talking about Tahita Sabri. Let us just all give her a strong hand. Can we unmute the mic for a minute and just give her a round of applause? If it's okay to unmute, let's give Sister Tahita, for this conference and for her work year after year, a round of applause, because she is one of the best that the Black Muslims have anywhere in America. I don't care what kind of Muslim you are. She is one of the best.
All right.
Yes.
And I want to say that through her, through Sister Tahita, and through the staff of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who is going to be honored here today.
It went up. Okay.
Thank you so much. We go back on mute. But thank you. Let's give her some love. Let's give her from her job is not easy. Let's give her some love. So,
Sir, I'm honored. Thank you.
You deserve that honor. Through her, you will get to know the man, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, better by knowing her better. And in this whole process, you will get to know the Honorable Silas Muhammad better through his staff and his laborers, because you can judge a tree by the fruit it bears. And the more you get to know his staff and the excellence, the civilization, and the presence of these dedicated and sincere laborers, then you will get to know the value of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and the Afro-descendant nation. Okay, so thank you to prayer and to the Afro-descendant nation and the leadership and those that came on today. We'll come right back. We come right back to that. And then we're gonna move forward. Thank you to the Afro-descendant nation. And thank you to the Muslim followers of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, because they are the ones that get me back talking about Islam. You know, by the time I come back around to working as a conductor in the reparations movement with the Honorable Silas Muhammad, I had gotten some degree of distance out of the circle of Islam. But I thank him for bringing Islam back to my life at this point in time. I want to thank prayer and fasting. I want to thank Chief Abdul Malik of that great organization, that great circle, prayer and fasting. I love you all, and you all inspire me. And I find myself tuning in the mornings when I'm getting ready to get up and go to work. I find myself looking for that prayer and fasting circle and that prayer and fasting broadcast in the mornings, and tuning right on in and hearing the spirit of those great brothers and sisters in the circle of prayer and fasting. And I want to thank Chief Abdul Malik. And I want to say that a good portion of the future of the Black Muslim movement is coming through and resonating through that great young man, that top fisherman, Chief Abdul Malik, the shepherd of prayer and fasting. May Allah bless Chief Abdul Malik and bless all of those that are organizing with him, and those that are being healed, those that are fasting 2 days and 3 days a week, and those that are being healed of diabetes and cancer, and those that they just focusing in on the good part and the best part of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and they're doing a good job. And I know that Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad appreciates the work that they're doing, and I want to say to Your Immunity Project and to Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad, and I say to this: keep on going, doctor. Keep on going. You've had many ups and downs in your career, and I've had ups and downs in my career, and my teacher, who is not here, has had ups and downs in his career. And with Minister Farrakhan and yourself, Dr. Alim, and me and my mentor, we had many great times, and we had our ups and downs, and we've had some tough times. But I know this, that Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad, you love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and you're a wise man today. As I'm wiser than I was yesterday, I believe you're wiser than you were yesterday. And together, our wisdom can, as all of us together, our wisdom can move us forward. As I said yesterday, and most of what I would say today was placed yesterday. You can hear my broadcast yesterday on the subject of, is Muhammad's economic program dead or alive? I urge you to watch that again. But I would also say, just to take a portion out of that, is to say that the trauma and the pain that the Black Muslim movement has experienced since the passing of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. It is my sincere prayer today that all of those that will come on this line today will find the spirit of Allah today to do our best to heal those wounds as best we can without compromising the truths that we believe in. That I would pray that our spirit today would lead us to a posture where we would understand that the messenger has a lot of teachings, but he has some teachings that are paramount above others, and that is our unity is more powerful than an atomic bomb. And we need that teaching right now, and that's what I would emphasize, that our unity is even more powerful than our hurt, pain, and offenses and lectures and things that all of us have done against each other. Okay? So thank you for all of those who helped put together this convention. I want to thank Brother Dashan Farad for his work. I want to thank Imam Akbar, Sheikh Imam Akbar, who will hear later in this program with Abdul Talib. We want them to have their word. And let's put the graphic up, please. And I'll speak on that. And then I'm going to award a man who I want to award in this hour. Be happy to award. But let's put the flyer up here. Let's bring it up here. And so we can do this. Okay, and because he's not on the flyer, I'm going to start with him first. Let's increase the size of that flyer if we can. But I want to start first with a speaker who will speak today who's not on the flyer, but he represents an important person that we want to hear and learn from today, also from these greats who will be teaching today. We are going to hear some strong teaching today. All right, like only the Black Muslims can teach. But, you know, I get the feeling that this teaching is leading towards nation building. I get a strong feeling that this teaching is leading towards a government structure of our own. I have a strong feeling that this teaching today is putting parts together that need to be put together, and I have a strong feeling together that a structure such as the 9 ministries of economics, ministries of health, ministries of justice, I have a strong feeling that formal organizing for the good of not just Muslims, but the good of all of our people in America and around the planet, I have a feeling that there's a diamond in the rough. As Brother Abdul Malik teaches, there's a diamond in the rough coming out of this process. Now, one man that you're going to hear today, I need you to make that better, Brother Mentor. I need that to be stronger. Okay. Imam Abdul Malik is a man that I'm interested in hearing from today. Imam Earl Abdul Malik, I found him, I was looking for representatives from Imam Warith Deen Muhammad that really respect and love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and they love Black people. I was looking for them. And that's not necessarily a popular opinion to even look for them. But I just happened to, in my organizing experience, with the Black nationalist movement and the Black Panther movement to have encountered some of what we call Bilalians.
Attorney Shabazz, sorry for the
Yes.
Attorney Shabazz, sorry for the interruption there, brother, but Imam Earl Abdul Malik is standing by. I just got a text. He's standing by right
That's
now.
Good. We want him to stand by, and he's on the schedule today. He's I think the third awardee, and the Imam
4 p.m.
Yeah, he
Sorry for the interruption.
we're a little bit
there,
behind time, but we're on time. Okay, so thank you, Imam. I'm happy that you would hear me, brother Imam, and I want to speak with you. I studied you, I studied what you're saying. I've most recently become acquainted with you, and you're in the lineup today. And I learned I call them the Bilalians, although they changed later. That's what I say. And in the, it's really Imam Akbar, who served as a national chief of staff, national minister of justice, national imam, and is in many instances a right-hand man to me as a leader in the new Black Panther Party at that time, and even in the Black Panther movement today, that convinces me that there are some Bilalians that really love Black people and stand up strong for Black people, that we can't stereotype anyone. We must have an open ear today. I'm urging you all to have tolerance, patience, and mutual respect for all of those that come from the tree of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad today, and to allow a fair hearing on their words and to judge their presentation and words for themselves. And Imam Earl Abdul Malik, I want you to hear from the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Harriet Abu Bakr, and to hear from Captain Wali Bahar. I want you to hear from them today. And perhaps, Imam, perhaps a new chapter could be written in a history that has been rough and tough over the last 50 years. And to be frank and honest, there's been a lot of tough words spoken about Warif Muhammad over the last 50 years since his father has passed. There's been a lot of understandings and misunderstandings, and there's been a lot of pain. And my dear brother Imam, I want to hear what you have to say. I'm praying that there will be a new, stronger light coming from that tree that you represent. And I want you to give these brothers and sisters a fair hearing, and I want them to give you a fair hearing, and we're going to see what Allah does today, to see if he can to possibly lay a framework to heal this fractured nation, this fractured movement. Let Allah be the judge today. Okay, so I want to thank, to close now, I want to thank Sister Shahar Ali, who's overseas in the East, in Thailand, I believe, and is unable to attend this broadcast. But nevertheless, I want us to give her some strong love, Sister Shahrazad Ali. She has an award, and let's give her a strong hand, because Sister Shahrazad Ali has stood up for Messenger Elijah Muhammad year after year after year. And Sister Queen Shahrazad Ali has stood up for the Black woman and stood up for the Black man year after year after year. You may not have agreed with everything she had to say and how she said it, but we must give credit and honor and give a divine salute and a divine award here today for Sister Queen Shahrazad Ali. I've known her since I was a young college student, and she might be skeptical about this process. But by Allah's grace, skepticism will fade and confidence will come on back. Thank you, Sister Shahrazad Ali, for your work and for those that support her. I want to thank Minister Louis Farrakhan for his work on behalf of the program of Muslims in America and on behalf of Black people in America. Something rising in here. Got the audience or something coming in here. Got that noise. You got some noise coming in here. Okay, and so I want to be clear. I want this transcript and this record to be clear that Malik Zulu Shabazz, that in a certain sense I'm a son of Minister Louis Farrakhan because I'm birthed into this movement under his teaching and under his influence. And we want to thank him. Imam Akbar, we mailed his awards right to his house on Woodlawn Avenue, mailed the awards, and we've emailed and mailed, and we made our best efforts to reach out to him and to also to let him know that we honor him. And I want any of his followers who watch this and who will study this tape to know that Minister Louis Farrakhan has been awarded. He is respected and for his work. And even though some who have been in this conference and convention have disagreed with Minister Farrakhan over the years, he still gets an honor here today for the work that he has done. And so salute. Let's give him a salute. We all know that he's talked about a lot for a good reason because he had been working according to his understanding and mission in this work. He has been working since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed. He worked with Warf Dean Muhammad, and he's worked on his own, and he's done a mighty work for our people, and he's known all over this world for good reason. And a lot of people will testify and raise their hands, say he's had an effect on my life, he's changed my life, and get a man his credit. I'm going to throw him up a black fist, even if he never answers the mail, never answers the email ever again. Let the record be clear. Let the record be clear that we have not come here to build some counter movement to what he is doing. We are just here doing what we know from the greatest black man ever born, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Keep it there. Imam Alfred Muhammad. I want to hope he's coming on. I'm hoping he'll be here to say a few words today. Councilman from New Jersey. He's also in the tree from Elijah through Warf Dean Muhammad. And he's a respected man in New Jersey, and I respect him. Honors to you, Imam Alfred Muhammad. Captain Wali Baha, he will be awarded by Sister Tahita. Captain, you salute. You stood strong for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as his personal captain. Something leaking through here. You must not like this unity. There's something rising here. Some kind of wild sound. All right now. And so Captain Wali Baha, you will receive your award today, and you served as a personal captain. You served as a personal captain to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You served as a captain to Warf Dean Muhammad. You have served with the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I always saw you when I was working with Minister Louis Farrakhan. I would see you in Chicago, see you at his event. You got a good spirit, brother. You're a legend, Captain Wali Baha, and I love you, brother. And I'm happy to see you get your award. I want to see you today. Okay? Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad, we're going to hear from him today. We heard from him earlier in his deliberative dialogue, important process, deliberative dialogue, people being able to air their views, their concerns, their opinions, their visions their grievances. He's a scientist. Accept your award, Doc. Accept your award. And for those that were upset with me for giving him an award, have mercy on me. Have mercy on me, because my intentions, I have an ultimate intention to help Black people come together. And thus you must understand me. Mr. Son of Man, I'll hear from you later. We're going to give you time to teach and stretch out. I want y'all these Muslims is about to teach today. And he's already taught us, because the video yesterday before my presentation on economics was the video of Mr. Son of Man, Mr. Marvin Muhammad, and this man is a builder. He's like a Hiram Abiff in our midst. He's a builder. And he has a message also. So give the new Nation of Islam a fair hearing when you hear them today. Give them a fair hearing. And I'm coming to see you, Mr. Son of Man. I'm coming to sit with you in my state of my mothers and grandparents in Mississippi. I'm coming to sit with you, brother, because I love you, Black man. And Sister Queen Harriet Abubakar is going to be honored today. I think I'm to do that. And so I will save my words for her in a moment. We have royalty in the house. Sister Frederica Bay, who may be under the weather. We honor Sister Queen Frederica Bay for her work in Islam, her work on behalf of the Million Man March, her work in behalf of New Jersey. We honor you, Sister Queen Frederica Bay. We are here to honor those that have gone on to the realm of the ancestors, those have passed on. I honor my teacher, Minister and Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. I honor Minister Khalid Muhammad. I honor for him standing up for Islam. I honor him standing up for the Black Muslims. I honor him for protecting Minister Louis Farrakhan's life when no one was capable of protecting his life. It's Harold X. It's Harold X is the reason why many would not move on Minister Farrakhan, because of Harold X, Malik Rashidin, Khalid Abdul Muhammad, one of the greatest Black men of all times. One of the greatest Black Muslims of all times. One of the greatest teachers on the college campuses of all times. One of the greatest Black Panther leaders of all times. One of the greatest revolutionaries to come amongst us at all times. Don't get me started, because I will be up here till tomorrow teaching on Dr. and Minister Khalid Muhammad and teaching out of my book, the Book of Khalid. I love you, Doc, and I miss you, Doc, and I honor you for being tough on me and hard on me and training me and driving me, because I'm able to withstand and go forth in this hour, because I had a tough captain. The former Supreme Captain was my trainer and my captain. And the fact that I was even able to just assist him, ride with him, be trusted by him, as that close, like a son to him, is a tremendous experience in my life that I will never forget. And so I honor you, Minister Khalid Muhammad. You bring tears of joy to me. And may Allah always protect your legacy. Black Power. Minister Malcolm X. They say, how can you honor Minister Malcolm X? Don't you know what he said about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? Let me say this. Despite everything that has been said about Minister Malcolm X and by Minister Malcolm X. I'm going to say straight up here that I love Minister Malcolm X, the student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and his career and his legacy is a great study for us all. Minister Malcolm X, who we watched on the Film Fest. It has often been said that Malcolm X, as an ancestor from the grave, have recruited more into Islam than all of the other ministers living. So whatever you would have to say here in this Muslim circle about Minister Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik Shabazz, Brother Omar Wali, still to this day, he's making Muslims from the realm of the ancestors. Y'all go, you coming back with that sound again. No, you put it back up there so I can see who's up there, please. Just put it back for a second. Let me finish on Malcolm. I see we got the honorable, I thought we had Priscilla T in the house. If she was on, give her a shout out. Safiwe Baleka, that great Pan-Africanist, that great organizer, shout out. I'll remember the flyer from my brain, man. I honor Minister Malcolm X for giving us the pathway to human rights, giving us a pathway to human rights. And before the Honorable Silas Mohammed went to the United Nations, it's Minister Malcolm X who took the Black Muslim cause and the cause of Black people in America, the 22 million of us, as he said. He took our cause before the world. And I will tell you this, when I get on a call with the leadership in Burkina Faso, when I'm on international calls with Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists all over the world, when they get to speak, they open up talking about who and quoting who? Minister Malcolm X. Malcolm X, the great student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X and the ideology that he picks up from Elijah Muhammad and he enhances it. His ideological contributions will live on forever. The great teachings and doctrines that he gave us will live on and on forever. Let us take the best of the Minister Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik Shabazz. Let's take the best as we move on, and let's salute him for the good works that he did and forgive him for any error that he may have made. None of us are perfect. None are perfect but Allah. Everybody has made mistakes. Everybody has made error. Anybody here that has not made a mistake or error, raise your lion hand in the audience right now. All praise is due to Allah for the good work of El Hajj Malik Shabazz. Muhammad Ali. Oh, we must honor him. Oh, we honor this. If we could go on and on. How this great champion and a type of messenger in his own right, who risked it all, following the teaching.
Hello.
Did we lose Tony Marie? I think I'm lost. This is my problem. 1 minute.
We hear an echo. There's an echo.
Yes.
Family, those of you who are tuning in, please forgive us. We're having technical difficulties. It appears that we temporarily, Attorney Shabazz is back. Here we go. Okay, Attorney Shabazz, we can see you, sir.
I'm right black. Let me get right black into it. Whatever they doing, they ain't gonna stop it. Look, y'all can hear me? Let me move, man, so we can move this program. Let me move it and move this program. We honor Minister Khalid Mohammed. We honor Minister Malcolm X. Honors, put me center here if you can. Honors to Muhammad Ali. Not enough thanks we can give him for standing up for the messenger. When he didn't have to stand up for the messenger, he did. When he was the heavyweight champion of the world and he had the mic everywhere, he could have took it for himself if he was a man of ego and vanity. And every chance he had, when the camera and the spotlight and the whole world was listening, Muhammad Ali stood up for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We can go on and on and on, man. Honors to Muhammad Ali, man. Let's stop. Let's give it up for Muhammad, a childhood hero of mine, and still a hero for all of us, and the one, not only the greatest heavyweight fighter of all time, but he's the great champion of truth. And there's not enough good we could say about Muhammad Ali. Minister John Muhammad, less known, but he's on. We want to honor Minister John Muhammad, the brother of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, for holding fast to the teachings of his brother, holding fast to the teachings of the messenger. Honors to John Muhammad and his followers. Honors to all black Muslims out there, every black Muslim from every camp, either which way you gone. We are all family. This is a family tree of black Muslims. Lastly, at the bottom of that flyer, is the leader of the 5 percenters, known in the Nation of Islam as Clarence 13X. But he's the father, according to his followers. He's the father of the 5 percenters. And they even call him Father Allah. Don't get mad. Please don't get mad. But that is what he's called. And he is the father of a nation. He's a father of the 5% nation. And we have to say to our brothers and sisters in the 5 percenters that the same dog that bites you bites us too. And the 5 percenters are in the family tree of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And Elijah Muhammad is all up in the plus lessons of the 5 percenters. You say what you want to about the 5 percenters. What have they taught us? They have taught us, and the Father have taught us the value of the supreme wisdom lessons given to Master Fard Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad. When many wanted to get away from the lessons, there's one group that keeps us on the student enrollment. The Lost Found Muslim Lessons 1 and 2 and English Lessons C1 is one group that always returns us to that core foundation. That's the 5 percenters and their leadership. Hip hop and rap music greatly influenced by the 5 percenters who have taken the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the lessons and put it into rap form. And there are many out there who will say that they got their education from the 5% nation. Proper education always causes elevation. So honor to the 5 percenters. Honors to the father, affectionately known as Puddin', because he was what? Putting Negroes in their places, huh? Affectionately known as Puddin'. Putting Negroes in their places. Clarence 13X, huh? Who had the what? The knowledge and the understanding of the unknown. You catch it. If you know the supreme alphabet and the supreme mathematics. The knowledge and the wisdom, 13 of the X, the unknown. Clarence Jowers Smith, known as the blacksmith, because he's the one that was mining the gold out of the lessons. Don't get me going. Out of 5%ers. Look, I'm done. I had me a good time. I've dealt with it. Thank you for your patience. I want to award now a man who have stood up. I want to award here right now a great man, a divine man, a humble man, a kind man, a long-suffering man, and a patient man, and a man that I urge you to have great respect for, even if you are not exactly clear on who he is and what he has done. I want you to know that this nation of Islam in the current period have been greatly affected by the actions of the man who is to be awarded here right now. I want you to know that on August 21st, 1977, that a man who had lived with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, been taught directly, face to face by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, mentored and given his name by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that he is about to be awarded right now. I want that when there was time to take a stand, that this man took a stand for the messenger. And when he took a stand, everything has changed. And he has stood for reparations, stood for human rights, stood up for Elijah when nobody was standing for Elijah. I call him a great apostle of the messenger of God, and he is a reminder, a divine reminder of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I can go on and on forever, but I want you to hear now and to receive and to give thanks and him to be awarded the Honorable Silas Muhammad, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here he is, and there's his award. Come on, y'all. Bring him center. Bring me off and bring him on, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I have nothing more to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir. Wa alaikum salam. Keep him up. Just keep his face up there. Just keep his face up there. He like the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, they've soldiered for years and they're up in age. We must respect our elders and honor our elders. But sir, we love you. I believe I speak for everybody. We love you. We honor you. We thank you for Queen Mashaki, the Honorable Sister Attorney Harriet Apple Baca, to receive a recognition for her exceptional service on behalf of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Let's give it up now for Sister Queen Attorney Harriet Apple Baca, the wife of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and a leader in the Afro-descendant nation and a great representative of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Let's give her flowers while she lives. Give her her award while she lives, and let's hear from her, our award, Attorney Harriet Abubakar, Queen Mashaki.
Thank you, everyone. It has been a lifetime achievement to receive an award like this. I hope that you can see it. It's not showing up too well. But I truly enjoy representing both of these great men, and I've enjoyed myself for the last 3 days. I thank you, Attorney Malik Shabazz, for bringing us all together and making this really happen. You did an excellent job. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Is that all? Give us at least something. Hold 1 second. Give us at least something. We thank you for being, I guess, brief, but yeah, I can't do all this. You tell us something. Tell us something before I turn it over to Tahita and the rest of the program and Dashan and the rest. Can you tell us something? Tell us this. I'll ask you this question.
All right.
Can the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his family tree of followers that we have gathered and named, can they ever come together again to do great works in the name of his program? What would be your opinion and your recommendation?
Yes, I know we can come together. I'm not thinking about it. I truly do believe it's going to happen. We are fulfilling prophecy, and it was prophesied that when he died, the nation would fall. And it was also prophesied that it would rise again, never to die again. And I truly believe that. I've given 70 years of my life to make sure that this happens. And it's going to happen.
Be part of it. Okay, well, I guess that's all that she wants to say. So don't keep on moving, because I know others here, they're going to teach today. I know some others get down, so we're going to make way for them to do that. Honest to you, ma'am. You have a great spirit, and every Black woman in America and around the world, you can learn a lot from Attorney Harriet Abubakar. All right. Okay, so maybe I should be the man to deal with, maybe I should switch it right now.
Go ahead, attorney. You handled it pretty well. Go ahead, attorney.
I'm gonna bring on Imam Earl Abdul Malik, if that's okay. Then we'll come back to Captain to the other. I want to bring on Imam Earl right now because I'm interested in this. You know, it's rare that this diversity of the followers of those that come from the tree of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad come together. And there's been a lot of dissension over the years, but I'm glad that Imam Earl Abdul Malik accepted this, and I want him to accept my spirit as a brother, and I want to sit with him and understand him better. But right now, I want you all to hear from the successor to Imam Wharf Dean Muhammad in this year, in this time, and in this hour. You know, he had him on February, I think the 15th, he had a Savior's Day event that I watched, and that made me contact him. I said, who is this calling over here for a Savior's Day? And who is this man with these men on post? I say, this is a man I got to meet and I got to hear from. So let's play our ears carefully now. He hasn't been in given an award. We just came to know him. But we're going to hear from him now because this is key. Let us hear from Imam Earl Abdul Malik. Let's hear every word he has to say. Take me off of the screen, give him center screen, and let's hear. All praise is due to Allah for you and your followers and your community. Thanks for spending this time with us. We all ears and all eyes. All praise is due to Allah.
Assalamu
alaikum. Salam.
My apologies, a little bit of a miscommunication. My name is Imam Ibrahim El Amin. I'm a representative of Imam Earl Abdul Malik Muhammad. He intended to be on today, but there was some last minute travel that he had to arrange for last night. And he has a video submission of his presentation that we'll be playing. He's listening now, but because of the traveling situation, he's not able to participate directly. He wanted to also express his appreciation for the invitation that was warmly extended by the organizers of this event, most directly by the brother Doshan Farad, that I've had the pleasure of speaking with on a number of occasions. And we're in a month that has been designated as a time in which we give particular attention to the sojourn and the history and contributions of the African American people. Yet, we know that these recognitions are not always, how can I say, the most famous, the recognitions that get the most attention are not always presenting the most accurate picture. And the contributions of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his determination, his commitment, his execution of the plan that was given to him by Mr. W.D. Farad is singular in the history of the African American people, and is singular in the history of this society in which we live. And so I'll play the video. Again, on behalf of Imam Earl Abdul Malik Muhammad, we appreciate the invitation, and we appreciate the effort that has been made to give acknowledgement to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his record of contribution and his record of service to the African American people.
Sir.
My grandfather was from the generation of African American men who weren't satisfied with their condition as second-class citizens in this country. And he wasn't satisfied with his economic status. He wasn't satisfied with his spiritual identity. He had an issue with the way that God and human beings were presented in the churches, and saw them as kind of degrading to the intelligence of Black people. And so in his mind and in his spirit, I think, he was searching, and he found some relief in the presentation of the dignity of Black people by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I think it touched him so deeply that he felt a need, an obligation to shared with his grandson. And I was a very young boy. I was maybe 4 or 5 years old. And he would have me sit very close to him. And he had collected copies of the Pittsburgh Courier newspaper. And I think at that time it was out of print, but he had collected these papers, and the African-American press was important way the African-American community stayed informed about our people's struggle for respect in American society. And so he paid very serious attention to the contents of that paper, and in particular, the article that was authored by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And what stood out to me in my memory was how attentive he was and concerned he was that I would be paying close attention to him in a kind of reverential way. And he read to me the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad from the Pittsburgh Courier newspaper. And I think at that age, I registered the seriousness in him. And there was a photograph. And so I think that photograph of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad touched me at that tender age. And the seriousness of my grandfather, serious attention that he was giving to the words that he was sharing with me from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So as I developed into my adolescence and teenage years, I'm sure that that had a deep and profound influence on me. And when I begin to really reflect on the reality of the African-American people in America, historically, and in other facets, that influence from my grandfather introducing to me the Honorable Elijah Muhammad shaped me in some very important ways. Respect for what drives all human beings to present themselves in a dignified way and to have earned recognition from other communities of human beings. Now, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, coming from the south of these United States of America during the period just following emancipation from slavery, Jim Crow, and just the degradation of Black people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad coming from that condition and establishing himself upon an independent view of his worth, separate from the presentation of the worth of Black people in America, distinct from that, and even refusing to accept that characterization to the point where everything about the white world and the presentation of Black people by these United States of America in its public disposition and language, he rejected it and built an identity upon that rejection and embraced an idea of faith that spoke to a past excellence and a singular pathway of contribution to the advance of mankind in the character of Islamic civilization. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad's influence was to a Black man and woman that had been taught to hate themselves. He offered them a new appreciation for their beauty, for their dignity, for their possibilities. And he offered them an identity that signaled an independent respect for their own intelligence, their own moral interests, and their potential to shoulder the responsibility for the advance of civilization. Coming from Georgia in Jim Crow South, and having the following that he had, and keeping the attention of that following and the respect of the following for as long as he did, and challenging the influence of perhaps the most powerful society in the history of human beings on this earth, and doing it in such a way that that society refused to really engage him for fear that if they engaged him directly, that they would lose that engagement. I don't think that history will show us ever again, or we will ever see again, that kind of development coming from a people in the person, in an individual. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is both unique, special, and blessed representation of Black people dignity. And he represents also a enduring and sacred, I would say, influence that prevailed in introducing Islam as an identity for Black people. And the proof that he prevailed is we have now, I don't know, 4 or 5 generations of African-American Muslims. And we have a forward-looking, positive and confident view of an Islamic community future for the African-American people. Well, certainly what is well known in the community of the Temple of Islam, the Nation of Islam, in the earliest history of that community. Imam W.D. Muhammad, as we know him, he was shaped by the understanding that he had been named by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teacher, Mr. W.D. Farad, and that Mr. Farad had given or had asked that he be given that name, W.D. or Wallace D. And he was reminded by his siblings that he was having a serious importance to that community and in particular to his father as a helper in the work of building the Nation of Islam. So that certainly formed him and shaped him. I think too, he has said that in his own spirit, in his own mind, that he began to question the Nation of Islam theology, if we can put it like that. And he wasn't necessarily coming from the specific teachings of the Holy Quran, but in his own spirit, in his own mind, he began to question the divinity of Mr. Farad as it was presented in the Nation of Islam teaching. And that period where he began to question shapes his interest in serving the body of the Nation of Islam. When he perceived that there was trouble for the Nation of Islam, he recalled and drew upon that which he understood he had been influenced to do in preparation for leadership. And those conditions presented in him an opportunity to search the resources and the sources of Islamic identity to find answers as an obligation to serve as a helper to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and to the following in the Temple of Islam. So I don't think there was ever a time, at least in Imam Muhammad's description of his relationship with his father, that he wasn't perceiving himself as being of a serious assistance to the security of the community for its future and for its intended purpose. Of course, there were concerns that also shaped him, but in preparation for that responsibility to kind of continue in a second phase of leadership for the Nation of Islam following. In the context of assisting his work and his ministry as leader of that community, and in the transition from the teaching of the Nation of Islam to the requirements of Islamic identity that are clearly displayed in the Quran teaching and Muhammad the Prophet's teaching, Imam W. Muhammad sought an assistant, a helper for that. And I think he sought also a person that he felt that would respect what he was formed upon in terms of the influence of the Nation of Islam and the influence of his father, would hold true to service to that community and the purpose for which it was originated, but also be strict in compliance and obedience to what he had been shown as what should be the proper action for the community, continuing in its journey to full Islamic identity and acceptance of responsibility to build Islamic life. And the way he characterized that to me was he said to me that he thought of me as being a combination of his father and him. And I have come to the conclusion that what he meant by that was that the same kind of sensitivities that he was formed upon to advance the life of Muslim community and Islamic identity as it was influenced in him, that there would be a necessity after his physical life to continue and to have a kind of tenacity and strict loyalty to that particular path and the language and understanding that was associated with that. And he influenced me to believe of myself that I was to work in that capacity. I was watching some time ago, some years ago, a video of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and a speech that he was given, and present there in that at that moment, at that time, was some persons well known in the history of the African American people, Malcolm X, who was at that time the national spokesperson or representative of the Nation of Islam. He was sitting in the chairs just behind Elijah Muhammad as he was speaking. And in this presentation that he was giving, he recalled a lynching that had taken place near the city that he lived in Georgia, that had really frightened, had a chilling effect, as we would expect, on the African American community in that area of Georgia. And he, in recalling that lynching, he indicated that he had made a special prayer himself to God to give him something of logic, a reference, a principle, a discipline, a pathway of knowledge, something that would establish him in his own mind and his own body, his own family, independent of the hurt and trouble caused for the African American people by America and the white world. His prayer was to have something special from God that would put him in a position where he would not have to suffer the abuses of the white world, that he could be established independently of the white world. And that expression in prayer, in a prayer, private prayer, personal prayer, we believe was an indication of a special kind of sensitivity that God was unfolding in him to serve the interests of the African American people for a real establishment with an independent idea of themselves, independent identity, and blessed, special, sacred, and protected identity from God himself. And if we look at that and we
take measure of where we are presently, we can say with a great deal of confidence that God answered that prayer of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or at that time, Elijah Poole. He has a singular importance. If we can somehow quantify the reach and influence and authority of American society in the world presently and also historically, and in particular, the way in which the picture that America presented of the dignity of Black people and the response, the intelligent, disciplined, and resilient response to that presentation by the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in building up the argument that God's interest in the dignity of every human person be arguably best displayed by the condition of the African American people and their history of prevailing over the plot to plunder and disrespect their dignity as a human creation. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his leadership proved to outlast and to prevail against that diabolical scheme. And in that path to prevail is also the story of the development of an Islamic language of community and an Islamic language of aspiration and an Islamic language of understanding that unlocked treasures in Islamic teaching that perhaps the Muslim world leadership itself had lost touch with. A connection to the liberating influence of Muhammad the Prophet himself, and attention to the message that comes from Islam that speaks to the dignity of the human individual. Because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's influence and the development of that emphasis in Islamic understanding, we have now a community of faith that probably is closer to the excellence of Muhammad the Prophet's teaching than any other community of Muslims on the earth since the time of Muhammad himself. That can be only given to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's influence and the leadership of his son, Imam W. Muhammad, in his determination to carry out what he was shaped to be as an assistant and helper to his father's interest to introduce a new life, a new identity for the African American people.
Ibrahim, was that it?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. You got the center stage here. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That was it. I was told that we had about 20 minutes, and I think it might have been just a little bit over. But again, on behalf of Imam Earl Abdul Malik Muhammad, we greatly appreciate the invitation, and we look forward to future interaction, future conversation. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, brother Imam.
Wa alaikum salam. And thank you so much to Imam Earl Abdul Malik for his presentation and for his statements. And thank you, Imam Ibrahim, for helping us to facilitate this. Please convey our greetings to him, and you can say that I want to come and see him personally soon and sit with him, so yes, we would discuss things further. And we appreciate you all participating in this. And may Allah bless you, brother.
May Allah bless us all.
And bless us all. Let's keep on going forward and keep going strong. Thank you so much. And we want to say that there will be a transcript of this entire conference. There's going to be an edited transcript, and it is going to be fashioned into a book. Seems like it will make about a good 120-page book of the official transcript of this conference, and it will be footnoted and edited. And I think we want to have this out, Brother Farah and Sister Khalida, with our technical capabilities. Let's make sure it's out in 60 days. 60 days, we want the book out, and one of this is going to be re-edited and rerun on our channels. And all next week, we're going to rerun these edited videos live and to keep getting this message out. And we want the transcripts of this important gathering. Thank you so much. We're going to move on now. And the schedule is as follows. I'm going to award Captain Wali Baha. I'm going to award him. And then I'm going to turn this over to Brother Chief Abdul Malik of Prayer and Fasting, who will speak to us. And then he will award Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad, who will speak to us. And then Imam Akbar and Abdul Talib will be brought on by Brother Farah, and they have a 15-minute slot to speak to us, to summarize the points that the Juma prayer on the Talim didn't point. They will have a 15-minute slot here. And then Mr. Son of Man, our brother, he's going to speak to us for as long, well, at least for a half hour. We say as long as he desires. They be going about 5 hours. But I want y'all to hear him today. We're going to pay attention and hear from him as our last speaker, I think. Okay, so with that, we want to introduce a man with a good heart and a good spirit. Award him for just being a defender and a protector of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Personally, his personal captain. He knows a lot. He can tell us a lot. I'm sure he's about to tell us. He was a captain under Imam Muhammad. He knows a lot. He can tell us a lot. He knows Minister Louis Farrakhan well, and he's very close to the Honorable Silas Muhammad Afro-descendant nation, and he always has a positive word of encouragement for me and others. He's just a positive brother and a positive elder. I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad he's got the right spirit. Let us give us an award for a legend in Islam, a pioneer in Islam, Captain Wali Baha. Let's come on, y'all. Give it up for Captain Wali Baha, a legend out here in this struggle and a wise man. He's seen it all. Let's hear from him. Let's hear from him now.
No,
Let's hear from him now. Is he there?
I've asked for them to turn their camera on and unmute, but I'm not getting a response.
Well, we can bring him back until we get the text right. We'll bring him back, and then I think you will award him when he come back. Now you can't say you don't know all his facts. You know the basic facts. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to turn it over to prayer and fasting, and this new rising group that they're hearing about everywhere, prayer and fasting. You know, that's a good name. You know, when I get ready to start fasting, I start thinking of prayer and fasting. I get up, I say, man, I say, well, shoot, prayer and fasting is doing it. I'm going to do it. So I've said a lot about him. I'm going to turn it over to him now. We've had a good partnership in this conference and a good interchange, and spirit is divine. So I see God working in this young man. I turn you over now to Chief Abdul Malik, the shepherd of prayer and fasting, and he will award Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad, who's a legend and a pioneer in Islam himself. I'm going to study, and I think this is the last you'll hear from me. Thank y'all, everybody. Thank you for listening to me and allowing me to do what I've done. Thank you. I turn it over to you all.
Thank you.
You got the floor, Chief Malik.
Okay, excellent, excellent. All praises be to Allah. All praises be to Allah. Let me open in the name of Allah, the merciful. I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. I greet you all in the greeting words of peace. We say in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Hooray.
Fasting Savior's Day week. And I really enjoyed myself. I want to thank Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, you know, for even considering me to be a part of this august body of people. I'm hearing the background right now. Can you all hear me good?
Yes, sir. We hear that background
Yes, Chief, we
too.
can hear you.
We hit the
Background noise.
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. How does it sound now?
It's a little better. Yes.
Okay, I think it's.
Floor is yours.
Okay, awesome. Let me stand up.
Thank
Stand
you.
up.
Yes.
Praises be to Allah. Well, our contribution to this unified front is that we hear prayer and fasting the foundation to success. We study, you know, many of the great ones that's much brighter than me, you know, and we come over here and I hear some of these great, fantastic speeches, and we have heavy aspirations about doing something good with the little bit of life we got left, and I like it. But I don't want to bombard myself with a lot of that wisdom because you all already got it. So I'll find me a lane over here, and so that's why we came up with prayer and fasting. Because no matter how much wisdom we have, if cancer catches us, a stroke or a heart attack or something hits us because we're not living up to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's dietary law with how to eat to live, then what good is all of this? And we fall dead right in the midst of it and very excited about it. And sometimes we don't pay much attention to the life-giving teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad when it comes down to how to eat to live. And How to Eat to Live, Book 1, page 20, he says, Allah, me or you cannot save you if you make your appetite your guide. And I think we thumb our nose at How to Eat to Live, book 1 and 2. I hear a lot of us say, I eat one meal a day and go to one meal every 2 days. But you don't say go to one meal every 3 days and stay there for the rest of your life. You forgot that piece. I hear it all the time, Doc, when they talk about it. That's a big elephant in the room that we have to swallow. But over here in prayer and fasting, we're doing the best that we can to extend our lives so that we can see some of these great expectations that we have to materialize what the messenger has given us and see it come into fruition. I'm with that. I'm down with that. And this is why we're coming together with the Honorable Silas Muhammad, the son of man. I just met him down south, Mississippi, and Malik Zulu Shabazz and his outreach of all these beautiful people. I love the brothers who spoke earlier, the senators for the organization with Silas Muhammad, very bright people. And I'm just so happy that I have the freedom to come together with all of you without the restrictions of me being in an organization, so I can't talk to Silas. Oh, you don't want to talk to him. You don't want to talk to him. This is the most divisive. I think the Islam under the Most Honorable Muhammad is more divided than the church. And that's a problem. But what we're doing right now is a paradigm shift. We're putting something together that is actually, monumental. And I thank once again, Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz for even putting this in motion. But what my plan of action for us, my plan of action is that we start adhering to How to Eat to Live. Right now, we in prayer and fasting, we fast the first 3 days, the first Thursday of every week. So normally in the Nation of Islam, we would fast once a month, 3 days a month. That's fine. Not over here. We fast from Thursday to Sunday every week. So in the nation, we'll do 12 fasts in a year. We do 52 in praying and fasting. And we've been doing this for 7 years. So you can do the math on that. I started October 24th, 2019. And it's given me more clarity in my mind. It has opened up new avenues. It says no eye has seen, no ear has heard, nor have your mind conceived what Allah has in store for you. And if you don't open up those panels inside of you by ridding yourself of all of these toxins that we plummet ourselves with, you're not going to get the extra vision that Allah has in store for you. Didn't know that it would be the food that would be the problem, because I'm thinking that would be what's necessary to keep me alive. But as I got older, I realized not only will it keep you alive, but also kill you if you're not careful with it. It's highly explosives inside of that. But I want you all to know that at Prayer and Fasting, we had like 2 million people in 2025 that actually had the audacity to come and visit us. And we didn't know they would come over that year. And we have so many thousands right now in this part of the year. People really want to save their lives. I'm a Muslim. My sisters are Christians. Some are Muslims. It doesn't make a difference what you claim to be. If you put yourself in a bad predicament and have a heart attack, a stroke. I had one of my imams had a heart attack and died on the podium. Had another one leading prayer and died in a prostrate. But he has a heart attack. We have to dedicate ourselves to this temple of God. This is the only car we got. We can't get a new car after this. We have to keep this. We want the Benz, the BMW, the trucks. You have to focus on the temple of God. It's right here. And be cognizant of it. We eating through the month of Ramadan. We are actually eating Thursdays and Sundays through the month of Ramadan. We're 11 days in. We probably ate 3 times in Ramadan. We drink tea when the sun goes down. We fight for our life, man. I'm not finna die for nobody. when Allah calls on me, it won't be because I committed suicide from a heart attack, stroke, diabetes, or something, get my feet cut off or something. I'm not going to do it. And my thing is to encourage you, because I'm at war. When Prophet Muhammad's at war, Allah said, when you're at war, you're responsible for no one but yourself, but encourage the believers. And so I'm fighting for my life, and my job is to encourage the believers to do the same. And if I can leave you with anything today, How to Eat to Live, book 1 or 2. I know people don't think too much about the messenger of Allah. It's all right. The message is gone right now. I got to love you today. You feel me? I can't argue with my brother about what he feels about. I got to love you right now because I can touch, feel, and move with you. And how can I love God whom I never seen and hate one that he created with the black mud and breathe to him a spirit from himself? How could I not love you? Because you have a theological difference than me. I'm not going to do it. That's why I'm here today. That's why praying and fasting. They're all on here. They're listening. They're with us. I'm with it. However you want to do it, we can do it. I went down there and got Doc. When I got Doc, he put prayer and fasting on steroids. Did you hear what I just said? I said I went down there to D.C. and got Doc and Doc eats one meal every other day. Hey man, each one of us gonna build each other. He said, man, I was eating one meal a day, but when I got on praying and fasting, I started eating one meal every 48 hours. And I feel great. Yesterday he couldn't get on. He said, man, it was my eat day yesterday. I got to eat. You know, but all this wisdom that all of you have, like this Sheikh Imam Akbar, wisdom. We gotta live, Akbar. We finna live. We not finna kill ourselves. You know, for Rod, we gotta live, man. We want to do all of this, but we gotta get some more time. We gotta petition to Allah for more time. And he gave us How to Eat to Live, book 1 and 2. He said, well, get down on this How to Eat to Live. I give you some more life. I didn't give you the book for you to thumb your nose at. I gave it to you so I can give you more life.
That's right.
And one of us is coming alive and going to ignite everybody else, because it's millions of us fasting. They're fasting right now, Doc, all over Africa, the Ramadan and the fast that the Most Honorable Muhammad gave us. And they called me today and they told me they want me to head the whole Damba Fest this year in September. He called me, the chiefs called me and said, we need you to go. By the way, I'm a chief in 2 villages in Africa. We built 2 mosques. So he who builds a mosque for Allah, Allah will build likewise a house for him in paradise. I built 2. I'm going to paradise. Jannah's there, I'm there. Takbir? All right. So I built 2 mosques.
Allah Akbar.
And all of this comes from the life-giving teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Allahu Akbar.
He inspired me. 2 wells, a 3-class shooting school. We're doing big things out there. And moving around, been out there, get police escort whenever I get there. The president knows I'm there. The chief of all the Damba, the Damba tribe knows I'm there. I meet with him. He's the chief. He's the Elijah Muhammad of all the chiefs out there under the Damba Fest. Just to give you an idea with it. Very big dude, big guy. Met with the imam out there. This is what the messenger of Allah has done for me. Coming from gangbanging, I did 15 years in the federal penitentiary, fighting for my life. I get out and all the things that we have right here going down. I'm over here with you all, unifying with everybody, trying to put everybody together. And I can see that it's only a few. Many are called, but few are chosen. And you're chosen if you're on this line right now. If you're represented, that means Allah has selected you. He said, you'll get all of these people except my purified ones. And if you're under what I'm saying to you about how saving your life, I'm trying to save your life. How many people breathe into you trying to save your life? You can give me Islam, you can give me Christianity, you can give me what I want. But if I eat myself to death, what do I have? I have a spoiled life because I didn't take heed to what the messenger gave us. So, not to be long, but I really want to pour into you as much as Allah will allow me. That you get on your life. You start eating 1 meal every other day. You try it. You fight. You fight for your life.
You sit around here having high blood pressure and diabetes for all these years. You better fight that off. You could beat it. How do you know? Because I got them all over here with cancer, diabetes, and everything. They don't have it no more. That was 5 years ago. They starved it to death. They starved it out of their system. And you can do the same thing. You don't have to keep taking that pills on the down low. You don't have to do that. And that's why praying and fasting is wide open for Muslims, Christians. We don't care who it is. We trying to save a life. If I work for the ambulance and I'm somebody they call 911, I get out there. I don't care if you're a Muslim or a Christian. I'm trying to save this person's life. This person's hurting right now. And that's the way we're supposed to be. We should be 10 times heavier than that because we are the ones who hold tight with Allah, who says, so set thy face for religion being upright. The nature made by Allah, which he's created man. There's no altering Allah's creation. That is the right religion, but most people know not. So it don't make a difference who we deal with. We should be trying to pour into them that upright, that nature that's inside of them. We can ignite that, but we have to be the message that we bring. Allah said, work so that Allah, the messenger, and the believers will see your works. And that's what we're doing with praying and fasting over here. And that's what we have to offer at this point. And I'm sure everyone has something to offer, and I'm willing to receive that. But the first line of business is we have to save our lives so we can get it done. May Allah continue to bless you. I leave you as I came in the greeting words of peace. We say in the Arabic language, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, sir.
It's on you now. It's my
Walaikum
turn.
salam, sir. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
And
Walaikum salam.
yes, indeed. So that, yeah, we
Allahu
have
Akbar.
to honor those who showed. I'm standing on Doc's shoulders, Brother Silas, Honorable Silas Muhammad's shoulders, and anybody who's prior to 75, I'm standing on your shoulders. Even if you join in 75, I'm standing on your shoulders. So what do you see me doing? I'm just your son. Look at my son go. You see, that's all it is. But at this point, Brother Doc, he's not just my brother, but he's my mentor. He's a person that I can look at and want to watch and see how he talk to you. What tone does he use? How's his body language? This is how I studied the Minister Farrakhan. I want to know how you do it. What inflictions did you have when you was giving your point? This is how I learned from the minister. I learned from Doc, and I learned from many of the other brothers that's out here that I have an eye's view of. But I want to bring on Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad, who's a part of praying and fasting, your immunity program, 19th element. And Doc, I petition before I get off and bring you on that we have a deliberative dialogue amongst all of us at least once a week, if not twice a week. We find a date where we all come together with a subject matter, because we don't have no time to be playing and wasting time. What else we got to do? If it's about doing something for Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, why we wouldn't do it once? We're on 7 days a week. We can do a night where we can get, what's more important than us having a deliberative dialogue about a subject matter every single week? What's more important? Why not? Why not? They do it all the time in Congress and Senate. Why not? We're trying to save people's lives. So I just like to petition that. But without further ado, I bring on my brother, your brother, our brother, the doctor, the minister, Abdul Ali Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Allah
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Unmute yourself, Doc.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum salam, Doc.
Walaikum salam, Dr. Lee.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the All-Wise, the True, and the Living God, we, of course, refer to the one who visited us in person, Master Fawad Muhammad. We thank him for coming. We thank him for raising from the midst of us a messenger to teach us and guide us in the person of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We thank the both of them for the brothers and sisters that we have become to one another, that we have been resurrected from a grave of mental death, spiritual death, to the point that we began to recognize the presence of God in our midst. We began to recognize the presence of God in one another. And we began to fall in love with the God who came to save us, and we fell in love with his messenger. And then through the both of them, we have learned to love one another. And through the love of the brotherhood, we are able to forge ahead and make progress, as we did for so many years under the leadership directly of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad until 1975. And then there was a fall, there was a takedown, there was a defeat, there was a loss. There was even what seemed to be a second death. But all praise is due to Allah. Here we are today, Savior's Day week, 2026, during the month of Ramadan. Here we are again, alive and in good spirits and in love with one another all over again. We're looking, some of us, at brothers that we haven't seen in decades, people that we haven't heard from in years, and people that we never met at all. But they're soldiers in the struggle, they're soldiers in the fight. They are believers in the nation. They are followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And so I thank Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz and the other community leaders that he's working with for convening this big tent event over this this Savior's Day week. And I am so honored to have been a part of it. The Quran says, seek assistance through patience and prayer. And all these many years, what has been my prayer? What has been my desire? What has been my hope? What has been my wish? It has been to see the resurrection of the Nation of Islam that I joined at the age of 20 and soldiered with those who were soldiering with Muhammad. I'm sorry that I didn't see, you say Captain Wali Bahar. Back in the day, we knew him as Minister Wali Bahar. He was the minister in Akron, Ohio, Youngstown. And he and David Bachar were my mentors. They were my examples. And so I came up in the nation, you know, not knowing anything about anything. I was just the typical so-called American Negro, doing the best I can, but not knowing what to do or how to do it. But coming under the divine guidance of our messenger, I was able to make something of myself, and not something of myself to be something of myself, but following the direction of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said that an educated man is someone who makes a contribution among people. So that's all it's about. What contribution can be made among people? So my entire career has been about that. What contribution can I make? And so I don't want to be long this evening. We're going to have a program tomorrow morning with prayer and fasting. We're going to try to sum up the meaning and the significance of the events of this past week. We want to invite you to be with us and stay with us because through prayer and fasting, you see, prayer and fasting are the two pillars that allow us to stand up. And if we're not praying, if we're not fasting, that may be the reason why we can't stand up as strong as we should. So now let me just say something. I guess I want to say two more things. I don't want to take a lot of time. I guess I want to say three things. The first thing, of course, I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to demonstrate that we can that we can conduct lawful deliberative dialogue online. I did not know whether it could be done, but we found out this morning that it can be done. And so all that needs to be done at this point is we need to get familiar with it. Read the rules and the regulations. There's a book available on Amazon written by myself as the chairman of the commission, a short manual on dialogue. So get that manual. It's only 16 pages. So it's a 2 or 3 hour read, and you can learn the rules and the regulations of dialogue. And then, Chief, yes, prayer and fasting. We should do a dialogue at least once a week. We should do a dialogue every day, if possible. And I would say to all of the others, this is a technique for solving problems. This is a technique for achieving a kind of unity that oftentimes in the past has escaped us. Let me put it this way. See, it's easy to get a bunch of people in a room together or one place. Look at the Million Man March. We had 2.3 million men assembled on the mall here in Washington, D.C. That was physical unity. There was physical unity, and we achieved it. But did we achieve mental unity? Did we achieve spiritual unity? Was a unifying vision imparted to all of our people, and not just the 2.3 million on the mall, but they say there was probably 1 billion people tuned in across the planet. And so in one sense, that was the most unified that we've ever been. In one sense, if you want to count it by the numbers. But what about the mental unity? Everyone left there with the same idea they came with. They didn't go out with a unified idea, a unified vision, and certainly spiritual unity was not achieved. So now, but that was a giant step in the liberation of our people. You can't achieve everything in one event. And so here we are now, what, 30, 31 years later, and the technique of dialogue was developed after the Million Man March as a methodology to develop the engines of government. See, the second thing I want to say is this. If we are a nation, if we are the nation of Islam, if we have been declared to be a nation by our Savior Allah, Master Farad Muhammad, and his messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, if there is any meaning to the flag that you see behind me, we'll answer this question. What nation do you know of that can exist without a government? See, we say we're a nation, but we don't have a government.
You can't.
That doesn't mean we don't have leaders. Yeah, we have leaders, but where's the government? And so, as the chairman of the Commission for the Restructuring and Reorganizing of the Nation of Islam, I was authorized by Minister Farrakhan to develop that structure. And after 7 years of work, along with many other people now, and it wasn't just me, I didn't come up with all this stuff myself. But after 7 years of labor, we accomplished our assignment. I can't grab it right now, but on my bookshelf right over there, we wrote what is called our Book of Acts. Our Book of Acts. We've already received our gospel from our messenger. All of us got the gospel. That's what we've been reciting all week. The gospel given to us by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But after Jesus gave the gospel to his disciples, then came the Acts of the Apostles. The Acts of the Apostles. They had to put into action that which they had been taught. They were informed by Jesus that they would do greater works than he was able to do. Because that's the definition of progress. We can't say that we're making progress if all we do is do what was already done in the past. But what was done in the past is a sign to us that it can be done again. And so the third thing I would like to say is that this Savior's Day week had the flavor, had the spirit that was present at Savior's Day 1981. Am I saying it right? 81?
It is 81.
Gary, Indiana. Were you there? Gary, Indiana. See, the minister had just announced that he was rebuilding the nation. This was actually the second Savior's Day. Maybe I have to, somebody correct me if I'm wrong on the date, on the year. But it was in Gary, Indiana. It was kind of like this Savior's Day week celebration and tribute to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It was a good idea. It got everybody excited. Everybody wanted to do it, but it was only loosely organized because of the time. We didn't have time to organize it like it should. And so it was very loosely organized, and we didn't quite know what was going to happen next, and some of the things didn't go off like they were supposed to. It was full of joy. It was full of happiness. It was full of excitement. And the Spirit of Allah was moving among the people. And we reaffiliated, reunited. That was actually when Brother Khalid and I formed a strong brotherly relationship, because we had to pitch in. Brother Khalid and I, we were serving, we were back and forth from the kitchen. We were bringing food out of the kitchen and putting on people's plates because the banquet, wasn't really properly organized. But we didn't care. Everybody was pitching in for one common cause, because the minister had issued a call and we were rebuilding the nation, and we didn't care about little things that didn't work out, because we would compensate for it with our enthusiasm, with our joy, with our cooperation, with our unity. And in my estimation, that was one of the best Savior's Days ever, even though it wasn't the best organized. But I sense the same spirit alive now with this Savior's Day week and the events that have occurred. It's an enthusiasm. It's an excitement. It's an energy. It's a spirit that's moving among us now that hasn't been felt, hasn't been seen many years. And many despaired and felt that it would never return. But here we are. Here we are. We have survived to this point. We have made it through the difficult days of the fall of the Nation of Islam. And now we're looking around and dusting ourselves off, reassessing the situation, seeing who's still here, who's left. And let's do it again. Since we did it the first time, let's do it again. So Savior's Day 1974 was when we heard the great report from the National Secretary, Abbas Rasul. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play it in its entirety yesterday. I think we should go back to that, Chief, and play it again and analyze it in depth.
Yes.
That Savior's Day 74 is available on YouTube, just as almost every Savior's Day is available on YouTube and other platforms. So I would just say to the young generation of Muslims that were not in the nation prior to 75, you haven't missed out because all of that has been preserved. And so you should make it a habit that you go online, go on YouTube and other platforms and search out all of the lectures of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that are available there, and almost all of them are. The theology of time is there. All of the Savior's Day lectures are there. One of the Savior's Day lectures that is vital for all of the Muslims to be familiar with is Savior's Day lecture 1971, the operation of a nation. The operation of a nation. You need to hear the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad concerning the operation of the nation. These are the root teachings. These are the foundation teachings. Many of us are out on the limb of belief, and we're believers, but we actually don't know the root teachings of that which we say we believe in. We also sometimes don't know the history of the nation that we say we are in. We're in a mosque and we don't even know the minister who founded the mosque and what the circumstances were. And we don't know the trials of the believers in the cities sometimes where we are. So we have to do our study and get caught up. Now, in addition to the National Secretary's report, and by the way, I met Brother Abbas Rasul. I met him twice. The first time I had been in Chicago to interview at the University of Chicago Medical School. And so while I was there, naturally, I'm going to stop by the Salam restaurant. You know I'm going to do that. So as I was walking up to go to the Salam restaurant, guess who came out of the Salam restaurant? The National Secretary. And when he saw me walking to the door of the Salam restaurant, he went back and he opened the door for me. And he bowed and gave me the greetings and said, I hope you enjoy your dinner, brother. And I was blown away. This is the National Secretary opening the door for me, bowing to me, giving me the greetings, wishing me, to have a wonderful meal. So he was a very sweet-hearted brother, very, very intelligent, very strong, very dedicated, very capable, very, very professional. But he was a brother, in his heart. And then, of course, later in the rebuilding effort, as I was trying to help the minister the best I could, well, Abbas Rasul and some of the other great laborers from prior to 75, they reached out to me. They reached out to me because they were trying to do what they were trying to do as others were trying to do things. But I was with Minister Farrakhan. I was helping him. And so it made me feel bad, really, to turn down, the request for help coming from Abbas Rasul, Minister Theodore Hamza, and others who were some of the great ministers prior to 75. But because of the divisions that existed, it was like you had to choose sides. Well, why do we have to choose sides? Aren't we all on the same side? But that was then, and this is now. So let me make my concluding point. In the Quran, there's a story that's so famous that every Muslim knows it, even people who aren't Muslims know it. And of course, that's the story of Moses traveling with the wise men. And all of us, or most of us, are familiar with the events of that journey of Moses traveling with the wise men. And one of the things that puzzled Moses was, why are you rebuilding this wall? He had put a hole in the boat. One of the things he did, he killed a little boy. And then now, in a place where the people were very inhospitable, very rude. Now he's putting in labor, building a wall. didn't seem to make sense. Why are you doing such a constructive job for people who mistreated you so badly? Well, the explanation that was given is that I am rebuilding this wall for the sake of some orphans, and their inheritance is here. But if we don't build or rebuild the wall, then these wicked people, they will steal the inheritance of the orphans before they come of age. Well, when I think about the meaning of that part of the story, I think about what we're doing right now. Why are we rebuilding the wall? The chief, why are you rebuilding the wall? The Honorable Silas Muhammad, why are you rebuilding the wall? In your wisdom? And all of the others, Malik Zulu, Shabbat, why are you rebuilding the wall? I could ask myself the question. Dr. Alain, why are you rebuilding the wall? Why are you spending so much time and energy rebuilding the wall for people who mistreated you, who were inhospitable, who spoke despicably of you? And we could go on with the complaints against these inhospitable people that mistreated us and misused us for years. So why are we rebuilding the wall? Why don't we just walk away? That's what some people said. They said, Chief Monica, why don't you just go? Why don't you just go somewhere? We'll go away. Why do you keep bothering us? And they have said similar things to me. Why don't you just go somewhere? Then be quiet. Why are we rebuilding the wall? It's because we care. It's because we care. It's because that which was given to me as a young man that transformed my life and made me into someone that many people respect and admire. Shouldn't we give the same chance to the younger generation of Muslims? Was it their fault that they were born after the fall of the nation? Was it their fault that they didn't experience the glories of the nation? Is it their fault? Why should they just be left with stories coming from old people like me talking about the way it used to be? Why can't they experience it for themselves? And so because they need to experience it for themselves, and because this thing that we call the Nation of Islam must go on, not just to the younger people who are alive, but what about those who have yet to be born? What about our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-great-grandchildren, into the furthest generations? That's why we're rebuilding the wall, to preserve their treasure, to preserve their inheritance, so that they will receive what we received. It wasn't just for us alone. It was a work given to us that was bigger than what one generation could do, or what 2 generations could do, or what 3 generations could do. The fullness of the mission of Master Fawad Muhammad is to bring in the hereafter.
They will go joke with like, oh crap, I got to actually have to help her.
Go to work.
There has a light, so something's really wrong.
The 9 ministries.
Yeah, but I don't know what it's going to take.
That's what I think that we should do after 7 years of dialogue based on what is written in the workbook. See, Chief, if prayer and fasting wants to engage in deliberative dialogue, see, we can use the workbook as the guide because it raises the relevant questions that are necessary to be answered so that a people like us in a disorganized state can become organized and ultimately put on the shoulders of ourselves a government so that we can be self-independent and sovereign and determine our own destiny, which of course is the desire of Master Fawad Muhammad and his messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And it should be the desire of each and every one of us that we go free and independent as a people. So those are the remarks that I would make this evening. I want to invite you to be with us tomorrow morning on prayer and fasting, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook. And we're going to go into some of these things a little bit deeper. What we're talking about when we say deliberative dialogue, and for that matter, a related science called the science of atonement. See, these are the twin sciences that have to be mastered by all of us. Because with dialogue and atonement, you see, then there's no limit to what we can do. But if we do not know the science of atonement, then we will continue to be burdened down by our mistakes and our sins and our transgressions. And those are the things that will continue to hold us back. The Quran says it is the devil that makes us forget. And so through dialogue, we remember. See, what I forgot, you will remember. What you forgot, I will remember. And in a dialogue circle, we will remind one another of the things that we have forgotten. And then we put all of that together, and then we have a higher mind. We have risen above the base emotions into the mind and the thinking of God. And at that level, then what challenge or what problem or what issue cannot be resolved? So we are rebuilding the work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as best we can. In the conclusion of Savior's Day 1974, what did he say? What did he say to his followers, which was pretty much the last statement that he ever made in public? He said to us, and I was there, I heard him. He said, you don't have to ask what to do. Just get up and do something. So that's what we're trying to do. We don't have to ask anybody. We have already been taught. So it's up to us to get up and do something. And the something that we are going to do, hey, you don't have to worry about whether it's good or bad. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad already identified us as the righteous. We are the righteous by nature. So even if we make a mistake, we don't fall back, we stumble forward because we are the righteous and we are the, today we are the favorite of God. So we ask Allah, do not punish us if we forget or make a mistake, but envelop us in thy grace and thy mercy and guide us all together, every last one of us, on thy straight path into thy paradise that you have already prepared for us. Show us our task, our work, our duties, and what we must do to be pleasing in thy sight. And I'm sure that if we are pleasing in your sight, we are pleasing in the sight of your messenger. And if we are pleasing to Allah and his messenger, then certainly we will be pleasing to one another. So I want to thank you for your kind attention. I didn't know I was going to have something else to say today. I thought I was done this morning, but like Noble Drew Ali said, get ready and stay ready. And so I try to live by that motto. And I would advise you to do the same. So thank you very much. May Allah bless and keep us. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam,
I want to thank Dr. Elaine. It's been a pleasure meeting you over this conference, and we just want to thank you for sharing your divine wisdom and understanding of the teachings of the messenger. As well as thank Chief Malik. It's a pleasure meeting both of you, and I hope that we continue to work together. Yes, we will, sir. Thank you so much for your presence. I want to bring on our next awardee, which Attorney Malik spoke a little bit about him, and let me remove your spotlight. And I don't know him like many of you do, but I have met Captain Wally Baha at the mosque. I think the last time that I saw you was at Savior's Day a couple years ago, and it was a pleasure to hear you and listen to your testimony of your life's journey. Um, Following the teachings of the messenger and how well you knew him. And your stories were just very inspiring and enlightening. And so it's my honor and it's my pleasure to present you with your award. I know you've already received it, right? You already have it. And we just want you to take the time to just give us a few words of acceptance and whatever you'd like to share with us today, we'd be honored to hear from you. Just turn your mic on. It's still off. There we go.
Oh, I didn't know how to do that. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. No one's asking me questions. I certainly don't have anything to give. You know my name. And I could start with Malcolm, my relationship back in the 60s, but it doesn't anything of great value. So once a great man, always a great man, whether he's good or bad. And I could walk that up to Wallace, and I'd probably leave a lot out. Wallace was a great man. He was so great. And how I see things, he was not a hypocrite. I don't see how he could have been a hypocrite when he never believed. He was born not believing. He died not believing. He expressed what belief was, religion, and that is what his father used Islam as a religion, and Wallace was the religion, and that's how I see him. And along with many other great men that I admire that came out of the religious concept. I won't name them, for I don't have those honors. I thought I was a minister. Matter of fact, I met Elijah before I knew him. And I only met him because I came in the nation with another fellow like me, married, divorced, heard a little wisdom. He was a gambler. I was a hustler. And we took that to the bars, to the streets, where others may have went to prayer. I don't have a problem with praying, but I was born to just do what needs to be done for me as a hustler. And when I heard blackness in 1952 by a man named J.A. Rogers, before I met my brother, J.A. Rogers introduced me to Black thinking and Black thoughts, and wasn't Black power, but Black explanation. And that kind of launched me into running into Elijah's voice through Malcolm. And I ran into, in late 50s, I ran into another so-called Negro like myself, but different histories. And we became acquainted. I was Bobby Lee Moorhead. He was Silas Bale. And that's a period of time before neither one of us got an X. I think he got his X first because he had more experience with the nation than I did. But he was always telling me, here's a gambler telling a hustle, I want to take my people back to Africa. So we didn't either have an X nor had a vision of those things. But it's funny how that happened. And when we was on our way in, I think he was already acquainted with it, but I wasn't. And he was talking that same talk. I want to take my people back to Africa. I said, brother, slow down. We ain't got in yet. That's what Silas and how we started. And Malcolm was a great man then that we all had admiration for. And I think his deviation started April 27, 1962, from my perspective. We came in the nation in the 60s, and at that time, there was no riots, there was no black power, it was black conception and never a black thought. And Malcolm came out to Los Angeles, March number 27, and called a national meeting at the death of Brother Ronald T. Stokes. And me, for one, being a hustler, going by, whoever kills a Muslim must be killed. The riot started, and I think that's when Malcolm's reality starts sending him in the wrong direction. I don't like to speak of people who are not here to defend themselves. I learned what we have to do now to be perfect or non-perfect, near perfect, is to realize we're in the judgment and there's no need to judge anyone. I have found peace with that concept, and everybody I meet always tell them what I see they are rather than tell them what I think I am. And I find this a unification for each fraction. The brother who just spoke, I remember him. I remember when he was following Farrakhan. I remember when he was a great man in Farrakhan. And I don't think he stopped following Farrakhan. I think his belief came to a faith, and the faith came to a reality. And it doesn't take anything from anybody, and it doesn't give anything to anybody. The lesson Elijah showed me is, first, know yourself. And second, be yourself. And the greatest book he gave us was not the Holy Quran, with all the respect, but How to Eat to Live if you're going to get respect. So, you know, I have a different twist of how, I don't even know why I'm on this program. For everybody that I see on here has a history of their own. I'm the honest man that thought I was a minister until I was teaching in Akron, Ohio, about Elijah's my father. And teaching strong with that. You know, teaching so strong that I had people in the gutter give me more recognition than people in the mosque. There's just a few of us. But I learned one thing from Elijah, is that sight. He did not pull me off to the side and teach me something he didn't teach you. He taught you everything he showed me. So anything I say I see is because he taught it. And if I tell you something I see that you didn't hear him teach, it won't be something I'm looking at that you didn't prove it. So I don't see where I'm nothing, because I wasn't worthy to be a minister. If I told you the dialogue after Minister Theodore in Cleveland reported I was teaching him my father, he called me in and asked me, Brother Minister Bobby Lee, are you teaching him your father? I said, yes, sir. I'll die on it. And he said, you ever heard me to tell you I was your father? I said, no, sir. He said, well, I didn't tell me I was your father. I felt a little foolish when the truth hit me, but he said to me, you're not fit to be my minister. I said, oh boy, damn. And he admonished me for that, and he told me, he who found us was our father. That's the only thing I know he said about the father. And then he said, you are not qualified to teach that. He didn't say I was wrong, but I understand now who was qualified. And I would say, with my experience with Elijah, the man was qualified to teach the Father. The man, his believers believe in him like I believe in Elijah, and that's Farrakhan. And I don't agree or disagree with him. I know what Elijah said about him. I was sitting there when Elijah said, what are you doing all them stars on your head coming from New York? You're a star with no equal. That was kind of funny to me, and not funny to most of the great ministers, you know. They were all stars, and one had been picked out. And those kind of things I heard along his way. I remember when he had a great day in New York, come back and told the messenger. The messenger said, great, you're doing great works. He said, you made me. And the messenger said, no, I did not make you. Allah is making you for me. And when you hear those two things said to a man who didn't ask for it, it gives you a study. So I've studied that, and all of my studies